Welcome to the fourth hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 5, Justice and Communities, for the additional round of inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I am the Chair of the committee for today. I welcome Minister Catley and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of police and counter-terrorism and the Hunter. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide for procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome again, and thank you all for making time to come and give us evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Commissioner Barnes and Ms Maher, would you please state your names and position titles and swear either an oath or affirmation, beginning with Ms Maher.
Thanks, Chair. Kate Maher, Deputy Secretary.
You might just pull that a little bit closer.
How's that?
That's good, thank you.
Thank you. Kate Maher, Deputy Secretary, Delivery and Engagement Group, Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Barnes.
Michael Allen Barnes, New South Wales Crime Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I will also remind all other witnesses that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Hearing time allocation today will be conducted from 9:15am till 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 till 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon we will hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 till 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We will begin with questions from the crossbench, which is me. It's a good place to start, isn't it? Minister, thanks very much for coming today, and I just want to ask some questions around the issue of the disabled and the issuing of firearms licences and those sorts of things to disabled. Is it the policy of the New South Wales Police to discriminate against the disabled when it comes to issuing firearms or renewing firearms licences?
I don't believe that to be the case, Mr Borsak. I know that you have raised with me an issue around people...
Could I just get you to talk a little bit more into the mic?
Is it on?
It is on, yeah, but I'm just an old shooter and my hearing's not much good.
I'm sure that question will come up too. I don't believe that to be the case. I do know that there was the issue with the range that was specifically used for people who were sight impaired. However, my understanding is that they have tried, other ranges have tried to accommodate those people specifically. And if there's anything further that I can assist with, because the last thing we want to be doing is discriminating against people with a disability. And I know that some of those shooters that we're referring to are in fact elite athletes going to the Olympics for disabilities, and we would be only too happy to try to make sure that they have the correct environment to practice in.
So, Minister, are you saying then that the disabled should not be treated or subjected to in a less favourable treatment by the police or required to comply with unnecessary requirements simply by the virtue of their disability?
As you know, that has been explained to you in terms of sight-impaired people, they still have to meet the requirements of as we know, it's a privilege to have a licence to use a firearm, and they still have to meet those requirements.
Well, Minister, do you agree that the Firearms Registry is conducting an administrative function
Yes.
and not a law enforcement function?
Yes.
Then
However, they have to follow the rules that are outlined for gaining a licence and for operating a firearm. So it has to be within the framework of the law.
I do understand that. That's right. But so what right does the Firearms Registry have to gather and use personal health information that isn't directly related to their activities and necessary for the purpose of granting or renewing a licence?
Well, again, I think you know as well as I do, Mr Borzak, that the requirements around holding a firearm licence are I think in accordance with what the community would expect, because as I've just said, it is a privilege to have a firearm licence. In relation to people's health records per se, it's not the case. I think that you need to be more specific with that in actual fact. If we're talking about sight-impaired people, that is important that they know that.
Well, are you aware of the Firearms Registry's so-called recently released health risk assessment?
Yes, I am. And can I say that we know that that has not been a process that I believe meets the expectations, particularly of the committee. And I have been assured by the new Assistant Commissioner, Kirsty Hayward, that that will be opened up again and reviewed again, and consultation will begin again with that. And I'd have to also note, for this committee's purpose, that anybody who has been interested in this has had a full briefing from the Assistant Commissioner and from my staff and myself, and we will continue to work with you because we want to make sure that that is right. We've committed to ensuring that that health assessment is done in collaboration and cooperation with the broader group.
No, and look, that's appreciated, Minister, but I think our problem is just in terms of the general background of how it's being handled, that's all.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I don't think that it was handled well, and I have admitted that to you and to others who have been interested in this, and that is why we are doing what we are doing. And as I say, the Assistant Commissioner will be opening up that consultation again, and we welcome your feedback.
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I just think that the whole thing is not well based. You know, it requires applicants who disclose, say, a physical impairment, say perhaps they're in a wheelchair, to submit to a full medical covering off their documented medical history, including any history at all of emotional, neurological or physical conditions that has no connection at all with the health condition that they've disclosed and isn't and shouldn't be relevant to the assessment of the risk. That's where we're going with this. It's not specific, it's a catch-all. So if someone goes along to the doctor and says, I'm here because I need to fulfil this requirement, they can then turn around and examine their whole medical history, and most of it, of course, is not directly relevant to the application. So this turns out to be a fishing exercise.
Well, as you well know, the intention here was to make it easier for those people who have a gun licence, particularly those people in regional, rural and remote areas, to be able to access their GP for a health assessment instead of what used to be the case to have a psychological test. And we all agree that that is a better approach. I agree with you that the consultation here has not been correct. Let's work together on this to make sure that we actually meet our objective, and that is for those people in those areas that I've just alluded to, have access to their GP for those medical assessments.
Minister, I've had some advice that on a number of matters that and I've been told that they are likely to constitute unlawful disability discrimination by the Firearms Registry in the way that it's currently being handled. And I think if you end up stepping outside of the area of inquiry, you could actually end up transgressing the discrimination laws.
Well, I take that advice from you very seriously, and we'll be making sure that that isn't the case, Mr Borzak.
Do you actually endorse the way the registry is handling it at the moment?
Well, Mr Borzak, I've asked for it to be reviewed, and the Assistant Commissioner is doing that. So I think you know my answer to that. We need to look forward, work together. I do want to work with you on this and others on this. It's important.
Will you ask the Firearms Registry to withdraw the health risk assessment process as it stands and rebuild it from scratch again?
Well, that is what we are doing. We are starting that process again, that consultation process again, and that is underway, as you know.
Well, Minister, the updated version that we got simply removed the table, and I don't think it changed anything else.
Oh, well, if that's the case, I'll speak to you about that, but if that's the case, we definitely need to do more.
Minister, just to talk to you a little bit about recruitment and retention, and I know you've talked a lot about structural change in the New South Wales Police, and what actual changes have actually happened? I mean, what actually has been done?
Well, Mr Borzak, it's been no secret from me that when we came to government, the New South Wales Police Force, there was no program, if you like, for recruitment, retention, and police's wages were going backwards. All of those were front and centre of mind, and they are three things that I have been very focused on, working with the Commissioner and others to ensure that we look at that. In terms of recruitment, paying the recruits has had a significant uptick in the number of people who are applying to be police in New South Wales. The most significant pay increase that the police have received, that will certainly go towards a significant retention piece. And in addition to that, the health and wellbeing unit that we have set up to ensure that our police are looked after and wrapping those services around them, I think is a real piece to not only retain police but to show them that we value them. Like, they're amongst some of the most highly trained police in the country, and we want to keep them.
Minister, thank you. But what I'd like you to do, could you point to some actual evidence to demonstrate what changes have actually been made? I mean, what hard changes have been made?
Yeah, well, in December we had the largest class attest with more than 300 new recruits attesting down there. That's the largest class in a decade. We've got almost 1,000 will go through Goulburn this year, which is getting those numbers back up. I'm not patting myself on the back, and the government's not patting itself on the back. I want to be clear about that. But hopefully we're turning a corner, and that's what we have to do.
Well, you're still 2,000 short.
Absolutely, and it will take some time to fill that. I'm not suggesting that that's going to happen overnight either. It will take a long time.
What about paying police more?
It will take, the police are paid more. It will take a long time to do that. So that's why I'm not patting myself on the back, but I do believe that we have turned a corner. We are making it attractive for people to come into the New South Wales Police. We in fact have had more than 80 applications from our mobility program from other jurisdictions and New Zealand as well. We've got Be a Cop in Your Hometown. That also has been very successful. In fact, I've met a couple of them just last week when I was down in Albury. So, we're thinking outside the square and looking at opportunities to incentivise people joining the New South Wales Police.
All right, that's my time. I think just about 9 seconds to go.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister and officers. Minister, I just want to turn, if we could, to the Dural event, and could you inform the committee when you became first aware that this was not a terror threat event, was not motivated by ideology, religion or politics, and was in fact a con job?
I received confidential briefings from the 20th of January by senior police officers in New South Wales Police. I then continued to receive daily briefings and was provided information related to the progress of the investigation. I have not shared that information with anybody, and I won't be sharing any of the content of those conversations with you today. And I do that on the basis that it is to keep the community safe. That is my job, after all.
So, could you just elaborate? Keep the community safe from what at this point? In relation to not disclosing something that is in
I will
now
not
in
be
the past.
detailing the conversations of the information I was getting about an ongoing investigation.
Thank you, Minister. The question did not ask you to detail the content of the briefings. What it did was ask when you, please, first became aware that this was not a terror threat event and that it was in fact a con job.
I was being kept up to date with the progress of the investigation, that they were very confidential briefings, and I will not be sharing the content of the detail of those briefings.
Minister, would you appreciate the fact that the Premier stood in front of all of New South Wales and made a declaration that this was a terror event, a terrorist event? When did you become aware, and did you experience a deep sense of relief, put it that way, when you became aware that this was not a terrorist-fuelled event?
I think that we need to ensure that we remember what the environment was at that point in time.
Minister, I do appreciate this.
The Jewish community were experiencing firebombed cars on their street. They were experiencing anti-Semitic attacks or every second night. In fact, it's true to say...
Sorry, Minister, every second night? Every second night?
In some weeks, I've got the dates here.
Every second night?
I'll give you all the dates.
No, I'll take those later if you like.
No, I want to share them now.
Minister, can we just go back? No, can we please go back to my initial question? Could you please inform the committee, as the Police Minister, who was receiving very important, as expected, confidential briefings, when you first became aware this was not a terrorist threat or attack?
I will not be sharing the details of my high-level briefings that I had with senior police in New South Wales.
Minister, can you please then, at least, if we're going to play guessing games around treating the community with some respect here, and the Parliament, could you please tell me, was it before the 11th of February?
I won't be sharing the details of those conversations with you. I've made that very clear. These are very high-level briefings that I have had from senior police,
Minister,
and I don't share them with anybody.
Minister, the police, the Premier and yourself have now disclosed to the public this was not a terrorist event. You've made that very clear in no uncertain terms. Deputy Commissioner Hudson said he suspected on the 30th of January this may not be a terrorist event and looked very much like an organised crime event. Deputy Commissioner Hudson is the expert in this state on terrorism and counter-terrorism and organised crime. You came out and said this is a terror event. The Premier said it is a terror event. Could you please tell this committee, so that we can do our job as an oversight committee and an accountability body on behalf of New South Wales, did you become aware that it was not a terrorist event before the 13th of February?
I'm not going to divulge the conversations that I had with Mr. Hudson.
I'm not asking you to divulge, I'm asking you what you knew.
You are asking me to tell you what happened in my very highly confidential briefings.
Minister,
yes, you are.
I am not asking you that.
If Mr.
I am
Hudson wants
asking
to tell
you
his version of or account, then Mr. Hudson can tell you that. But I have a responsibility to keep those that information that I am provided confidential, and I will.
So you are not going to tell the people of New South Wales whether you knew and whether you were deeply relieved to learn that this was not a terrorist event before the 11th of February or on the 11th of February?
I am not.
Okay, but you were prepared for the Premier to go out and say it was not a terrorist event in the last couple of days?
Well, the Premier was relaying what he had been told by police.
So, Minister, I am really struggling to understand why you are not willing to tell the truth to this committee right now.
I do not accept that. I do not accept that. I am not telling the truth. I am not sharing...
why you're withholding information?
I am not withholding.
Order. There's a point of order taken.
The statement about not telling the truth, I think, is a pretty stiff statement. It's a very serious statement directed to the Minister of the Crown.
I don't think you can actually say that the Minister's not telling the truth.
I'd ask that that be withdrawn,
I think
please.
you should withdraw that.
To the point of order, withholding really important information is an omission of fact, and right now that's what I'm asking for. But I accept the point of order. I will not use the word truth. Why are
I'd ask you to please withdraw the statement.
I will withdraw the statement in relation to truth. Minister, why are you withholding very important factual information to this committee that would help the people of New South Wales and the Parliament understand when you were aware that this was not a terrorist event? Why? Why are you not telling us?
These were very serious matters that were raised, and these briefings were very highly, like obviously senior police were there, confidential, and this is not the first time, in fact, that I have had these types of briefings, particularly in relation to terrorist events. I have not shared that information because it is my obligation not to share that information.
Minister, why did you
I'm not going to share it with you.
Why did you allow the Parliament on the 11th of February up until the last sitting day of the last hearing be bombarded with legislation on the false basis of this included being a terrorist event, and that we were forced to have legislation rush through this Parliament to address this and many other events when you knew this was not a terrorist event or threat?
Ms Higginson, that legislation you're referring to is the hate speech legislation.
There are three tranches
and that
of
was in
laws.
relation to hate speech and hateful crimes that were occurring on our streets here in Sydney. That's what that relates to. It does not specifically relate to the caravan event. You cannot at all walk away from the fact that this was happening on our streets.
You cannot walk away from the fact
The Jewish community
that
were
you drummed up.
experiencing extraordinary fear. I was meeting with the elected representatives
Minister,
from the
do you
eastern
accept-
suburbs.
do you accept-
I was meeting with the elected representatives from the eastern suburbs, where most of these attacks were occurring on a weekly basis. All of them, regardless of their political stripes. And I'm telling you, the fear in these people was real. And
Minister,
it's all related to
thank you,
hate crimes.
Minister.
We've seen
Minister,
Nazi
thank you.
salutes.
That's because
more than a year ago.
You went out in no uncertain terms telling everybody this was a terrorist event. Minister, can you please confirm there are 14
Do you have amnesia?
people...
Because this has been going on for more than this year.
Minister,
and in
you
fact,
and the
I've got a
Premier
full
went
list here.
out to the public and said this was a terrorist event. You and the Prime Minister and the Minister said that this was a terrorist event. At no point did you, before imposing on the Parliament these laws, go to the public and disclose the truth of the matter that this was not a terrorist event. Why did you not do that?
I will remind you, Ms Higginson, that from July 2023 until January 2025, there have been more than 700 anti-Semitic events and incidents
Minister,
in
there've been
this city.
Minister, is it correct there have been 14 people arrested as part of Strike Force Pearl and not one of them was motivated by ideological, religious or hatred?
Yes.
Motivation, is that true?
Yes.
Why
what
did you not tell the public that the Dural event was not motivated by ideology, politics or religion?
Well, that has now been
Why
disclosed.
did you not do it at the timely point when you could have helped the state of New South Wales?
Operational policing matters are for police, and can I say Mr Hudson certainly did that this week.
He did it earlier.
Questions, please.
Morning, Minister.
Good morning.
You've told us that you received your first briefing from police about the Dural Caravan event on the 20th of January.
Briefing it.
When were you briefed that it was a criminal plan rather than a hate-inspired plan?
As I said to you, just said to this committee, the detail of the briefings that I got, I will not be disclosing, and I won't do that for any briefings
Minister, I'm
that I
not
get at
asking
that
you
level.
to disclose the detail. I'm asking to get the timeline. You've told us the detail of the 20th, that you received the briefing on that date.
Yeah, I had one then
Yes.
pretty much every day,
Okay,
not exactly every day
on which
right
day
up until now.
did you get the briefing that said it's not a terror plot, it's a criminal?
Police were, as any good investigation should be, were looking at every line of questioning and kept their minds open.
And when were you briefed that it was a criminal plot and not a terror plot?
I think it's just important to remember that police, as I just said to you, kept their line of...
Thank you, Minister. You've
it's
told us
important.
that.
Well,
no, Minister, you've told us that. The question remains, on what day were you briefed that police thinking was that this was a criminal plot, not a terror plot?
Well, the lines of inquiry were constantly open from the very get-go, and that's exactly what we expect from expert investigators.
So do I understand from that from the very beginning you understood that it could be a terror plot or it could be a criminal plot?
As I say, the police had open mind and they continued to keep their lines of
So the briefing you
inquiry
received
open.
on the 20th of January was then that the police had an open mind and there were two
I
possibilities.
won't be disclosing what my briefing was, any of them.
That's effectively what you've just told us, Minister.
That is not what I've just told you. Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, then when were you told that it could be a criminal plot rather than a terror plot?
Well, I've had those briefings almost daily. They obviously weren't daily towards...
So was it the
most recently.
21st of January that you were told it could be a criminal plot?
I won't be divulging, as I've said to you, I will not be telling you the details of my...
I'm not asking you for the details,
Well,
I'm asking for the
I'm
date.
not telling you them. I told you
Why
I
not?
had the first one on the 20th.
Why won't
Because
you...
my obligation is for the safety of the community. And it is for that reason that I do not divulge and do not share highly confidential information that the police provide to me.
But Minister...
And if I did, you'd then be having
Minister,
a go at me.
may I continue speaking? Minister, this information is no longer confidential, is it? It's in the public domain. It may have been confidential, but it is no longer confidential. So why won't you share what is no longer confidential details of the date on which you received the briefing that this could be a criminal event and not a terrorist event?
Well, I'm not.
Why not?
I'm not, because I've just explained to you.
So you believe that as a minister you have no responsibility to answer to Parliament through this committee?
I believe that my responsibility as the police minister is to ensure that I do not share confidential briefings that I get from senior police.
Minister,
I will not do it. You can ask me...
I am not asking you for confidential details. I'm asking you for details that are no longer confidential.
They are confident. They were confidential
They
briefings,
were.
and I'm
Thank you, Minister. They
sharing,
were.
and I'm not sharing them with you. Like I haven't shared any of my confidential briefings that I've received on these matters.
Minister, this is no longer confidential and I find your recalcitrance to actually provide details to this committee distressing, but let's move on. Commissioner Webb, may I ask you, when did New South Wales Police first communicate with the Australian Federal Police about this matter?
I will defer to Mr Hudson. I was on leave when I was notified of the caravan incident. And I understand that AFP attended Dural with us, but in terms of other particulars, I will draw on my expert
Mr
either now or later.
Hudson, when did New South Wales Police first communicate with the AFP about the Dural caravan?
Ma'am, on the 19th of January.
19th of January. And
they deployed to the scene.
And it was New South Wales Police who told the AFP or the AFP who told the New South Wales Police?
It was the New South Wales Police who contacted the AFP.
And you did that because?
Because at its highest, the caravan with explosives and the literature that was found in that caravan, treated at its highest, amounted to acts in preparation for a terrorist event.
Thank you. And can you, on notice, provide the documentation about the communication that occurred between New South Wales Police and the AFP?
I didn't make that communication. I would suggest it was probably a phone call in a joint counter-terrorism team environment.
And there wouldn't be a file note or dates about that?
Potentially, but I'm not 100% sure of that.
Well, on notice, can you undertake to look and provide the details that do exist? Thank you very much. Minister, the Premier described this incident as a terrorist threat. Was he briefed on this as a national security risk?
Well, let me be clear. Our briefing was in response to the caravan that had been found with a large amount of...
thank you. We're aware of the details.
Yeah.
Did you brief the Premier about this as a potential terrorist threat?
No, we were briefed by Police, senior police.
So on the, I think you said it was the 20th of January,
yeah.
you and the Premier were briefed together on the same occasion?
We were briefed separately, and then the next day we were briefed together.
Okay, thank you. And you were briefed by
Senior police.
Senior New South Wales Police or AFP?
No, senior. To be clear for the committee, I have never been briefed by the AFP.
Okay, so it's always been the New South Wales
Correct.
Police. This question is either to Mr Hudson or Commissioner Webb, acknowledging you're on leave, Commissioner. New South Wales Police initially refused to call this a terror threat, yet of course the Premier did. Was the Premier briefed that this was definitely a terror threat?
As I said, I was on leave, and I can either
Commissioner
rely on
Hudson,
Mr.
perhaps
Yep.
you can help us?
I can. Mr Thurtell was the acting commissioner at the time who originally briefed the minister and
Well, I'm happy to
the
hear
Premier,
from
but,
whoever the appropriate person is. Deputy Commissioner Thurtell, if you did the briefing?
Yes, no problem at all. It's not accurate to say that we refused to call it a terrorist matter. It's accurate to say that the matter was in its preliminary stages and a determination was being made.
And what did the police say at that preliminary stage that they thought it was?
Exactly what it was, which was the discovery of the caravan with the note, with the explosives, and the fact that the police were investigating. You've got to bear in mind that that briefing was only, I think, less than 12 hours after it was discovered, so still early stages.
But at what stage did New South Wales Police first indicate that it could be a terror threat publicly?
Yeah, I wasn't the acting commissioner at the time, so I can't remember exactly.
Yeah. It certainly wasn't the 20th of January though, was it?
I couldn't be sure, but I don't think so.
Okay. Can anybody help me on the exact date that New South Wales Police came out and publicly said, we believe this to be a terror threat?
ma'am, we didn't make any public comment until the 29th of January when there were stories reported in the media.
And on the 29th of January, was it your view that this was a terror threat, or was it your view that this could well be a criminal enterprise masquerading as a terror threat?
The investigation at that stage was 10 days old.
Yes.
I think it is correct to say that we had suspicions about whether it was a terrorist event or not, a threat or not, from the very early stages, just by the very nature of the discovery of the caravan. But we needed to treat it at its highest, which is what we've said, and we continued to do that until we could discount some external reporting, which I indicated on Monday, which was fed into the investigation.
And so the briefings that you were providing would have indicated that while this needed to be treated at its highest, you entertained suspicions about the true nature of the Dural caravan.
We could not discount the external reporting which was being ingested into the investigation. And
So-
until that happened, we couldn't categorically say one way or the other.
Yeah. So just for clarity, the briefings would have been that you couldn't categorically say it was terror or it was criminal, and both lines were being investigated.
Treated at its highest, yes.
Thank you very much. Minister, we know, of course, that the public, and Deputy Commissioner Hudson's just confirmed this, only learnt of the incident 10 days after it was discovered. You've indicated that your duty is to keep the public safe. If there was concern in your government that this was a genuine threat, why wasn't the public immediately warned of this?
It was on the advice of police. It was their investigation. They determined the public-facing communication.
And so you are not concerned that the public were not put on notice that we were living in a heightened environment of terror when there were caravans of explosives in outer suburban streets?
I take my advice from the experts. As you quite rightly said, we have one of the most experienced counter-terrorism police sitting next to me. In addition to the 140 years of experience at this table, I take my advice from them.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Just going back to the briefing, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, was the Premier ever told specifically that this caravan was a terrorist event?
The Premier was told that we were treating it as a terrorist event, yes.
Was he also told that it could be part of a criminal conspiracy?
The details of that, as I said, were complicated by external reporting that entered the investigation, which we couldn't discredit. And until that was discredited, we treated it as a terrorist incident.
But you were briefing the Premier before that external reporting, weren't you, Deputy
Correct.
Commissioner?
No, not before the reporting came in, no.
Sorry, I thought I just heard from the Minister that the Minister and the Premier were both briefed on the 20th, independently, then together on the 21st, and now we're talking about the independent reporting that became clear on the 29th. So the Premier would have been briefed before the public
independent
reporting.
reporting entered the investigation on the 21st, at the same day that we briefed the Premier and the Minister. It became public on the 29th.
With respect, Minister, to the public learning about that incident, who in government knew about the leak to the Sydney newspaper?
Oh, I don't have that.
So
I don't
you've
know.
made no attempt to discover the source of that leak?
Well,
On a matter of major public safety?
well, look, the professional standards will look at any leaks that come out of the New South Wales Police.
So your office was not involved in looking at this? Your office didn't attempt to suppress or control the story before it went public?
No,
So you didn't want the public to know because of your advice, yet when you thought it might leak out in uncontrolled
I didn't. No,
circumstances...
excuse me. I did not think it might leak out. Can you withdraw that, please? Because I did not think that at all. I didn't know that anybody knew.
Okay,
It was
but when
very
When it
closed-
did, you didn't seek to limit the story for the same public safety reasons you've given us before why you won't tell us anything about it?
As I said, and I will say it again, those conversations were with senior police. My briefings were with senior police. I had no idea that others knew. I
And when
did my
you say,
due diligence by saying nothing.
and when you say that it's subject to a professional standards investigation, does that mean
I didn't
that,
say it's subject. I said, but that's what that. If there were a leak and that's forwarded, it would be that.
so that means you believe that any leak would have come from the police rather than from other people who were aware of the information?
Well, I don't know of any other people that were aware of the information.
Well, Minister, who in your office knew about the information?
Well, as I said to you, they were very high-level, confidential briefings, and nobody in my office, well, certainly not me, relayed them.
Who else in your office knew about that information, Minister?
My chief of staff.
And the Premier, and how many of his senior staff knew about the information?
Well, I can't speak for the Premier, but I doubt that the Premier was leaking, if that's your assertion.
I'm not asserting anything. What I am querying is why you are so confident that it was only the police
No,
who
I'm
could
not-
have
no,
been
I
the
didn't
source
say that at
of
all.
any...
I
Because
don't
I
know
find
if it
that
was.
surprising as well, Minister, that I don't believe that the senior police would have been leaking this story to the media. And I'm
Well, I
wanting
would
to
think-
know
I would like
what
to think not
steps are being taken to look across the board to find out where this leak came from.
Oh.
And what attempts were made to control the story once it was in the public domain.
Well, I'm not undergoing, sorry.
I can answer that.
Oh. Mr Hudson
Did-
says he can answer that.
Did any of your senior staff or any of the Premier's senior staff authorise or facilitate the release of information for political purposes?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Webb, was the New South Wales Police Media Unit aware of or involved in the leak of this incident to the press?
Not that I'm aware of, and can I just say though that part of this investigation is still ongoing. So the Kissinger part of this operation is still ongoing with in the joint space with AFP and others. The resolutions Monday, were the Strike Force Pearl arrest. However, there are many possibilities in terms of those that may have motive to have leaked, and it's police is one, but it could be many others, including those involved in the operation.
And so the Premier's office, Minister, could they have been involved in the leak of this material?
I doubt that. I don't. Look,
Well,
I
then-
cannot believe you're asking these questions.
Well, Minister, I
Seriously.
can't believe that you were suggesting that it may be the police.
I
when there
did
were
not
many-
suggest that. I said
The
that the
implication that
professional
it would be
standards...
sorted out by a professional standards inquiry means that you were thinking that it had to come from the police. And I'm
Do not
suggesting
put words in my
that
mouth.
there's
I
the
did not say
Premier's
that.
staff,
You'll
there's
withdraw
your
it.
staff,
I
there's...
did not say it. You'll withdraw it.
Minister, I believe that you said that it would be found out by professional standards investigation.
If there were
That's
a leak,
if
there were, then
I'm sorry,
within
Minister.
the police.
How did the information get into the public domain? You described how closely that information was held. You were briefed, your Chief of Staff knew. The Premier was briefed, his senior staff were informed, and the police were involved at a very senior level. That's who knew the information. How else could it have got into the media without a leak from one of those sources?
It was
and if it's
a
not
joint
the police, then it's your
counter-terrorism-
office or the Premier's office.
Let me take you through chapter and verse. This was a joint counter-terrorism event. It was not just the New South Wales Police. There were others involved. You might need to ask them.
So you're now suggesting it's the AFP
ask,
that's involved?
You might need to ask others.
Minister, was anyone in the Premier's department, the Secretary, Deputy Secretaries, Executive Directors, informed about this incident before it was leaked?
Not that I'm aware of.
Perhaps Deputy Commissioner Hudson, would you know if any of those people were informed about it before it was leaked?
Not to my knowledge. Yeah.
Did you ever receive, perhaps this is to the Commissioner as well, did you ever receive any instructions or advice on how this information should be handled?
In terms of the leak to the media?
In terms of public disclosure of the information? Or the leak to the media? All of it?
Well, certainly, I understand there's been a referral to professional standards in the event that there's a suggestion it could be from New South Wales Police, but as I said earlier, can't be ruled out that there's actually players inside those with a motive to leak it. So there's certainly...
So, sorry, is it your suggestion that people who were trying to construct a false anti-Semitic terror plot would be leaking that it wasn't an anti-Semitic terror plot?
We've just got to keep an open mind. I mean, I think
Okay.
you've
I
asked
just
the
find
questions.
that a confusing suggestion, but are you able to table all the communications between your office, the Premier's Department and New South Wales Police regarding the leak?
I can't table them right now, but
if you could
I can
table
take that on notice. I'll take that on notice.
that would be great. Thank you. Commissioner Webb, when exactly were your Deputy Commissioners and senior counter-terrorism officials briefed about the incident, the Dural Caravan incident?
In terms of it was located on the 19th. Police attended with the AFP on the 19th, and obviously the matter was briefed up internally at that time.
Okay, so on the 19th. Were there any delays in sharing critical information within New South Wales Police about this event?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Minister, given that this was orchestrated by organised crime rather than terrorists, when did you personally become aware that this was a hoax?
I find the word hoax offensive, quite frankly, and I think it's offensive
I think
to the
we've
Jewish
all
community.
acknowledged that it's
No, I don't agree with you. There was a caravan found with explosives in it that was incredibly frightening, and that was on the back of a significant number of anti-Semitic attacks that had happened on the streets in our community. So I find the word hoax offensive. As I said to you, my briefings were at a very high level by senior police. I will not be disclosing the information of those briefings.
Ms Marr, could I ask you, when did the Premier's Department or senior staff within the Premier's Department become aware of the Dural Caravan and the implications?
Thank you. So I did attend one briefing, I think it was January 23rd. Our secretary is on leave, so I attended one just as a support official and because I have a relevant security clearance.
And are you, would you undertake to provide on notice all the correspondence between the Premier's Department and police about this and the leak and the management of that leak?
We haven't been asked to undertake any work around
No,
a leak.
briefings, contact, any correspondence?
Sure, I doubt very much, respectfully, that there would be a lot to provide, but I'll certainly check with colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning all and welcome. I have plenty to cover today, but we'll stay on this line of inquiry at the moment. Mr Hudson, you are the most senior and most experienced officer at this table, and certainly you have control of counter-terrorism. At what time did you inform the Premier that this was, and I'm going to use the word hoax, although the Minister takes offence at that. Let's even call it a con job. When did you inform Premier Minns?
I think early on in the investigation, probably from the outset, we had suspicions about it, but because of the ingestion of information into the investigation by another agency, we had to treat it at its highest, and until we discounted that, we couldn't come out and say that. I think categorically I haven't informed the Premier that of the exact status of the investigation, but we briefed the Minister last Friday.
Okay. So on the 29th of January, you made a public statement to the press, and I'll quote from it here. Well, first of all, we find out this week that it's a criminal organisation or individual. I don't know. I don't want to know. Right? It's part of the ongoing investigation. We're not going to interfere with that. Who is seeking to perhaps get a reduction in a criminal sentence that they're facing or get some sort of comfort from providing this information, correct?
We're not exactly sure of that motivation. That's from another agency,
But that's the inkling that we've all got.
generally, yes. I believe.
Okay. So on the 29th of January, way before this week, you said, and I quote, whether someone was looking for assistance at court, which it turns out to be, or whether someone was going to disclose the existence of these explosives to us prior to it being recovered. You are the most experienced officer at that table, as I said. There is no way you would have released that information if you thought, A, it was going to compromise the investigation, B, you didn't believe it to be true. So on the 29th of January, you, as an experienced investigator, you'd have formed an opinion way before this, by the way, right? Everybody knew from the get-go that this thing stunk, that there was a note found, all that sort of stuff, right? We all know. But you did treat it as highest, and I respect that, right? You've got to eliminate that possibility. But early on in the piece, everybody thought, hang on, this is off. 29th of January, you publicly say that you have your suspicions, right? So by the 29th of January, we know it's a fair dinkum GO, don't we?
I couldn't prove that, sir.
You said it publicly. You lead counter-terrorism.
I
it
said
didn't
it was a
compromise any
possibility.
investigation, and you were quite prepared to say that on the record.
I was. It was a possibility at that stage that it wasn't a terrorist as per the Definition Act.
Yeah.
But also in context of that media statement was trying to allay public concerns in relation to further attacks. We made statements in relation to, at the same time, in relation to trying to allay public fear by saying we didn't think there was any ongoing threat to the community. That was part of that, but also the fact that the explosives were old, there was no detonation devices found with the explosives.
Yep.
The fact that the explosives had been recovered, the fact that we had arrested the individuals who owned that caravan to try and mitigate the threat and the fear within the community. And those comments were made in context of that there were alternatives to terrorism that were being considered by the investigation.
Well, I thought the proposition was more than being considered. But anyway, we'll move on.
If you asked me when I had suspicions,
Yeah.
sir, I had them on the 19th of January when I got told about it.
Yeah. As did quite a
But
few.
I couldn't disprove it.
No, of course not. As I said, I understand that. And you have to follow these things because let's say it turned out to be fair dinkum.
Correct.
We'd be sitting here having a completely different discussion
Correct.
today. No? But it didn't, did it? Factually, it wasn't fair dinkum at all. And you told the public on the 29th, basically, that whether someone was looking for some assistance at court or whether someone's going to disclose the existence of these explosives to us prior to it being recovered. So on the 29th of January, you are prepared to come out and make a statement, knowing that's not going to compromise any investigation, knowing to be factual because you wouldn't say anything that wasn't factual. So on the 29th of January, we're pretty much certain at this stage that this whole thing is a GO. Correct?
On the 29th of January, that was still an option, but we couldn't disprove at that stage the fact that it was a valid terrorism threat.
When did you determine that it wasn't a valid terrorism threat?
The information being ingested into the Joint Management Committee was discredited on the 21st of February.
21st of February. Okay. Minister, when was legislation that passed before this Parliament at 4 a.m. 2 weeks ago first considered at Cabinet in relation to this?
I won't be discussing anything from Cabinet.
Well, I don't want to know the internal discussions inside Cabinet because that's Cabinet in confidence. What I'm asking for is a timeline. When was this legislation decided on?
Well, you might need to speak to the Attorney-General because it's his legislation.
Well, you had
He has carriage of
he had carriage of the legislation. You're on Cabinet though. You're the Police Minister.
And I won't be divulging anything that came
I'm
out
not
of Cabinet.
asking you to hide behind the facade of Cabinet in confidence. I'm not asking that. I'm asking for a timeline of when this was discussed. Because quite clearly, the police know by at least the 29th of January that this is not fair interest. Yet the Parliament's not informed. And legislation is passed before us asking us to analyse the information given to us and make a decision in terms of passing laws. Now clearly the government, including yourself, the Attorney-General, the Premier, all of Cabinet would have known before that legislation was tabled in our Parliament and debated that this thing was a complete G-up.
The legislation relates to hate crimes.
Yeah,
Those
there is
hate-
no hate crimes, Minister. We haven't seen any hate crimes. What we've
I beg
seen
your
is
pardon?
organised crime leveraging off the Jewish community for furthering their criminal enterprises.
Mr Roberts, I will remind you that there has absolutely been hate crimes on our street.
I
and
have
will
the same
take-
list,
and
Minister.
I will
Don't
take
bother
you
wasting our
through
time
them.
with the list.
Oh, I'm not wasting your time. I'm
I
giving
don't-
you the
I've got
facts.
it. Well, tender it. We don't need to read it
No,
out.
no.
I don't want you chewing into my
Malicious
time.
damage on the
Well, point
15th of
order.
October.
Yeah, point of order.
Point of order.
I haven't asked for that. I've asked a specific question. We're all aware of the incidents. We debated it till 4 a.m. in the morning the other day. We don't want the Minister wasting the committee's time by detailing each and every individual incident she wants to do.
To the point of order, Chair, the honourable member has specifically made a reference to hate crime in his line of questioning. The Minister is being directly relevant by providing to the committee important details about instances of hate crime that are not only of interest to this committee, but are of interest to the people of New South Wales.
To that point of order, the Minister is proposing to tender a list of things that were at the time believed to be hate crimes. We now know that they were hateful, but they were not actually inspired by hate. And I think that is exactly the point that my colleague, Mr Roberts, is trying to make.
Well, to that point of order, the Minister hasn't been able to say anything because she's been interrupted, so I would suggest that it's in the committee's interest that she be allowed to do so.
Look, I think the ruling's got to be that the Minister can answer the question any way she likes, but if you would like to tender that list, we'd be happy to accept it.
Oh no, I'd like to talk to it actually, thank you Mr Speaker. And that is because...
Mr Speaker,
I just
I've
elevated
been
you.
demoted.
Don't take it personally.
I won't.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. And that is because I like the comment made that that it's not hate crime. Try telling the Jewish community that. Try going out and telling the Jewish community that it's not hate crime. The fear in that community was resounding, and as a government we responded correctly, and that was by the hate crime speech. It had nothing to do, you were trying to set up this, situation that we, because of the caravan, had nothing to do with the hate crime legislation. There were, as I said, let's go through them. From the 15th of October 24, malicious damage at the restaurant, Lewis's restaurant. They tried to burn down a restaurant. Imagine if somebody was in it. Then we had the malicious damage and graffiti in Wallara on the 20th of November. We had, on the 11th of December, arson and graffiti. Cars burnt in the streets of people. We had Alex Rivshin's house, and he said, and I will quote,
His ex-house, his former house. Minister, don't mislead the committee. It's his former house, not
of
his
his
house.
former house then. Diminishing of the severity of the anti-Semitism crisis and has empowered the dark. You are trying to diminish the fact that our Jewish community absolutely believed that and experiencing hate on our streets. That is what you are trying to do.
Don't put words in my mouth.
The hate,
The
all
same
of you
rules
are.
apply.
The hate
Order,
crime,
order.
the hate speech, the hate legislation is in response to that. I do not walk back from that one iota, because those people who I met with every week, just the elected representatives and other community leaders, but in addition to that, other members of the Jewish community, my heart goes out to them. I respect them entirely. And if the government of the day can put legislation in place to protect them in their community, then I make no apology for that.
Ms Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. On a different topic. Minister, do you think that the early drug diversion initiative is doing the job it was intended to do?
No. No, I think that we've talked about this before, of course. Unfortunately, no, it is not.
Why is that?
Well, as police have described to me, we need to make some changes. Police have never opposed this, as you know. This is something that we're happy to work together on. I think we'll see, from the drug summit, we'll see some changes, but police are certainly supportive of some changes to be made to Eddie.
So since February 29 last year, which is when it came into force, what's the latest data in terms of the number of people charged for drug possession offences? And up until what date is that data?
Have I thought I provided that to you. Can I come back to that? I will answer it at the end, but just so as I can give you the correct response.
So the reason I'm asking that is to see if it's improved since the data that my office obtained, which I've got up until the 31st of October last year. So that found that the number of people charged, 9,197 people, so roughly 1,150 people per month in the state charged with low-level drug possession offences, less than 7% of people being diverted to treatment. Now, is there any indication that that diversion to treatment has improved since we pointed out how abysmal it was in October?
Maybe marginally, but I think the reality is it's not achieving what we want it to achieve.
So why is that?
Well, we have to look at the framework, I think, the legislative framework, and the requirements for being able to issue.
So what about the whole tricky issue of police discretion? The data that my office obtained also asked for it to be broken down between local area command. So, for example, why is it that, do you think, that Auburn local area command had 36%, so roughly 1 in 3, of the 300 people caught with drugs during that time last year, they were diverted to treatment. But in Bankstown, local area command, just 1.8% of the 274 people caught with drugs were diverted. That doesn't sound like it's so much, although the law does need to be changed and amended, but that also sounds like it's an issue with police discretion, don't you think?
Well, look, police tell me it depends on other circumstances in relation to the person.
What do you think the difference is between Auburn and Bankstown to
Well, I
account for
can't
that?
make judgment on Auburn and Bankstown. I'm not going to do that. But they do tell me that different individuals, it depends on their circumstances and what other offences or what other, interactions that they've had with the justice system in the past may have been. Now, these are things we need to look at. I agree with you, and we will.
So as one of the things, that's good to hear. So do you think that, for example, the requirement in this law that if people have prior drug convictions, that they can't be diverted to treatment, that's an issue?
Well, I think we should speak about these things, yes. I think there's a number of things.
But speaking about them, Minister,
Well,
you've been to the
let's
drug
wait.
summit.
Well, let's wait to see what the drug summit. I think we should wait to see what the drug summit says.
So do you think that...
All of these things were discussed, though, by the way. Were you there?
I was there. We're at the same table, remember?
Oh, no, I don't
discussing
remember,
this very issue.
Yeah, well, I
discussing
agree
this very
with you.
issue where, in fact, you did say that it was an issue
Yeah, it is.
and the laws needed to change, but the drug summit didn't get a lot on the record in terms of what everybody discussed, which was one of its failings. So back to just wanting to get this more on the record for you in terms of your opinion, because your opinion as Police Minister is going to help drive policy reform in this place. The people around the table probably not so much. So, for example, the 3,725 people over that time, up until October, caught with a personal quantity of meth, out of 3,725 people, just 3.7% were able to be diverted to treatment. 3.7%. For cocaine, it was 22.7%. So surely here right now, you can say, if that is an issue, for example, because they've got prior drug offences, that's got to go. Doesn't that data say, if only 3 point, given the ICE inquiry recommendations?
I agree with you, it's not achieving what we want it to achieve.
All right.
We will look at
because this did come
we will look at a suite
from the ICE inquiry.
Yeah.
That's where the drug... Okay. Minister, also just in terms of Eddie and training, what has happened? I think I asked you questions last time around the fact that police... some local area commands just didn't seem to be across it, didn't know it was even in place. The difference between Auburn and Bankstown suggests that there may be differences in how it's being applied. There can't be that many differences in the people who are caught. So what's happening there?
Is that... Dean, training?
Training?
No?
I can answer it.
Bertel?
Well, in terms of the training environment, there is the training which is available. However, in terms of the application of the scheme itself, I would have to defer to one of the other deputies in relation to that. But training environment is in place. The training has been undertaken. I would have to take on notice the numbers who have taken up that training.
That would be good. I'll come back to you actually in the afternoon about more detail in relation to that. Now, Minister, user pays policing for music festivals. There was a reform at the end of last year that was aimed in part to reduce the regulatory burden for music festival organisers, to save music festivals. In some ways, there's an appeal mechanism now for music festival organisers who are charged certain fees. They are able to appeal. I understand New South Wales Health, from questions yesterday I asked, has received one appeal. However, I was told that appeals within New South Wales Police go to potentially local area commands. What has happened with that appeal mechanism? Have any festivals at all appealed
Well, it's health-led now.
charges? Sorry?
It's a health-led now. The application is, and the safety...
So there's an agreed health and medical plan,
Yep.
and in the legislation, which I tried
That's who they
to
appeal to.
amend, in fact, there is the ability for police to continue to charge, impose conditions, including exorbitant fees, which are killing music festivals in New South Wales. That is still in this law. So the question is, is that appeals process established, firstly, and have any music festivals appealed over the summer since that legislation was reformed? Has any music festivals appealed?
Yeah, Pete will know if there are any.
Yes, thank you. Since the change of our policy in relation to user pays, which you have correctly pointed out, does allow for appeals at a local level. However, I just need to point out that's a formalisation of existing practices that have been around for many years. It's just been put into our documents. There's been 10 reviews of user pays across the state. 8 of those were successful. 4 of those 8 were for music festivals. 2 of the 4 were successful. However, one of those was because of a reduction in the anticipated crowd numbers, so therefore less police were required.
Okay, would you be able to, that's very useful, thank you. Would you be able to table on notice the details of that in terms of who the festivals were?
I've just got it written on a scrap piece of paper, but eventually
Yeah.
I can. Yes.
Okay, so more formally, that would be great. The Secretary will be in touch with you about that one. I have heard in terms of, thank you, naloxone that in corrections, and I know this isn't corrections, so I'll get there, that apparently in terms of dogs in corrections, officers are able to carry naloxone to administer to the dogs working in corrections if they inadvertently ingest a drug. The question is, with New South Wales police officers, are they able to carry naloxone, and are they able to administer that naloxone to humans or just to drug detection dogs? Is there a policy on that?
Yep. That has been raised with us before. We've conducted a risk assessment. We're not medical experts, and we don't know what drug a person might be affected by in terms of which antidote to give. Certainly, we would call an ambulance, etc. But we've certainly done a formal risk assessment around that. Our reach is getting broader and broader, and I defend our position in terms of not having to be paramedics as well.
Sorry, but you can give it to dogs, is that right?
I'm not sure that we have that
That's the
policy in our
question.
New South Wales Police.
That's the first I've heard of that.
Okay, thanks.
Opposition.
Minister, thank you for the impassioned statement you made about your concern about the real grief being experienced by the Jewish community, a feeling that we all share. Can you tell us what your response was to the grief that the Jewish community was feeling on October the 9th, 2023, when they were invited by the Premier to mourn collectively on the steps of the Opera House?
I attended the vigil on, I don't know the date, but it was the Wednesday after that. I can't recall the date, sorry.
At the one at the Opera House?
That was the 11th.
No, on the Wednesday.
I'm asking you about your advice to the Jewish community on October the 9th, gathering to share their grief together at the events that had happened in Israel on October the 7th, the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. What was your advice to the grieving Jewish community on October the 9th?
I didn't provide advice, but I did seek and listened to the advice given to me by Mr Hudson.
And that advice was that they were welcome to come and grieve together at the Opera House? Was that the advice, Minister?
Well, I'll refer...
We're never going there.
Yeah, that's right. I can refer you to...
What you can't remember something as significant as the events of October the 9th?
I'll refer you to the last estimates. I've got it here.
Were you two working late and so unaware of what happened on October the 9th, Minister? I think everybody in New South Wales remembers what happened on October the 9th. What was the advice given to the grieving Jewish community for whom you care on that night?
I didn't provide advice.
What advice was given by...
The advice that was given to me was what I took from Commissioner Acting Commissioner Hudson
as the Minister responsible, as the leader, you were happy that
as I said, I took the advice of the experts.
And as the Minister, you were happy to think that grieving Jewish people were turned away from the Opera House where they had been invited to mourn collectively?
I was disappointed that the Jewish community didn't have the opportunity to mourn. However, on the Wednesday evening,
and did you do anything to ensure that there was policing so that they could mourn the way in which they had been invited to do?
Well, I took the advice of the expert police.
And we've acknowledged the enormous fear that the Jewish community are feeling at the moment, that they're being targeted by people arising out of hate simply for the fact that they are Jewish members of our society. When you first became aware that the Dural Caravan was perhaps not just a terror attack, for how long did you prolong that fear in the Jewish community by not disclosing that it may be, while hateful and appalling in its impact, rather than inspired by hate, it was a venal and cynical criminal enterprise? For how long did you prolong the fear in our Jewish community that they were targets of hate?
My fear for the Jewish community has been long felt, and sadly that fear has been realised on the streets in the most vile ways. and I won't take you through the list again since you don't seem to want to hear it. But we have seen, as I say, firebombs, buildings
Minister,
burnt down.
the
all
question
of those,
goes to...
and I'm answering it.
No,
and I'm
Minister, with respect, you're not answering the question.
I'm answering it. I still today feel for our Jewish community, and I do that because we've had himself, the Jewish Board of Deputies, David Ossip, say that in fact this plot could only succeed by exploiting already strained social cohesion and unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism in Sydney. The community is still feeling that. So I continue to feel that. And sadly, I'd like to get to a point where we don't feel that social cohesion is prominent in our community.
We are all in furious agreement on that point, Minister.
That is still
Can I take you to another issue? Were there any instructions, advice or requests from the Premier's Department about how the matter should be handled publicly?
No.
Commissioner Webb, what direct involvement did the Secretary or Deputy Secretaries of the Premier's Department have in liaising with New South Wales Police about this incident?
None that I can recall.
Okay, and were there any instructions, requests or advice from the Premier's Department about how the matter should be handled publicly?
No.
And were there any senior bureaucrats from the Premier's Department engaging with the police about public disclosures of information?
Later on and on occasion, the Secretary for the Premier's Department were in briefings, but that was just the nature of the briefings, not for advice or anything else.
And can you take on notice releasing emails or correspondence between New South Wales and Premier's Department about this issue?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. Minister Catley, was it the Premier's Department, New South Wales Police or your office that ultimately made the call on when and how the public was to be informed?
I took my advice from the police on public-facing information.
So it was the New South Wales Police who decided when and how the public were to be informed?
Well, yes, but through the Joint Counter-Terrorism team.
So who made the decision?
The police, that team. The team, actually.
The New South Wales Police or the AFP?
Would it be true to say the team?
Bearing in mind the announcements on Monday, ma'am, the arrests were made exclusively by New South Wales Police under Strikeforce Pearl. Additionally, apart from those enforcement activities, Kissinger did do a number of, for the caravan job, did do a number of search warrants. No arrests have resulted out of those, but we decided rather than to just announce the Pearl arrests that we would do it in conjunction with the Australian Federal Police for the activity to, in essence, give some comfort to the community that there was no ongoing threat to it.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, you said in response to a question from the Honourable Rod Roberts in relation to when it was confirmation it wasn't a valid terrorism threat. I think words to the information being ingested into the Joint Management Committee was discredited on the 21st of February. What was the information that had been ingested?
It's that matter, as no one has been arrested for that, is still confidential. I'd prefer not to say because the people responsible for that are still under investigation.
Thank you.
That has not been resolved as yet.
Thank you. Commissioner Webb, has the Premier's Department or any of its secretaries been involved in selecting, approving or influencing the appointment of media advisors or communication staff for New South Wales Police, including for yourself?
No.
And did the Premier's Department or senior officials suggest or influence who should be the lead media spokesperson for you or New South Wales Police?
No.
Minister, has the Premier's Department Secretary or any Deputy Secretaries suggested, recommended or vetoed appointments for senior New South Wales Police roles or Commissioner Webb staffing decisions?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much. My colleague.
Thank you. Morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, police numbers in regional areas are down below 70% of authorised strength, in some parts down into the 60s, I believe. Is this one of the reasons people don't feel safe in our regional communities?
Look, regional crime is obviously a very significant issue and I take it very, very seriously. And it's true to say the more police we have, the more arrests that will be made. However, that being said, police are doing a great job, and your colleagues, certainly in my place, definitely support that view, and I'm sure you do too. They are making significant numbers of arrests right around the regional areas in New South Wales. Look, I, as has been said before, have really put a focus on trying to recruit more police. It's important that we remember that we are in a climate of almost full employment, so we are competing with every other sector and every other industry across the country, and you have to make it attractive. You've got to incentivise it, if you like. That's the way I look at it anyway, to try to get more boots on the ground. And I think that we are some way in doing that. Paying the recruits has certainly been an incentive. Be a cop in your hometown. I'm not sure where you're from, but I was in Wagga for the beginning of that, which was being rolled out across regional New South Wales. And there were 100 kids they had at that, the police had put on, and it was really well received. When I went to Albury the following week, they had actually had people sign up at the event, which is another really positive thing. In addition to that, we've got our mobility program and so on. So look, I think that we all want the full complement of police, and that's not going to happen overnight, though, and I'm not going to suggest that it is.
So how many areas would be down in the low, like in the 60s as far as their strength, 60% of authorised strength?
Oh, I don't have the, the actual commands, if you like, but it's no secret. We are short on police. And the more we have, the better off we'll all be. I agree. Okay,
so to help us for this afternoon, and I've got a list of things here that possibly go to you, Deputy Commissioner Smith, the numbers of so the authorised strength, the current strength, the number of people that are on leave, the number of, and those stats for each command over the last 5 years. Were you able to have a look at that this afternoon? Are those sort of stats that you can pull together on notice for this afternoon?
We'll have a look at that. Probably the high-level stats we can talk to, the individual commands in terms of vacancies and operational capacity. For every, are you talking about every command across the state?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll have a quick look.
I appreciate that a lot. Minister, were you pleased to hear, I guess, the reneging of the commitment to remove 9,500 poker machines out of pubs and clubs in New South Wales?
The reneging?
Well, before the election, the Treasurer said they were going to remove 9,500 pokies out of the pubs and clubs, and apparently that's no longer the goal. Oh,
look, I think that it's important to note that there have been a number of measures put in place and legislative changes in relation to harm minimisation for gambling. In fact, this government has done more to that than your government did in the 12 years that they were in government. So there have been a number of measures put in place for that.
Sorry,
and I think that, can I say the election commitment was for the first term of government. As I understood, the committee that was set up have actually given guidance on that, which has a broad range of members of community, government officials, etc., and bureaucrats on that, and they are determining what steps the minister is making in relation to that. And I think, again, I listen to the experts, and if that's what the experts have suggested, then I would think we all should listen to them.
So the measures you talked about, specifically what measures have been put in place to reduce money laundering, which was one of the initial impetus for getting this work done.
Face recognition, for instance.
And I follow that up, what impact have they had?
Well, I'm not privy to the data coming out of that. No, perhaps there isn't any at this point in time because it's been a short period of time that these have been implemented. But there's certainly the face recognition that's come out. I think that they've put in the limits into how much you can put into machines. There's a whole suite of measures there that specifically address the concerns that people had. And as I say, it's the committee that was set up that are guiding this. And if the committee has provided this advice, then I would think that is it's something we should listen to.
Minister, the number of RBTs have been declining. Are you able to explain why that is?
Yeah. So just so you know, random testing is what we now refer to in the New South Wales Police, and that is because of the number of drug tests that are coming up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, but is it 1 in 10 people...
Positive drug.
A positive drug, 1 in 200... 300, sorry, 1 in 300 are alcohol related.
Can we go to the numbers of tests that are happening?
Yeah, I can give those.
And I guess the question is, why are they decreasing, and are our roads safer as a result of this decrease in testing?
Well, they haven't decreased, they've actually increased. I'll give you the numbers. So we've had...
So I've got the numbers, Minister, and I can see that they're decreasing.
Are you calculating the drug testing as well? Because that's happening at the same
I'm
time.
going off information that was provided by you on a question on notice.
Oh, you might not have asked about drug testing. So they both happen simultaneously together. So the amount of RBT, as I say, we now say random testing, which I think is a term that we all should adopt, because the presence of drugs is way more prevalent than the presence of alcohol.
So the numbers you provided would have been, you would have broken it down then just as random.
Well, it would have been, I don't know what the question was. We would have responded directly to your question. The point that I make to you is the combination of those two is actually more.
Okay, thank you. Minister, are you happy with the results of the People Matters Employment Survey?
Well, can I say that, these surveys are very broad-reaching. I think on the whole, police have done okay.
Things like, only 39% of respondents recommend the New South Wales Police Force as a great place to work. That has to be challenging in this big recruitment drive.
Well, I don't know. In context, I think you need to look at overall from the public service, and I think that it's important. I think they're an important thing to do because people need the opportunity to respond, first and foremost. I was a public servant for 16 years. We didn't have the opportunity. So I do think that it's important. I do think that they are a way for the departments to better themselves. And if we can better ourselves next time from 39%, then I hope we do.
Look, there's some good stuff in there. I'm confident in my ability to overcome setbacks. That's at nearly 80%, which is great work from the individual police themselves. I feel mentally exhausted from most days at work is 45%, struggling to maintain enthusiasm, 39%. And I guess the other one, the concerning one in the midst of recruitment, I'm proud to tell others I work for my organisation, only at 54%.
Sorry, I didn't hear the...
I'm proud to tell others I work for my organisation. Only just over half of the police force are proud to tell others that they're police officers. Is that are we going to see that improve?
Well, it does disappoint me because when I'm out and about, and let me tell you, I do get out a lot speaking with police, I haven't seen a prouder workforce. And as a government, we're incredibly proud of them. They do extraordinary work under very difficult circumstances. But I think that the government has certainly recognised that, and that is why they have received the largest pay rise that they have ever seen. That is why we have set up the Health and Wellbeing Unit to ensure that we wrap those services around and with allied professionals in that unit directly assisting police if they ask for it. That is why we have psychologists in police packs so that they can speak to people about their experience. It's a tough job. It's a bloody tough job. You don't know what you're going to experience as a cop every day you turn up for work, and they see horrific things. And I think the acknowledgement and the effort that's put in to assisting them and to give them the opportunity to talk about their horrific experiences is a good thing, and I hope that therefore shows some really positive results.
Yeah, thank you. Minister, how many people have been charged under the post and boast laws that were introduced in April last year?
Oh, I will get that for you.
Charged and convicted, are you able to provide that?
I will get that for you today. I do have that, but I just haven't got it in front of me.
Do we have any evidence that this is having an impact at all?
Yes, I think so. I think that that is true. Look, the measures the changes that we made to legislation were obviously in response to the spikes that we're seeing, particularly in regional areas, not just regional, we're seeing it here as well in metropolitan, in young people knocking off a car or breaking into a house, getting the keys, knocking off a car, and then driving at ridiculous speeds and boasting that on social media. Yes, I think that I think it was necessary, and I think it's important that we put those measures in place. I mean, it was only a couple of weeks ago we saw the death of, one young man and the accident. Well, we've seen a number actually of incidents now in regional areas. The death of an individual who was, just a civilian out on the street. That was shocking, on his motorbike. We saw the death of the young man out at Burke, which was awful as well. And we've seen another death actually at Casino.
Minister,
and
a quick question about that, if I
can
may.
can I just finish, if you wouldn't mind? And we've seen significant injuries to other people in those vehicles. Like, the reality is, we don't want these kids out jeopardising their own well-being, and that's what, including others, and quite frankly, the police too. The emergency service, the frontline services that are out there, not just police, but any emergency service or frontline worker, they're out there risking their lives as well. So, of course, we want it to stop. Putting those measures in place it's probably a bit early for us to be able to determine whether or not they have, as your question was, which was to be, your question was, have they worked? We'll have to wait to see.
Thank you. Minister, just going back to the caravan event, around that time, did any of the police and senior police officers request of you that they need more police powers or laws, any new additional laws to deal with any of the events?
Just remembering that this was with the counter-terrorism team. They have very broad-reaching laws, and no, it wasn't suggested to me they need more.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, just for clarity, particularly perhaps Deputy Commissioner Hudson, you said that early on you couldn't exclude the possibility of terrorism, but your concern was that it was a hoax or connected with other crime motivations. Just to be perfectly clear, when did you first tell the Premier that?
I think ma'am, in the initial briefing, options about what was behind it were explored, and the Premier and the Minister were informed that we would be investigating the incident at its highest as a terrorism matter until we could exclude it.
And that was on the 19th of the 1st?
That would have been on the 21st.
On the 21st. And then at what point did you confirm to the Minister and the Premier, or the Premier and Minister, that you were feeling confident that it was more the hoax and the criminal motivation, the criminal organisation motivation?
That, as I said earlier, that I haven't spoken directly to the Premier. That information was relayed to the Minister last Friday.
Thank
when
you.
we announced the
Okay.
operational activity we were taking on Monday.
Thank you.
Government questions?
We have no questions, Chair.
No questions?
Where's Steve?
I'm banking my questions.
We'll be
You've
back.
got a very big bank. All right, thank you for that. We will now take a break and return at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, well, that's
get started again.
Mr Chair, I do have a few things to clear up that I said that I would if...
Could you just talk into the mic a little bit closer, please?
Mr Chairman, I do have a few things to clear up. Some questions that have been asked that I said that I would provide the details.
Okay,
Are you happy for me to do that now?
Yep.
Miss Farnham's not here, but in relation to Eddie, she asked for the data and the discrepancies between Auburn and Bankstown. I'm advised that Auburn has the stadium where SINS, there are many music festivals and other events that attract large numbers of people. And I'm also advised that as of the 21st of January 2025, New South Wales Police data shows that there were 996 SINs issued for low-level drug offending since the 29th of February 2024. Mr Barrett asked how many people have been charged with the post and boast laws. I'm advised that since the legislation came into effect on the 3rd of April 2024, 43 individuals have been issued a court attendance notice under those laws, the post and boast offences. And also, you asked about the total number of RBTs and RDTs across New South Wales. I'm advised that the numbers are not going down. The total number of random testings are going up. In 2024, the New South Wales Police conducted over 3.4 million random breath tests. When averaged out, that represents over 9,500 tests each day across New South Wales. And in 2024, the New South Wales Police conducted over 230,000 roadside drug tests. The presence of drugs in drivers remains a key evolving risk associated with road trauma. So in total, that makes 3.63 million tests annually.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm going to lead off. The New South Wales Government claims its pill testing trial at yours and ours was a success, but when you peel back the layers, it reveals a number of problems and a frankly hypocritical approach to drug policy. It appears that the rules were bent, laws were selectively enforced, and public resources were spent on an experiment that doesn't necessarily reflect the reality of drug use in New South Wales. Minister, do you personally support the pill testing regime in New South Wales?
Well, it is a government-led initiative. What I will say, though, that it's under the purview of health, and health are actually... Sorry, you're finding it
so I can't quite hear you.
Yeah, that's right.
You can actually pull it a little closer.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Is that better?
Oh, that's better, thank you.
Sorry. It is a health initiative, and it is health that are leading who led we've only had one trial at this point in time, as you know, and as you said, at yours and ours. What I will say is that police are working closely with health. However, police still policed the event as they would any festival, and I'd say, drugs are still illegal in this state, and the police policed in accordance with that.
Thank you. In relation to this trial, were police instructed not to search or arrest individuals for drug-related offences once inside the venue or in the proximity of the pill testing area?
Police and health had conversations in relation to this. Inside the pill testing area, I might get Mr Thurtell to add some more information to that. My understanding is they weren't inside the pill testing area, but police still policed the event as they would any event and as they have done in the past. Mr Thurtell, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, thanks, Minister. So if we take it to the fact that there's an exterior perimeter area and an interior, which is the actual music festival area. Our drug dog operations are always and have always been conducted on the outside of the area. Police user pays police are often on the inside, but they don't conduct the drug dog testing operations. So no, they weren't instructed not to go inside the area with the drug dogs, but it's not our practice anyway.
Okay, thank you. Were there any safe zones within the festival boundaries where officers were told to turn a blind eye to drug possession and avoid undermining the trial?
No, our officers were told that there are no-go zones within the festival from a law enforcement perspective. However, they were instructed not to go inside the inner perimeter of the festival with the drug operations, which is, as I said before, not our practice.
Okay. Did these decisions come from the New South Wales Police or the Minister for Health or event organisers?
My understanding is that the operation commander for the operation gave gave that briefing to our officers. So, in short, New South Wales Police.
And was there a formal agreement between the police and testing providers?
My understanding is that New South Wales Health and the New South Wales Police consulted prior to this and during the evening, actually, in relation to the policing operations, and it was well understood that police weren't going to go anywhere near the vicinity of the drug checking area or the health tent, which were very close to each other, I'm told.
Yeah. The festival featured, obviously, sniffer dogs were there, as you said, at the entrance, yet only 80 samples were tested amongst 30,000 attendees. Was this low number the result of a deterrence from the police being outside, in your view?
I would suggest no. As I said, it is our if that was a deterrent, we didn't pick up the 80. And also, it's our job to, the drug dog operation is there to detect the supply of drugs.
Well, if there were 80 tested, and that seems to be around the number, why didn't the dogs pick them up on entry?
I can't give you that information. However, our operations, as far as I am aware, at that particular festival, weren't a static gauntlet type operation. As far as I'm aware, they were drug dogs operating in the outer perimeter area, but people weren't funneled through a drug dog operation. That's my understanding.
They weren't. But I thought drug dogs operate randomly around the people that are queued to go in.
Yeah, as a general rule, say for example at the Sydney Olympic Park operation, I suppose it wouldn't be unfair to describe it as a funnel, where the people are funneled through the dogs, but the dogs can't get to everybody all at once. So we don't just send people through one at a time. So there's any number of ways in which drugs can get into the festival, and clearly do.
Well, Minister, could it be characterised as those that were participating in this program were somehow or other given some sort of legal immunity?
Well, as I've already said, Ms. Balzac, police policed as they would. They, as has been described by Mr. Thurtell, health worked with police in relation to the pill testing vicinity and the health area, and police didn't police in there, but I don't believe that they would do that in any case. Well, obviously in terms of the pill testing, that's new. So I think that I don't think that that is a correct assertion that they have received immunity. I think that it was a trial.
So you're saying there wasn't a de facto amnesty?
I don't believe that to be the case. It was the case that it was a trial, and it was the first one that we've tried. Health will provide us with data on that, but I do believe that police were still policing as they would.
Well, if that's the case, why wasn't this legal inconsistency made transparent to the public before the event?
The legal inconsistency, sorry, what do you mean by that?
Well, you're saying that you're saying they weren't granted de facto amnesty,
Yeah.
but then again, when they went in and had the drugs tested and came out with drugs, nothing happened.
Well, if they were then subsequently caught with drugs, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Thurtell, then the same laws would have applied to them.
So, Commissioner Thurtell, are we saying that there was no enforcement going on inside the place?
No, it's not our normal practice to have drug dog operations in the inner perimeter of music festivals. We have user pays police in there for the safety of the crowd for various reasons, but not drug detection operations. However, having said that, if an officer witnesses the supply of prohibited drugs, then they're well able to exercise their legal powers to arrest people and seize the drugs.
Is it just supply or also usage of drugs?
Well, either. Possession, usage, supply.
Minister, how can the government defend allowing people to run the gauntlet of police dogs, get inside and then receive an endorsed service that tests for illegal drugs?
Well, this is a government decision that has been made, and from a police perspective, we have worked with the Department of Health to enable the testing of drugs to occur. And I think that, well, I haven't got the results myself personally from Health, so I'm yet to see what occurred at the festival. But we will continue to work with Health as we have been instructed to in relation to government policy.
If this model is considered successful, and I don't know that I've heard any feedback on that yet, but if it is, will we see more festivals with designated drug tolerance zones?
Yes, we will. I don't have the list of those festivals that the trial will continue being rolled out at. I'm not sure, do you have those? No, we don't have those at this stage. It's not determined at this point in time, but yes, is the answer.
Minister, is it acceptable that someone caught with the same substance outside the venue could face criminal charges while someone inside the pill testing tent is protected?
Well, it is a trial, and this is exactly the purpose of the trial, to determine whether people's drugs have other substances in them. As I can't provide you with the results of that because I don't have them, but I'm sure that Health would be able to if you were to ask them.
Has the government considered the legal and ethical implications of selectively applying the law in this way?
Well, it's a trial. Again, I go to that point of just determining if there are other lethal substances in the pills that people are taking. But again, I'll say what I said from the very outset. Drugs are still illegal in this state, and police will police that way. That was a trial that occurred, and there will be others. But police will still, if you have drugs, or if you're supplying drugs, possession of drugs, ingesting drugs, then police will still police and use the laws that they have at hand.
So if a sniffer dog picked someone up coming into the trial and they said, oh, but I'm going to go and get it tested, would that exempt them from the law?
My understanding is that there were arrests at that. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure that's right, Mr. Thurtell. There were arrests
what you're saying
made
is,
outside. There were arrests made outside. So
So
the laws of the day applied.
So you're saying that I'm going in to get my pills tested is not an excuse?
That's not my understanding, but Mr. Thurtell might be able to add some.
Is that the case,
No,
Deputy Commissioner?
no. If an offence has been detected, it's been detected. There's no outs other than through the courts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's all about saving lives, isn't it? Isn't that the nature of the
thank you very
test?
much.
Well, we
If you
should-
want to ask
I was
questions,
just
go ahead.
asking. I think that's the nature of the
we should
trial,
let
isn't
the
it,
trial.
Minister?
We should let the trial
about-
continue to occur, and then we should use the evidence.
Thank you.
About regularising
Minister,
drug
I just want to put to you at this point that you have sat here and listened to the most experienced officer in the state and the head of counter-terrorism give extensive evidence of when and what you and the Premier were briefed about in relation to the Dural event, including that from the beginning you were briefed that while terrorism couldn't be ruled out, that a hoax was suspected, and yet you have sat here today and hidden by assertions of confidentiality and refused to even discuss those briefings. Have you now changed your position in light of the evidence provided here today by Deputy Commissioner Hudson?
No.
And so do you see that, are you seeking to avoid accountability here?
No,
Because that's
I was
what it looks
provided
like.
with very high-level confidential information, and as my role as Police Minister, I will not be sharing that. I haven't shared that. I haven't shared it in the past with other briefings that I've had of very similar nature, and I don't intend to ever share that information. What I did go on to say is that the police remain very open-minded throughout and the investigation is still underway. Let's also just put that on the table, as the Deputy Commissioner has advised us. And their lines of inquiry were always very thorough for this investigation, and they remained open-minded.
Minister, the offences that took place in Newtown and the attempt to set fire to the Newtown Synagogue in Sydney on January the 11th, 2025, is it your understanding at this point that there was any anti-Semitic intention behind those actual offences?
I would ask Mr Hudson to further describe that. What I do know is that those people have been arrested, and thank goodness they have. The police have done a great job here, so I'm very thankful for what they have done.
Is it your understanding that they are actually being alleged of around an anti-Semitic intention?
Well, I can only lean on what Mr Hudson has already described to us, and that is not the case.
So you're saying it was not driven by ideology, political motivation?
Well, that's certainly...
is that your confirmation,
that is certainly,
Deputy Hudson?
The advice that Mr Hudson has given, or the public announcement Mr Hudson made.
Is that correct?
In relation to specifically the Newtown Synagogue?
Absolutely.
No, that was a job that was tasked by others to be committed. The actual ideology behind the person that tasked them is still under investigation, if there is one.
So those people that have been arrested, specifically, their intention was not anything related to an anti-Semitic motivation?
It might be worth noting, and I don't mean to interrupt, that these matters are before the court. So we need to be very careful.
There's a lot of commentary already out there, and matters before the court are often discussed. There's nothing that would jeopardise it.
Well, you're asking Mr Hudson, though, to determine what the motive was.
No, I'm asking what Mr Hudson will be alleging is the intention. And those matters, now the arrests have been made, I'm sure, have already been prepared and settled. Is there anything you would like to say about that, Deputy Commissioner Hudson?
Oh, point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
The Minister is quite clearly and very soundly put on the record concerns around breaching the Sub Judice Convention. And I would just ask you to remind all members of their obligations, particularly when asking questions here at budget estimates and under parliamentary privilege, to be mindful of that. As the Minister has said, these matters before the courts, I think it would be in everyone's interest to perhaps move on.
To the point of order, all the Minister actually did was reminded us. We take that reminder, and the Deputy Commissioner is about to answer a question, and he's more experienced than anyone else in this room.
I hold the point of order because he actually hasn't answered anything yet, but I'm sure he'll know the guidelines around all of that. So
thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I think we're all on the same
For your
page.
wise rule.
Deputy Commissioner.
Could you repeat the question, ma'am, please?
I can certainly try. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, what can you comfortably tell the inquiry and the hearing today in relation to the motivations specifically of the people who have been arrested in relation to the attempting to set fire to the Newtown Synagogue in Sydney on the 11th of January 2025?
The fact sheets, I think, already presented to the court would
Yes.
indicate that that particular incident was tasked by others, and the individuals we have charged, we don't have evidence of any specific ideology behind it.
Thank you. Minister, is it possible for you to please provide to the committee the full breakdown of charges laid against the 14 individuals arrested under Strike Force Pearl? I'm happy for you to just provide that, if you're able to do so.
29. Yeah, there's 29.
Oh, sorry, I apologise. Yeah. There is now. Sorry, I've got numbers all over the place. So there's 29 now. Yep. Is that possible for you to provide to the committee or take on notice?
I'd like to check with
Yep.
Mr Hudson.
Depends what details.
Okay. Depends what details you want, Mr Hudson has advised. We'll provide what we can.
I'm just
How about
looking,
that?
all I'm looking for is the full breakdown of the charges laid. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Minister, given the New South Wales Police Force itself has now ruled out anti-Semitic ideology as a motivating factor in the Strike Force Pearl arrests, does the government acknowledge that it misrepresented these incidences as anti-Semitic to justify the rushed legislative changes your government has done?
Anti-Semitic attacks have occurred on our streets.
The question was quite specific. It was in relation to using these events.
You said Pearl, and I'm just about to take you through.
Thank you.
Pearl, there are a number of arrests that have been made under Operation Pearl that have absolutely been anti-Semitic attacks on the people in East Sydney. That is exactly what has occurred. So it's incorrect for you to say. You may be referring to Kissinger, I think, which is a different operation. But certainly under Pearl, as has been said, there have been 29 people arrested and charged with 143 charges under Strike Force Pearl. And yes, many of those actually have been anti-Semitic attacks on our community.
And do you need, though, the new laws that you've rushed through Parliament in order to address any of the matters that are currently under prosecution?
Well, the hate speech and hate laws that came in are in relation to the ongoing threats to the Jewish community, and they have also included around places of worship. So, yes, I believe that they are founded, and I believe that they are in direct response to what we were seeing going on at the time, which has been a summer of hateful behaviour on our streets, and our changes to the legislation were in direct response to that.
Thank you. Minister, did you order or request that Commissioner Webb take leave over the same period that you were taking leave in January?
No, I didn't. And can I also say that we didn't take the same leave over the period in January?
Thank you. Would in the event taking leave, both the Minister and the Commissioner at the same time, would that present any operational difficulties? Is that something you would normally avoid?
Well, it's not something I asked, first and foremost. So the Commissioner is entitled to take leave when she chooses to. She has not taken leave.
Of course, that wasn't the question.
I can't recall, but I think it was the November of 23 or something. And I too would like to take some leave at some point. But nonetheless, it's the assertion that I instructed the Commissioner to take leave is absurd.
Thank you. It's my time.
Opposition.
Oh, it is me. Sorry. Thank you, Minister. Where was I going to start with this? Thank you, Minister. Can I just come to Deputy Commissioner Smith? Sorry, I know I did ask you to take some more detailed stuff on question, but do you have the authorised strength, the authorised strength of the police?
Yeah, our authorised strength is 18,374 positions in the New South Wales Police and 4,327 unsworn positions.
And what is the current strength?
It is a point in time, so we generally run that sort of monthly. So at the end of the 31st of January, it was 16,028 authorised positions there for sworn officers, and for unsworn, it was 4,415. But I know that number is above, but that incorporates temporary contracted employees and other types of people that we might bring on to undertake contract work or consultant work or programs of work or part-time officers and the like. So.
And do you have at your fingertips the number of people that are on leave, say greater than a month's sick leave and other forms of leave?
Not specifically below what we classified as long-term sick leave. There are various forms of leave, whether that be parental leave, short-term sick leave and long-term sick leave. So the long-term sick leave is currently, and that classification we use is an officer not available 75% of the time over a 60-day period, and that sits at just over 1,500 officers.
Thank you. And I do apologise, Minister. I probably should have directed that through you, and I apologise for that
You're forgiven.
breach of protocol. Minister, are you aware of police resources being taken up by prisoner transfers?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
Yes. I have, this has been raised with me over the period actually that I've been the police minister, particularly in regional areas, and a lot of that is to do with distance. But certainly the case in metropolitan as well of lengths of time of police officers transferring prisoners to people to prisons and having to wait long periods of time. But the Police Commissioner has been very proactive in that and has spoken, as I understand, to the then acting Commissioner for Corrections, and obviously now the new Commissioner, I think, started on Monday. I think that's right, or last Monday, I'm not sure, but anyway, recently. And I know that the Commissioner will certainly be following that up with the new Commissioner. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. We might come back to the Commissioner this afternoon. Sorry, Minister, can I just get you to creep forward to the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, thank you. What impact would we're talking hours away, days away from their police stations to manage this. What impact would this have on the towns, particularly our smaller regional towns where there might only be one or two police in that community?
Oh, it puts a strain on them, there's no doubt about that. And that's why audio-visual links are so important. And we're working through that becoming, within the norm, within all of our areas. But it has an absolute impact on them. That's definitely what police are saying to me, and I concur, having travelled the state broadly, and the distances, as you probably do as well. It's completely understandable.
Do you think there would have been responses and response times affected by the fact that the police are out of town for this?
Oh, I don't want to speculate on that, but the fact that they have to drive long distances to take prisoners to to court as well, it's definitely, it would definitely have an impact. There's no doubt about that. I'm not sure if that's measured.
And what contingencies are there in place in these smaller communities to cover for this reduction of police presence?
Oh, well, often, as you have just said, it may mean in areas where there are very few or maybe even one or two police that it's taking them away from their area that they are policing.
And what steps have been taken then to change this practice?
Well, as I've just indicated, the Commissioner is speaking with Corrections, and it's something we're going to have to work on together. It's been, as I understand it, this has been a long-held practice. This didn't happen on the 23rd of March 2023, and it's something that I will put my attention to, and we will work through it.
Minister, can you advise the release date for the report on the drug summit?
Oh, I'm not sure of that date, I'm sorry.
Can you take that on notice?
Sure, I'll have to find out. I don't know. It's not something led by police.
Oh.
It's not police-led. You might be best to direct that to Health.
Thank you.
Minister, just in relation to the issues with police time on perhaps non-core police duties, are you aware of issues that have been reported in relation to difficulty accessing bail magistrates and police time being incurred in holding accused in cells for extended periods of time?
Yes.
And have you had discussions with the Attorney-General about that?
Yes, that has been raised, and yes, there have been discussions. Again, these are not new practices. This has been something that has been going on for quite some time, and we will work...
Minister, perhaps we're at cross purposes, because my understanding is that this problem is much greater than it ever was. Your new bail laws were designed to make bail harder to get, which means more prisoners on remand. Your new bail laws meant that all matters have to be heard by a magistrate, so we have access to magistrates. Look, there have been reports that police are having to take care of accused and hold them in police cells for as long as 63 hours before they can access a magistrate for bail. What impact is this having on police time?
Well, obviously police would have to remain in the the command that they're in. So definitely impactful. I'm not sure if you have anything further to add on that, do you?
I'm
Commissioner?
certainly happy to add to that. This has become apparent to us, particularly over the November-December period, where we've seen actually an increase in charges. I've met with corrective services. There's no particular trend in terms of what's caused that. It's not necessarily the DV laws or anything else, but we've seen an increase. They've seen an increase. There is a bed capacity in terms of remand prisoners. They've undertaken to work with us on freeing up more remand beds, so that we can move those prisoners more regularly.
But as well as the need for remand beds, isn't there also an issue of accused actually getting before a bail magistrate to have the question of bail determined?
Well, certainly there's a need for people to go before, once they've been bail refused by police, to go before a court, getting access to the court, and then having the bail determination papers follow that.
And is there an issue with the speed at which the bail papers can be transferred now that bail decisions have been largely centralised?
Centralised. That is a matter I've raised with the Chief Magistrate in a meeting I had with him a couple of weeks ago, and the need for us to find a more efficient way of getting those papers back out.
And what impact is that having on police time? So, for example, I know it's a piece of string question, but what would be a typical time period that police may have to retain someone in police cells?
I can't give you a typical time. Suffice to say that we charge a lot of people every year, and we are holding more people in custody, waiting various stages. As an executive, we've met and added a category to our our CAD category, so we can better account for that time. So we get a better picture over time, the time that we're holding people for different purposes. We did a pilot and found that we could free up officers' time if we were able to move those people on.
On notice, could you provide the most recent figures of the time that police are spending in relation to bail matters?
If that's available, I'll provide it on notice.
Great, thank you very much. At estimates hearing on the 28th of February, the Attorney-General indicated that there was, as well as remand beds and as well as bail magistrate availability, he indicated that he saw a third possible reason for prisoners being held in police cells, and that was his concern that police, quote, the rate of police bail refusal. Do you agree with the Attorney-General?
I make no apology for our job to arrest people and put before the court. And as I said earlier, we have arrested more people from November, December, and they need to go before a court. That's the process. But I am satisfied that police apply the Bail Act according to the Bail Act, and if that means that they're bail refused through that process because of risk to community and other matters, then that's the case.
Yeah. Minister, the Attorney-General indicated that a way to deal with what he saw as one of these problems was for the Chief Magistrate to discuss the issue of police bail with the Police Commissioner. Do you agree with that approach?
Oh, look, I think any channels of communication are always helpful, aren't they?
So you think it's appropriate that the Chief Magistrate discusses with the Police Commissioner how police exercise their the objective criteria under the Bail Act?
Well, I'll leave that for the Attorney-General to speak to them about.
So you don't have a view
This hasn't
about
been
the fact
raised
that police have the grave responsibility of exercising independent judgment under the objective criteria in the legislation?
Well, of course, but, if there's a problem, we don't just come and whinge about it, we fix them, we solve them, and I'll work towards solutions.
But you would agree that there are appropriate ways to solve those issues and there are grossly inappropriate ways to solve those issues?
Well, as I say, it hasn't been raised with me. I'll find out if it's inappropriate or appropriate, but we're solutions focused.
Right. Thank you, Minister. Minister, did you, Commissioner Webb and your partners take holidays together at any point in 2023 or 2024?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner, did you or...
I didn't even go on holiday with my partner, let alone her partner.
Did you holiday with the Commissioner?
No, I didn't have a holiday in 2024 at all.
What about 2023?
No.
All right. Thank you very much.
We should all go on together one day.
And really, does the committee want to know
Sorry,
about my
Minister,
holidays?
back to the prisoner transfers, Minister. How long have you been working on this as an issue?
Excuse me. Well, it's been raised with me. The Commissioner is working on it, and I'll be guided by her expert advice.
So there's commitments made at the Police Association, last year that something was done on it.
Excuse me.
Has anything been done other than referring this to the new corrective services?
Look, I suspect you're referring to Mr Morton's comments, and can I say I very much thank him for his role in advocating for police, for our frontline workers, and thank him for his advocacy, and I take his advice very seriously. This is a matter that police will speak with the new Corrections Commissioner about. That has already started, those conversations have already started, and we'll work towards, as I say, solutions.
Okay, but at this stage no steps have been put in place other than those discussions?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Have we got an idea of what this is costing the police? What additional drain this is on the police budget?
I'm unsure if the police keep records that would equate to cost. Is that something you...
So that, as I explained to it in an earlier answer, we've put a new category in our computer dispatch system so we can record that detail better from beginning to end and for what reason the person is being held in custody, whether it's police custody or bail refused or some other prisoner transport arrangement. So I've got all of that data to go back to corrections and others with.
Okay. Minister, can you tell me how much money is allocated to the Rural Crime Prevention Team?
I'd have to have... I will tell you that before we finish here.
Okay, thank you. And also on that, the numbers of that team as well, can that be with that information you provide?
Yeah, I think 63, I think.
63,
63, yeah, I think it was 68, 63. But yeah, I'll give you the exact amount. Don't want to not give you the correct information.
Thank you. Minister, the recent Bureau statistics suggest a drop in stock theft and rural crime. However, it's reported that this probably isn't the reality because people just aren't reporting that. Have you heard that sort of claim?
No, I haven't.
It was stated in the Land not recently.
Well, I haven't read that.
Taking the Land as being true, why would people not be bothering to report rural crime?
Well, I would be unsure as to why, and I wouldn't like to speculate what other how they make their decisions and for what purpose they make their decisions. Did you want to speak to that at all, Mr Bazanos?
No, look, I think it's there are various reasons as to why there is or isn't a desire to make a formal complaint to police. It can be from work that the Rural Crime Prevention team have been doing around building that confidence in reporting. It can be a cultural thing on the land, just not to report things and just aware the impact of might have been equipment theft or stock theft or otherwise. But I know the work that Detective Chief Inspector Whiteside's been doing just through industry, just building that confidence in reporting and take the matter seriously because this serious crime does have an impact.
Thank you. And Minister, will you then, I guess, commit to make sure that the Rural Crime Prevention Team has the resources that they need to build that confidence?
Oh, well, my commitment as Police Minister is to ensure that the police force has the resources. But I did meet with one of the rural crime officers down in Wagga just 2 weeks ago, and whilst we didn't talk extensively about the theft of stock, we did talk a lot about rifles, guns and the possession of guns, and he certainly expressed to me that takes up a lot of their time. And I want to thank them for being there too at that Bear Cop in your hometown. They really did do a great job in talking to young ones and encouraging them to become a cop.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, at the Yours and Ours Festival, at least 90% of the drugs tested, according to Minister Park, quote, matched what the user thought they were getting. Is the real problem with drug deaths impurities, or that as little as one tablet of ecstasy, MDMA, can kill?
I'm not a health professional. I won't be making comment on that.
You're aware of the coronial inquest into the festival goers and the finding that the exact cause of each person's death in each case has been established, that the death was caused by MDMA toxicity, not from adulterants or unknown substances?
Well, I would absolutely accept what the coroner has said.
And so if it is drugs rather than impurities that are causing the deaths, how does testing drugs for impurities assist with minimising drug deaths?
Well, again, I'm not a scientist and I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to pretend that I know about something that is not something that I'm an expert in. As has been said, and I'll say it again, it's government policy to introduce the pill testing, and health are leading it.
Okay. Minister, in a question on notice from my colleague Leslie Williams, you answered on 20th November last year that you anticipated an outcome in relation to the issue of confiscation of the proceeds of crime acquired by Eddie Obeid and his family by early 2025. We're now early 2025. Can you provide an update on the investigation and the confiscation of those proceeds of crime, please?
I can't at this point in time, but when I do know that, that will be provided.
Rough time frame when you might know that, when we might be able to expect that?
I don't want to mislead you, so I don't want to give you an exact time. I'm unsure.
So you can't help us at all about time?
I will
frame of
when I'm able to. I will, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, do you agree with the New South Wales Police Association President that the huge volume of protests is placing an enormous strain on police officers?
Well, I think it's important that we remember that people have the right to protest in this state, and that police that for community safety. So there's nothing new about that. Sure, there have been large gatherings on repeated weekends here, but also we've had a lot of environment protests as well, particularly up in my neck of the woods in the Hunter. And again, police those for community safety. So I thank them for the work they do. And it is a tough job, no doubt about it, being a police officer. But they do a great job. I particularly want to commend the work that they did in the harbour in Newcastle.
Minister, the question doesn't go to the importance of protest. The question goes to the impact on the police force. We've already heard the figures quoted by my colleague in relation to police morale, police pride. We want to make sure that the police are really able to do their job well. What steps are you taking to minimise the personal impact on police of having to police these week after week after week after week protests?
Well, it's part of their job. Policing is policing. And as I just said, they
So they just have to put up with it?
I did not say that. And police all protests, not just singular protests, as you're alluding. And they do a great job. And they will continue to do that.
Minister, we're still hearing reports of stations closing at night during understaffing. Can you outline which stations have the worst record for this? I hesitate to use the term worst because I don't want to criticise the police that are doing this, but which stations are shutting the most often and how often is that occurring?
That information hasn't been provided to me. Mr. Smith, if you have any... I don't know, which one?
It just depends. Are you talking about regional, rural police stations? I'm not sure if that's the bell or not.
You can
bell.
I'm happy for you to take that one on notice too. There's a bit of detail.
I just think I can't say with specificity at the moment which ones, but there are various reasons. It could be due to just the staffing that's allocated at that particular station, and they may not leave the actual station physically open while two police officers that are on shift go out on mobile patrol responding to jobs. So that could technically be referred to as station closure, but it's just because there's no one at the station to leave the station open for members of the public. So the station effectively becomes the mobile police truck vehicle. And there's plenty of instances of that occurring, every night, every week around regional remote locations. It's just using the police vehicle becomes the police station, effectively. So that's pretty much my response to that, without any specific police station reference.
Okay, we might dig into that later this afternoon.
Sure.
For the moment.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we spoke earlier about paying student police officers. It's a great idea. What's the actual cost to the New South Wales Police per year of paying the students? How unusual, a budget estimates question that goes to the budget.
Yeah, no. I will have to get that. I will have to get.
Why haven't we got a call to order?
I will have to get that exact figure for you, but I'll get it for you.
Hang on, that's fine.
No, because I do have that, but I just haven't got it here in front of me.
Okay, so there's a budgetary thing to that. Now, Minister, I ask you a number of questions either on the notice paper or via the Minister for Agriculture that represents you in our chamber, of which I don't expect you would have the answers to immediately, right? It's impossible. But when I ask a question of which you don't know the answer, I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you get the information from the Commissioner's office via some sort of liaison. Is that right?
Well, obviously my
your staff do, not you.
The DLO seeks that information.
Right. Now, on the 13th of November 2024, and I have a copy of it for everybody here, Chair, as the Secretary, I'd like to hand it around, and just so to refresh your memory. I asked a question, you can take one, pass it around.
Pass it on.
Yeah. Make sure everybody gets one. Take that straight up to the Minister first, if you don't mind. I asked a question that said this. My supplementary question for written answer is directed to the Honourable Tara Moriarty, representing the Minister for Police and Counter-Terrorism. Will the Minister confirm whether the Commissioner of New South Wales Police has quarantined 850 positions to pay for the new police wage rise? To which the reply we got, and you've got a copy of it there, so nobody can say I'm misleading or anything. The Minister writes in reply the next day, on the 14th of November, I am advised no positions have been quarantined to pay for the new police award offer. Is that answer true and correct? And do you still stand by that?
Yes.
Okay. Byron, we'll go again, please. I'm going to now show you another document. Straight on the Minister. And then pass the rest.
Thank you.
To show you a document there, Minister. That document is a screenshot taken from the police HR dashboard on the 10th of November 2024 that shows that the police have quarantined 350 positions to fund the police award salary increase.
Thanks.
Do you see that?
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
You see that? Yes? No?
Yeah, I can see that it's on here, but I'm telling you that that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No.
What is correct then?
That is, no positions have been quarantined to pay for the pay rise. Could you confirm that, Commissioner? Yeah. And Mr. Smith?
Righto. I've got one here that I prepared earlier. Let me try this. I'll direct this to you, Mr. Smith, because I anticipated that that would be the answer. You're in charge of HR, aren't you? Or personnel? Well, I shouldn't use personnel because we know what Harry Callahan says about personnel. How about, and I see you get that one, Mr. Hudson. Mr. Smith, I'm aware of efforts by the CET, and in particular yourself and your office, to disguise these programs by using coded or imprecise language. Bearing in mind that you are on oath, if you are aware of a change in the description or language used since November 2024 to obscure the concealment of the repurposing or quarantining of positions for monetary savings from those non-filled positions, and let's take a guess, say perhaps tracking it via a spreadsheet, now would be the time to inform this parliamentary committee.
We record, that is related to employee-related expenses. And the employee-related expenses relates to positions that we have that are funded, and we are funded for our authorised strength.
Yeah. But your authorised strength is not full, we agree?
Correct.
So there's a big pool of money sitting there that's not going out in wages.
That's correct.
Because those positions aren't filled.
Yes.
So that money is being repurposed for other purposes, correct?
That's right.
It's a saving that we have as an organisation in relation to the component of our budget that relates to employee-related expenses, yes.
The wage rise, how is that funded?
The component of the wage rise is funded via the base pay, the base wage rise as part of the government, which was, they funded us in terms of that component of the budget over a 3-year period plus a 4th-year period. That totalled around about $600 million. The other components relate to the environment of the PBRI and EPSS environment, and we had to have a zero cost to government for the award. We have looked at that in terms of our employee-related expense. We now look at 2 components. We have actuarial advice which tells us that, and Treasury advice that tells us that both the PBRI and EPSS funding envelope is more positive than what it was. We had $200 million allocated to us in that space as part of, it's a non-technical term, but a buffer environment around the change and what that cost would be. We still expect that at year 4 that will be a zero cost to government based on the current environment that we have.
Righto. So then, what does that document represent then? The one that the minister's got?
Oh, sorry.
That screenshot taken of the HR dashboard that says positions have been quarantined to pay for, 350 positions quarantined to fund the police award salary increase. And clearly I know how much, Minister, the student police are costing us because I already have the answer here in front of us.
You do, that's right. Yeah.
Never ask a question unless you already know the answer.
Correct.
So
do you
what's
still want
this
me to
represent then?
Do you still want me to
Chair,
provide
can
it?
I just raise a point of order on a procedural matter? I've just wondered, this document has just been placed before us and has been provided to the Minister, which is great, but has now just been sort of handed down to Mr Smith.
I've got copies for all of them if they like.
It has now just been asked to Mr Smith, and he has literally just had it placed in front of him.
Well, he's actually in charge of HR.
As procedural fairness would offer to the witness, it would be courteous to at least give him an opportunity to review it before we're then peppering questions towards him.
Well, to the point of order, Chair, if I may, before you make your ruling. Deputy Commissioner Smith is in charge of personnel, HR, people and capability, whatever you want to call it. That's his sole domain. He's not in counter-terrorism like Mr Hudson is. This is his department. He knows exactly what this document represents. I'll allow you to make your ruling, Chair.
Well, I think, yes, the document's just been put in front of Deputy Commissioner Smith, and he can answer it if he wants to, or you can take it on notice. It's up to you.
The document which is outlined, as I said, does attribute and has an allocated number and a dollar figure. And yes, the words that are listed there do look at quarantining positions. However, what I would say is that I think the question was, has there been a direct change in language in relation to how we calculate our vacancies or otherwise? The language which is consistent is employee-related expenses, and those employee-related expenses relate to the current vacancies that we have, which is a pool of money. When we look at what it costs, as I said, in terms of the award itself, there was a component which was attached to employee-related savings, which relates to police positions. And if that value equates to that number, then that is not incorrect, but it is also not a change in environment about how we allocate and use the money which is funded to us by government in this environment. What I can say is in relation to the payment of the award and that amount of money that is linked to employee-related expenses, we are currently ahead of the amount of money and savings which can be confirmed through Treasury in relation to savings from PBRI and EPSS will not require us at all by year 4 to be looking at any employee-related expenses to be utilised for the payment of the award.
Well, further to that, I'm aware of the existence of a document, one of these infamous yellows, document number D 2024/843707, authored by Nicole O'Connell, of which you're a signatory to, I believe, that talks specifically about the need, that FABs have said the need to quarantine positions. Are you aware of that?
Mr Roberts, you've quoted the number. I would hate to think or know how many yellows that I see and sign and go through each and every day of the week. I'm happy to look at that. I am aware of the work that is undertaken in that space, but without specifically having a look at that specific yellow, I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment on the context or the content.
Okay, well, my time's expired, Chair.
Yep. Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Yes, we are in the afternoon, Minister and officials. Can I ask you, this is a line of questioning I have pursued before in these estimates in relation to the numbers of police officers who have been found guilty of domestic and family violence and sexual violence who are still working in the force. On the basis of the data that was provided to me in answers received on 24th of February this year to my questions on notice, I'm told that there are still 14 officers who have been found guilty, not just charged, but found guilty of domestic and family violence and sexual violence offences who are still employed. Do you think that that is an acceptable situation for people in the police force who are looked to be the trusted people that we go to when we find ourselves victim survivors of these sorts of incidents?
I think it's important to know that each of these matters are considered on their facts, and that does not override procedural fairness in relation to employment-related matters, and you would know that yourself. Being a lawyer, you know what would happen if we made a blanket rule to rule out, automatically dismiss employees, individuals, when they're charged.
That's not what I said, though. I very specifically talked about those who had already been found guilty of the offence. So
Yes.
This is not just a charge.
Yep.
This is not prejudging the outcome of a court case. This is a court or a judge has already determined that these people are guilty.
But you know that that does not override procedural fairness in terms of employment-related matters.
Well, you know that you have the rules to prescribe. You can prescribe who gets appointed and who doesn't into the police force and who is allowed to be there. So it's not really, I mean, procedural fairness is not really the issue
Well,
here.
in relation to employment matters, that's what's important here.
Okay, let's take a different tack then. So we've got 76 people who have been dismissed. Either dismissed or they have resigned while waiting to be waiting the outcome of the police's procedure under section 181D to be removed. So 76 in the last 5 years who have been, once they were found guilty of these offences, who have been removed, which you would expect from the police force.
Or left, yeah.
Why the others? What was so, I guess, why don't you have a zero tolerance approach to these sorts of offences within the police force?
Well, the Commissioner makes that determination. Commissioner, did you want to
Can I just say, you talk about those that are found guilty.
Yes.
But you also haven't mentioned that there's the statistic, there are a number of people convicted. So there's a difference between those found guilty and then convicted, because there are, obviously, as a solicitor you would understand, there is various remedies available to the court about how they're treated. So 2 of those officers have been convicted, are still in the workplace.
Yeah.
They were convicted in 2011.
That's an interesting lens you put on this, though, because those people who are found guilty and not convicted, often that's because they're police officers. So the very position that's allowed them to...
I disagree. I reject that.
Why don't we look at, for example, the numbers of police officers who have had an ADVO granted against them in the last 4 years, which is 161 of those police officers. But then when we look at the data as to who has had their firearms suspended or seized once they are subjected to an ADVO, there's quite a limited number of those. My office is, and I've told you this before, my office gets regular correspondence from victim survivors of police perpetrators of domestic and family violence who complain about these officers using their position to continue their abuse against their victim survivors, not just with the use of firearms, but also with the abuse of systems that they have access to, so computing systems and obviously the the social credit that they have with their officers as well. What are you doing?
So we often talk about this. You and I have spoken about this nearly every estimates, or I'm sure every estimate. So I would say to you, if you have particular matters that are of concern to you, can you write to me?
Yes, and I have done and will do.
Thank you.
I think it's important to note, though, that these matters that specifically that you refer to go through the Office of the General Counsel, and then they're briefed by the Crown Solicitor's Office in addition to that on those matters relating to police prosecutors. The commands themselves don't make those decisions locally, and the Office of General Counsel is obviously centrally led. So I think it's important that we put that on the record as well.
Given that this is not just me saying it, it's also the Auditor General, it's the LEC, they've handed down reports that have identified very clearly where the police are failing when it comes to their response to domestic and family violence in particular. Given that as Minister you have failed to implement or require the police force to implement those recommendations, and given that every estimate's come and tell you about all of these police officers who are sitting with guilty, they've been found guilty of these things themselves, sitting within the police force, why are you not taking it more seriously?
Well, I reject your assertion that those recommendations haven't all been implemented.
Okay,
you're
tell
right.
me
You're right
which.
to say that 3 haven't. However, I do want to let you know that police have updated the response to the recommendation in relation to, I think it's number 11, require the DFE SOPs to be amended to say that officers should activate, and that has been updated. So I just wanted to let you know that is now a recommendation.
Okay, the one that we keep talking about is the one where it is up to the station command, or I always forget the command sergeant or whatever
Commander.
the terminology. Thank you.
Who's the superintendent?
Thank you. To decide whether or not an investigation into one of the police officers should be moved to a different command or not. That has been recommended in both of those reports I just referred to say that cannot continue, and yet you've refused to do that. We've seen movement in other states, but there seems to be this real resistance within the New South Wales Police Force and from yourself, Minister, to actually address the culture in relation to responding to domestic and family violence in the New
Because
South Wales Police Force.
your question doesn't consider and I have advised you of this, that you make the assertion that the local command is the command that is investigating. On most occasions, that is not the case. It is a neighbouring command that is making the decision.
Okay, in 25% of cases, that is not the case. So in 25% of cases, we're having mates investigating mates at the expense of victim survivors getting justice.
Well, that's the assertion that you make.
Well, it's also the assertion of the Auditor General and the LEC. This is not just me, and I have to hear these stories from these women who are coming to me every week telling me about these things, and you won't do anything despite all of this evidence. I don't understand why there is such a closed shop and a reluctance to try and clean up the police force when it comes to their response to domestic and family violence.
Well, I think that the words that you use are offensive. A closed shop, I don't believe that to be the case. I believe that, as police have described to me, that most of these, and I don't have the figure in front of me, and you might be able to assist me here, Commissioner, that they are actually investigated, as I say, by a neighbouring pack, or indeed, if there is further concern, then that can be centralised and it can be investigated
considered
centrally.
as part of those reports.
I'm
And those
very
reports
aware of that.
still recommended that this be the course of action that the police force should take. In other states and territories, we've seen them take this sort of action because they're taking it seriously. Why won't you take it seriously?
Well, I don't accept that premise that I don't take it seriously.
Okay, is taking no action taking it seriously?
Well, it's not that we're not taking action. I've just described to you that police have updated recommendation number 11. If there is action being taken, and I think that it's fair
Well, I'm
that
sure
be
that update to
recognised.
the recommendation will make all sorts of
Well, it's a recommendation.
changes
You
on-
made the accusation that none of them have
I
been...
didn't say none, I said all. And you then responded
You said
saying
you have...
the assertion that all of them haven't been implemented is wrong, when actually
Well, I
you've now
can't wait
told
to,
me the
well, I
ones
can't wait
that
to go
haven't
back
been.
and read that because I don't believe that's
Yeah,
what you
okay.
said.
Well, we can agree that you haven't accepted all of the recommendations.
All of that is true.
Right, that's what I said in the beginning. So then we turn to violent offences, where we have, again, I think there are 105 charged and still employed, so these are not domestic and family violence or sexual violence, and 30 who are guilty or convicted who are still employed as well. What does it tell you when there are so many police force still working who have been found guilty of such violent sexual and other crimes? Are you not concerned? Is that no concern?
Do you want me to answer that
Yeah,
later?
please, go ahead.
So, as the Minister tried to explain before,
Yeah.
those matters are referred through our processes for consideration of that officer's employment. That is a normal process that happens.
Okay.
And in most of those cases, serious matters, since I've been Commissioner, there is a direct referral to me for their consideration. I still have to follow due process. In terms of employment, under Section 181D of the Police Act, and the officer has to be given an opportunity to show cause and then has an appeal right to the Industrial Relations Commission. All of those avenues are explored and action is taken. Whatever the decision of the Industrial Relations Court, then that is the decision of the keeper at that time, and I can't change that decision. But certainly, where there's serious matters, whether it's domestic violence or other matters, they are considered through our processes, through professional standards-led internal review panel, and then come to me for consideration. We follow those processes.
Clearly not working.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, do you think the people of regional New South Wales feel safer than they did 2 years ago?
Well, I think that the issue around youth crime is something that is front and centre of people's mind. I think it's real fear. I've been out and listened to people and spoken to community, and they are concerned about youth crime.
And are they telling you that it's better or worse than it has been in the past?
Well, they're telling me they're concerned about it. And if they're concerned about it, I'm concerned about it. I don't know if I can put a 2-year date on it. Like, youth crime didn't start on the 23rd of March 2023. I can tell you that for sure. And these people will tell you that for sure, because that's what they've told me. But in relation to that, the government has been very active in putting in place legislative change. Certainly from a policing perspective, the work that police do out in the community is significant. We have invested further resources into the likes of PCYCs, where you can put in place measures to keep young people out of the justice system, encourage them to have a relationship with the local police, and have a brighter focus on being in their community. The YAMs, the youth action meetings that take place in many of our areas, are really making a difference for diverting young, vulnerable people who are susceptible to going into the criminal justice system, diverting them into other activities, and also being looked at and observed by other agencies like health and education and the like. So the police are being very active in this space, and they are doing a lot of work in regional areas. They've partnered with other players like the NRL, for instance, to also bring some other initiatives. I think we have to be innovative and provide initiatives that will encourage better behaviour.
And do you talk about that youth crime? Do you think it's worse than it was when you took over as Minister?
Well, as I say, it's not new.
I've never implied that it is.
No, but I'm just making the point. It's not new. Youth crime was certainly in the landscape when I first became...
Yeah, so I'm asking about the time, since you've been Minister, which is the time you've been, had the most knowledge and insight into this, have you seen youth crime get improve or get worse?
Well, I think that we need to give our measures time to take effect. I think that's important, and only more time will tell if they have been successful or not. But in relation to police's activity, I have to say that I think that they are doing, really pulling their weight.
Minister,
They're certainly pulling their weight when it comes to
I haven't asked
youth
or implied
crime.
otherwise about that.
Well,
I'm just wondering about the trends in regional areas now.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you.
The
trends
numbers
we're told
are showing us that youth crime is getting worse. Do you agree to that?
Well, certainly the people in the community are very concerned about that, and I accept that.
Minister, Deputy Mayor of the Ballina Shire, Damien Loon, himself a retired police officer, has said offending across the Northern Rivers is rife, with weak legislation combined with a lack of serious consequences for offenders who breach bail. He points to the state's Young Offenders Act in particular that needs a hard look. What changes can we expect to see to the Young Offenders Act to address these concerns?
Well, I won't be announcing any legislative changes here today. That is something I will consult with my Cabinet colleagues on. But we have made changes in relation to bail. I note that was one of the other issues that the Mayor has, or former Mayor has raised. My apologies, the Deputy Mayor. Another person promoted, Mr. Chair. I think that we need to see that if they work. Of course, we've already seen the increase, which has been noted here today, the increase in the number of arrests and not let out on bail, kept on remand. So we do know that there is some movement on that, and we'll continue to observe that.
One of the measures that I presume you're alluding to was some of the diversion and other diversionary programs in Moree. What evaluation is happening of those programs?
Well, we don't evaluate that at police. They're not police programs, just so you know, except for obviously the PCYC, the Youth Command, works closely with the PCYC, and we get figures on how many interactions they have and how many times they go to schools to do those education programs. I don't have the number in front of me, but it was in the vicinity of in front of more than 10,500 kids. So that is that.
In Moree?
Oh no, just generally. Oh, but they do in Moree. They also have the programs there, the Fit for Life program and others. But police don't evaluate the diversionary programs that you're referring to.
You said you have those figures. Are you able to provide some of them for us?
I might not have them direct. Would we have those direct for Moree?
Thank you.
That would be, can I just be very clear though?
Yeah.
That's what police do in relation to the PCYC.
I'm just interested on how we evaluate the efforts and resources going into that. Minister, are you concerned that there's still no concrete timing details around the bail accommodation in Moree?
Well, my understanding is that is at foot, and again, this is not something that the police have responsibility for.
It must make it harder to place these young offenders in safe homes without that facility?
Well, again, police arrest, and that they do that. They are doing a good job in arresting young offenders. In fact, there was one occasion last year, and I can't give you the exact date, but in that week there were 3 serious events took place with I think as many as 11 youth. Police arrested every single one of them, within days, if not the next day, or in fact in some instances that day. Police are doing a good job. They are doing their job.
Never said otherwise, Minister. Back to the bail accommodation, I'm led to believe similar facilities in Dubbo have only been used 7 occasions in 2024.
Well, again,
is that an
police
use
don't.
Of this asset?
We don't have carriage of the bail accommodation.
Minister, you focused on diversions and prevention, and I think we all want that. In fact, Jack's law that was introduced is to reduce knives and therefore knife crime in the community. And last Saturday, you'd be aware that 2 teenage boys were stabbed outside a fast food restaurant in Dubbo. Because that happened near a shopping precinct, police can now decide to conduct a wanding operation in Dubbo if they choose. But if that same stabbing had occurred a couple of blocks down that same street in a residential area, Jack's law would not be triggered. Doesn't this indicate that the parameters around this new law actually restrict the ability of police to provide for a safer community?
Well, I mean, Jack's Law, or the changes to the legislation, gave police yet another tool in their toolbox. But police in New South Wales are already confiscating an extraordinary number of knives. And in fact, they confiscated between April 2023 and December 24, which is the most recent
Minister,
data I
we
have.
agree that police are doing an amazing job,
well, if
but we're looking
you've
at how
asked-
they can be helped to do a better job for the whole community. Is the way this legislation is drafted making it difficult because it's not letting police use their intelligence and go, we should have this operation here or there. They're having to wait to respond after the fact, and only if the stabbing occurred in a certain type of area. Doesn't this make it more difficult for police to do the excellent work they are doing with confiscation of knives anywhere in our community?
Police use their intelligence every day, all day. And as I said, between April 2023 and December 24, police seized 7,838 knives in public places. They are with or without that extra tool that they have in their toolbox known as Jack's Law. Police are already doing that. They have powers to do that, and they are doing that.
So are you suggesting that we didn't need Jack's Law?
No, not at all. I think that Jack's Law is great because it gives us designated areas, which are also very important, like on our transport.
Designated reactive areas. It doesn't allow police to be proactive, does it, Minister?
Well, they are proactive, and that's why
Sorry,
7,838 knives from public
Jack's Law
places.
only operates after a stabbing and in the same area in which a stabbing has occurred,
But police-
provided it occurred in an area recognised by the legislation. I mean, shouldn't police be able to proactively police? Doesn't that help us have a safer community and actually make police safer by allowing them to proactively
Well,
address
this might
issues?
come as a surprise to you, but they can.
Under what
already
law,
in this
Minister?
Carter. They already have the powers to do that. The leper laws allow them to do that.
Oh, so police can wand anywhere at any time?
They can confiscate knives. If they think that somebody has a knife on them, they can absolutely confiscate the knife.
Can police wand anywhere at any time?
Well, they have wands already. They already had them.
Can police use those wands anywhere at any time?
I might just check if that, because I don't want to mislead you. They already had wands and they have used wands in the past.
Can they use them anywhere at
Can
any
I
time,
ask-
Minister, was the question.
Can I ask that question?
Yeah, would you like me to answer?
Yes, can you wand anywhere at any time?
Well, it's more complicated than just saying yes or no. We can search somebody for a knife if we have reasonable cause to believe that they may be in possession of a knife or something otherwise dangerous.
And how does that differ from the permissions under Jack's Law?
Well, yes, you were right before. A public place, it doesn't necessarily have to be a stabbing. It can be a violent offence or, a stabbing's obviously included in that. But that doesn't limit our ability to search somebody in a residential area where a violent offence has occurred if we have reasonable cause to believe that the person we're actually searching may be in possession of a knife or may be directly related to the offence, etc. And
Do you need reasonable cause under Jack's Law?
No.
Can I just raise a point of order, Chair, that the honourable member is asking one of our wonderful public servants about a legal interpretation of an act, and I just wonder whether or not that under procedural fairness resolutions of the House, that should be upheld and allowed to be asked.
To the point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
She's asking the Deputy Commissioner of Police, the second highest ranking law enforcement officer in this state, his position in relation to interpreting law. Mr Thurtell can't interpret law and how it's enacted. He should not be in his role, and I don't suggest that he doesn't interpret it correctly. I place no dispersions upon him and his integrity or his ability. She's asking, the member's asking a question about a legal position of which the police are to enforce that law. I'm sure he's more than capable of answering it.
I stand by my earlier comments, Chair.
Okay, now proceed with the question.
So I think your question was, can we scan anybody, anywhere, anytime? The short answer is no.
Thank you.
We don't have the power to do that, but that doesn't preclude us from using other powers.
Thank you very much. Minister, how many wands are there in New South Wales?
There are 120.
And how many police officers did we say there were in New South Wales?
16,000 and something, 16,000 plus.
Okay, so is there a plan to purchase more wands?
Well, police have advised me that they believe that they have enough at this time.
So
We don't have 16,000
121s
people.
for 16,000 police. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Minister, the questions I asked earlier about the trends in relation to regional crime, and you didn't seem to be across the stats there. Is that not what, like, how do you evaluate the impacts of laws and resourcing if you're not across the trends of specific rural crimes in different areas?
Well, I don't agree with the assertion of your question.
Sorry,
there has
those
been a lot of attention and legislative change, and certainly in relation to police. Police are doing an awful lot, in actual fact, when it comes to...
Minister, I'm not asking about the activity of the police. I'm asking about the stats around regional crime. Are you across them or not?
What do you want? What do you want me to know? Ask me a specific question.
Are breaking enters up or down for the last 2 years?
Whereabouts?
Regional New South Wales.
Where though? Well, it's different. No, hold on, it's different. It's different everywhere. Where? Which suburb?
I'm asking a specific question, Minister. What has happened to the rate of sexual assault in Moree over the last 2 years?
Gone up.
By how much?
I can't give you the exact percentage. It's gone up across the state.
It's enormous. It's gone up 112%.
Yeah.
Sexual assault in Moree over the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's something that keeps me awake at night, quite frankly.
Yeah,
Ms.
interestingly,
Carter.
all the legislative changes you've introduced have focused on knife crime, serious break and enter, and motor vehicle theft.
Well, they are also up, as you well know.
No, I agree, but is part of the problem that perhaps we're sending the wrong signals with some of the legislative changes? Because is sexual assault a lesser crime than motor vehicle theft?
Of course it's not. No,
No,
absolutely not. But let me say this to you. These are community and deep social problems, particularly in the community that you have just referenced. These are matters that we need to look at as a whole of community. This is not... You can't point the finger at the police for this.
No one has. Not
well, I'm
once
just
have we
making
done
sure.
that.
I think you're getting... I'm the police minister, and the police respond as they are required to. These are issues that need a whole of community response. They need, education, health, community justice, juvenile justice, everybody looking at. And I agree with you that we absolutely need to look at the sexual assault stats going up.
So, okay. Minister, we're hearing, as much as everything else, we're hearing lots of things obviously, but community groups starting to do their own patrols, talking about almost redemption visits and this sort of stuff. How concerned are you that people are sort of feeling and seeing in their views, seen in action on this issue and taking matters into their own hands?
Well, police will say, do not do that. That's very dangerous. In fact, I was at a community forum on Sunday on the Central Coast, and people asked that explicit question, and the superintendent there made it very clear that people should not be taking matters into their own hands. And I have no doubt that every person sitting on here will give you that advice too.
And can we give them the advice that things are going to get better soon?
Well, we need more boots on the ground. We'll go back to your very first question. We need more boots on the ground. And that is what I and the police are trying to achieve by providing these new incentives to join the police force, make it attractive, retain people. That's critically important. We don't want to lose experienced cops, particularly out in regional areas. We want them to, they're the best of the best. We need new ones, but we also need to keep our experienced, trained police officers, and that is the focus. So that's what I hope they'll be coming your way soon. Where do you live, by the way? I don't know where you live.
Minister, what can you tell us about the economic cost of crime in regional communities?
Oh, it's not just the economic cost, though.
I'm aware of that, but what about the economic costs?
Well, I don't know that the police have the economic, we don't keep the economic evaluation of communities, but it's not just about the economic cost. It's so much more than that. It's about the cost to each individual family. I don't know how you put a price on losing a family member, for instance. I don't know how you put a price on that. Can you? I suspect not. It's about, people, the whole community being disrupted, the whole community feeling the loss of an individual, the whole community feeling frightened. It's about people leaving the community and not wanting to stay in a community. And I know that that's happening in some of our, particularly our remote areas. And
Minister?
I don't know how you put an economic dollar figure on that. I'd be interested to know if you could tell me what you think it is.
I'm not the minister.
Well, but I'm not the Minister for Economics either. But I am the Minister who is absolutely determined to get more boots on the ground in the New South Wales Police, meet our authorised strength, and get people out into areas that you're concerned about. I agree with you.
Minister, can we talk about knife crime enforcement, the laws that you introduced, 93IB, 93IC, the Crimes Act, designed to send a very strong message about carriage, custody of knives. 2/3 of referrals from police to the DPP for prosecution, the DPP elected not to proceed. Have you discussed this issue with the Attorney General?
Well, that's a matter for the DPP.
Well, it's a matter for police as well, isn't it? Because if in 2/3
Well,
of matters...
it hasn't been raised with me. If it was raised with me, I would
Okay,
have.
Commissioner, we're just talking about 93IB and 93IC and the fact that 2/3 of referrals from police to the DPP, the DPP has elected not to proceed. Are you concerned about this?
What I'm more concerned about was the time taken for the decision to be reached, I suppose. But
Yes.
I mean, they've got a very big workload, and but we that's the advice, and we work with the advice.
But does this indicate a need to revisit these laws? Because if in 2/3 the prosecutions aren't proceeding, then are we actually sending the message that this legislation was designed to send about the seriousness of knife crime?
I think, sorry, I missed the first question. I had to...
Yes, no, the government proposes to send a message about knife crime. The laws are structured in such a way that they can't be run in the local court. They have to be run by indictment, which means the DPP. The DPP saying no to 2/3 of the matters sent to them by the police. So police are arresting, but if the prosecutions aren't being made, then the higher sentences aren't being awarded. Is this legislation faulty because it's not sending the message that the government hoped it would send?
I'll just have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Sorry, point of order, Chair. I understand that there are people who aren't media taking photographs in the room. I wonder if you could direct all the staffers that it's inappropriate for them to be taking photographs in this room.
Who's taking photos?
I received a message that staffers were taking photographs in the room.
No idea.
Okay, well, staffers can't take photographs in the room.
Thank you.
There's plenty of opportunities. Anyway, please proceed.
Thank you. Minister?
Yes.
Why are you not willing to explain to the committee why you didn't think it was appropriate at the time you most became aware that the Dural event was not a terrorist event? Why were you not compelled to communicate to all of New South Wales to try to allay the fears that you and the Premier and everybody else had drummed up that this was a terrorist offence?
As I've already said, in terms of public-facing communication, I took that advice from the police.
And so why are you still avoiding any measure of honesty and accountability to this committee about when you were first properly made aware, when you felt the sense of relief that it was not a terrorist offence?
I reject the premise of that question, saying my honesty and my integrity is being questioned there. I will say it again. The information that I received at confidential briefings that were at a very high level, I will not be sharing.
Are you aware?
I will not be sharing
that
information with you now. I will not be sharing it with anyone else.
Are you aware that even in the
and I
last
won't.
50 minutes, even the Prime Minister has stood up and said he's been aware for some time? Why can you not do that too?
Because I'm not going to.
Thank you.
Can I? Are we
No,
done?
I've just got a couple of minutes, Minister. A minute and a half. Just quickly on regional crime.
Yep.
I know you had some questions from the opposition earlier. you can't blame locals for feeling that like nothing is happening in terms of regional crime, because there is a tide going through many country towns of issues. I think it stands to reason that no matter how many cops you put on the beat, even in the smallest of towns, it won't necessarily solve the problem. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think you're right. I think it's more than just policing. You can't arrest your way out of it. So yes,
So what do you think the problem is then?
Well, it's more, isn't it, than just policing. It's a whole of community thing. I guess it goes to similarly to the point that I made to Ms Carter in terms of sexual assaults. We need to ensure that why are these kids out in the middle of the night? Why aren't they at home? Why aren't they at school? All of those questions need to be answered, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us in the Parliament as community leaders to look at ways that we can address this. And I'll tell you what, not just from a policing perspective, but as a person in here who cares, and I know we all do, that's why we're here, and I say that to every one of you. If you've got ideas, share them. Certainly share them with me, because I'm open to anything. I don't want to see young kids locked up. I don't want to see young kids losing their lives. I don't want to see young kids terrorising community. It's horrible.
All right, thank you, Minister.
Do we get
Can I just, are we finished? Because I just had...
we're in government time now, sorry.
I just had something to clear up, if that's okay, just in response
I think we've got 1:30 of questions and then it's government time.
Chair, it's 12:45, understanding that...
But we started late because the Minister provided us. We started late.
I'll allow the opposition 1 minute and 30 seconds worth of questioning.
And I just wanted to...
We'll come to you, Minister.
Minister, one final question. Do you stand by the view that you've expressed publicly that you have never heard of a more stupid thing than a minister briefing members of Parliament about a matter of grave public importance?
To be asked to bring to the caucus police to talk about a covert operation that is still an active investigation, and there are people before the courts. Absolutely, that is not going to happen. And I stand by it. Can I do my clean up?
So, Minister, were you asked to provide covert information, or were you asked to provide what was already on the public record and asked to provide more information to members of Parliament about a matter of significant public importance?
Police will not be coming to the caucus meeting to give a briefing on a matter that is, as I've just described,
but as police minister, you could have provided that briefing to your parliamentary colleagues, could you not?
I will not be giving a briefing on a matter that is still an active investigation that has been described to us today. There are people who are part of that investigation that are before the court.
Minister, most of it's in the newspaper.
Is it still an active investigation, Mr Hudson?
Minister, the caravan job is still an active investigation. There are other components of Pearl, which is a different investigation that are before the court.
Thank you, Mr Hudson.
Right, thank you. We're in government time, but if you would like to make a statement.
Yes, so Mr Barrett, you asked how much money and how many positions are allocated to the Rural Crime Prevention Team. I don't have a total budget, however, the total number of Rural Crime Prevention Team officers is 63 specialist officers and in 28 locations, targeting rural crime and increasing community confidence in regional New South Wales. Mr Roberts asked what the cost is to fund the pay for students. Student police officers. I'm advised that since March 2024, student police officers studying at the academy are employed on a temporary administrative employee fixed term contract and receive a salary of $1,360 per week plus superannuation and award-based allowances over the 16-week study period. Mr Smith will be able to provide you with the total dollar figure to date in his capacity as Deputy Commissioner responsible for corporate. And back to you, Mr Barrett, you asked how many engagements we have with young people in Moree. I'm advised I don't have the specific numbers at hand, so unless, and Mr Bazanos has said that he will provide what he can to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any government questions?
No government questions, Chair.
No government questions, okay. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
We'll now break till
Chair, I've just got a matter I'd like to raise in a deliberate if I could.
afterwards.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, if we could move into deliberative. Yeah.
No, you're released, Minister. Everyone's released. Back at 2 o'clock. Thank you for everybody else. Thank you very much.
Just give me a couple
Is
of
everyone
minutes, Sue, will
sworn
you,
in?
please?
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. We're now starting this session with questions from the crossbench, and I'll hand over to you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Where will we start? Mr. Smith, we'll start with you. That document that I produced, have you got a copy of it? Or would you like it? You've got it?
No, you gave us a copy. I've got a copy.
Good.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. No need to thank. The Minister in her answer said something along the lines of, she's entitled to answer however she wants. That's wrong. It's nothing. Waved it away. That's an official, well, was at the time, an official police document. You agree?
It would appear to be a screenshot from a dashboard.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
What does it represent? What was it intended to represent at that particular point in time?
Well,
and why was it done?
Right, so it's intended to represent where we sit as an organisation in relation to our vacancies, our ERE spend, and know exactly where positions may or may not be across our organisation. It is done so it gives us an idea about, one, the level of vacancies we have, two, the level of underspend that we have that's aligned to that, the employee-related expenses within our budget position as an organisation.
Okay. Perhaps this is hypothetical, but go with me for a little bit. And if you don't want to answer a hypothetical question, you're entitled not to. But let's just play with me here a bit. If for some reason today, 2,000 people turned up at recruiting headquarters, all passed every single test that they could possibly do, and the New South Wales Police Force had the physical capability, which I know they don't, they had the physical capability of training those 2,000 people now to fill every single vacancy that we have. We couldn't do it, could we? Because we don't have the money to do so.
Well, I don't agree with that hypothetical proposition on a number of fronts. I'm happy to answer it because there is a lot of context to that. One, if 2,000 recruits turned up, we would probably have around about 18 months to be able to square away our business to make sure that we were appropriately funded. I think both the Minister and Government and Treasury have made it clear that we are funded of an envelope of 18,374 people.
Yep.
If and when is not an if, when we get to that point, we will be making sure, which we do fiscally in terms of our budget submissions each year, look at what are the funding envelopes we need to do business, and that's exactly what we will do. When we are in that position, we will always fund our resources to the authorised strength that we have.
Of course you would, and that's what one would expect the New South Wales Police want to do. I'm sure that all of you as the executive want to see 18,374 positions all filled.
Correct.
Right? There's no argument there, and I'm the first one to try and help you in any way, shape or form that I can. But you don't have the money, do you? In reality, it's not there, which is not your fault, but you're not getting the budget allocation you need from Treasury to be able to fund 18,374 positions today at today's award rate. You don't have that money, do you?
Mr. Roberts, to answer that question is the fact that we operate in a budget environment where we are constantly working with Treasury around how we fund. Irresponsible might be the wrong word to use here. However, noting that where we are in terms of ERE and noting where we are in terms of our current budget position, the responsible thing is to manage our budget within what we are allocated. Yep. If we have vacancies, then we look to opportunities to be able to do things, fund things, whether that are people related or otherwise, within our budget envelope. We are in the midst of a budget cycle now where we are putting up for money to do a lot of things, whether that be in the capital space, the people space, the technology space, the health, safety, wellbeing space. We are constantly looking at that environment, and that's the way we operate. Now, technically, if that was to happen tomorrow, we are funded for 18,374 positions.
But at the old award rate and not being able to pay the student police officers.
But that is because we have an underspending.
No, I know,
EO.
but you just said if we all filled up tomorrow, we're funded
we
for
would-
18,000.
we
You
would
are
be-
not funded for 18,000. If you want to pay student police officers, if you want to quarantine positions for admin positions, and if you want to pay the award salary increase, you don't have those funds, do you? It's a simple proposition.
The way that you have put it to us, that is correct. However, that's not the environment we are in.
Look, I know what you're trying to do. More strength to you. But it's not going to work. This is not sustainable, is it? What you're doing at the moment is not sustainable. If you had 18,374 coppers,
We wouldn't be doing what we are doing if we did.
because you wouldn't have the money to do it, would you?
Well, I can't answer that question because that is a hypothetical. I don't know what would be allocated to us out of the budget process, which we go through every single year.
Right. Somebody from the Secretariat, if you don't mind, I've got another document I want to circulate.
Thank you.
I'll give you time to absorb it, although you're a signatory to it and you must know all about it, as would every member of the CET know about it. So what we have there, will you tell me what we have? What is this document, Deputy Commissioner, and what does it say and what does it represent?
The issue, which is outlined, is an update on the status of the administration review and the organisational change within New South Wales Police Force.
And it puts forward a number of options, doesn't it, in terms of funding going forward for various positions?
It does.
Right. Let's go to page 2. Where it talks about authorised police positions, officer head counts, vacant positions, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to point 2 of option 3. What does that say?
Do you want me to read that out, Mr.
Well,
Roberts, or
no. What does it mean?
Madam Chair, just on a point of procedural fairness, as I might have raised earlier, the document's just been put in front of all of us. It is 1, 2, 3, 4 pages in length. I certainly haven't managed to familiarise myself with it, nor would I expect our witnesses perhaps have, particularly in the scheme of things in terms of the volume of the work. So perhaps it might be useful to give the witness some time to have a look and for us to also consider as a committee how we proceed with it. Yeah. 5 pages. I stand
I was going to say, I think it's 5 pages. Look, I think that probably the same. I've got a feeling Mr. Roberts is going to make the same submission on the point of order, and that is a document that it's very likely the witness is already very familiar with, and
He
of course
signed it. Go to the last page.
can take anything on notice. His signature is on there.
And yeah, to that, I mean, we all sign documents and probably do so, every day in terms of the manner and the number of them. I just think in terms of procedural fairness, the witness also ought to be given some time to consider what's been put in front of him.
I absolutely take the point of order on board, and I urge and ask the witness, if you are feeling any pressure or any desire to require some more time, that is the procedural fairness resolution. You can take absolute comfort in requesting the committee to give you more time, and we would do so. If you're happy to proceed, then
I'm happy to answer the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So, back to it, Deputy Commissioner. Point 2 under option 3. What does that... We know what it says, right? We can all read. What does it mean in practical terms for the New South Wales Police?
Well, in practical terms, it means that there is a number of officers that need to be recruited. If we recruited 1,100 per year, then in terms of the funding envelope, we would need to maintain the level of vacancies in those spaces, and that is what it talks about in terms of maintaining the authorised police vacancies to be able to pay for, and this is the words which are written there, maintain to pay for both schemes. But it is a point in time.
Yep.
It is an option and a paragraph within an options paper document.
Right. Well then, I'll ask you this. Was option 3 the option chosen by the CET?
Yes, it was.
Well, my time's expired, Madam Chair, it's yours.
We'll come back to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Webb, can I just ask you, did you or any of your officers request that the New South Wales government, or sorry, the Premier or through the Minister for Police, that you required any new powers under the Law Enforcement Police Powers Act in the last the last 6 months?
I'm not sure that we specifically asked for it. We, as has been pointed out and spoken about this morning, in terms of the work that's been done extensively in our organisation in response to the reported hate crime and protests and a number of other things, we've just responded and briefed accordingly. I certainly can't recall asking for anything specifically. Mr. Hudson, is there anything you asked for?
In relation to the anti-Semitism and hate crime things, we were consulted and asked for consultation, but...
And in particular, did you request any extra powers in relation to being able to control or manage gatherings, assemblies, protests?
Not that I'm aware of, but Mr. Thurtell manages protests. So.
No, as has already been indicated, we did respond to some legislative proposals, I suppose you could call it, and how we felt about those and what additional information we could add to them, but I don't recall asking for any specific powers.
Thank you. And so any of those law reform initiatives that the New South Wales Parliament has established in the last couple of this year, none of those were specifically initiated or asked for by any of you as the senior officers?
I think, ma'am, though, I think in relation to 93Z of the Crimes Act, I think it's been problematic since it was created. The Law Reform Commission did a review and said it was unworkable, more or less. So they have modified that with a further subsection. So whether that's us asking for that or, but we were aware of that, and we have flagged that previously that it's hard to prosecute.
Thank you. Commissioner, can I just ask you about the use of tasers? I've noticed that that there has been an 18.2% 5-year trend increase in police deploying tasers. October 2023-24 was the highest level of taser deployment in the last 5 years. There was 1,913 incidents in October 2023-2024, discharged in 331 cases. 26.8% of incidences have been against First Nations people, and 37.9% increase, 5-year trend of taser deployments against First Nations women, a 52% increase on the 5-year trend as First Nations young women, and a 36.8 increase, 5-year trend for First Nations young people. Does this concern you in terms of the increase of 36.8% over 5 years for First Nations young people?
I don't have that data in front of me, but I accept that what you say. Taser is a tactical option available to officers in a range of tactical options that they carry, including OC, spray, batons, taser and their firearm. Certainly our policy around the use of taser carries with it a policy that says the taser use needs to be reviewed by a panel consisting of the Assistant Commissioner I've sat on those panels myself over the time where the footage is reviewed, the event is reviewed, they are scrutinised extensively. And if there's a point around whether it's not targeted towards a particular group, but I accept that you say that is a rise against First Nations people.
So does it was a 36.8% over 5-year increase for First Nations young people, and there was a 122% increase from October, the October 2022-23 to the 23-24. That's a 122% increase. Had something changed in policing and in relation to taser use during that period that you're aware of?
Mr. Hudson was just reminding me we had COVID, so there was not as many people around. But certainly, as I said, they're reviewed at the region commander, assistant commissioner level. So I'm confident that each matter is reviewed, every single taser usage, whether it's a drive fire or it's just a misfire or actually deploy. There is, generally, I think our crime environment is a more violent environment. And I don't shy away from that. There's been discussion here this morning about what we see in youth crime, regional crime, any crime. That's what I see. I see that my officers, our officers, are confronted and are in more risky situations every day, whether it's drug related, whatever, I don't know the cause of it, but I do see a change in our society.
When you say a change in our society, do you have a kind of period of time in your mind's eye about when you're talking about this trend or this change? Over what period of time are you?
We've all been around this table a long time, and certainly in our 35 plus years each, I've noticed, and I'm sure the deputies can speak for themselves, but I've certainly seen a change from my early days on the front line. But it's what for example, we did a piece of work, I think last year, or maybe even the year before, on a review of Aboriginal representation by police, whether as victims of crime or whether as offenders, both as young people and adults. So there's 4 reports came forward and 1 integrated report that talked about what we're seeing in terms of the people we're seeing, they're coming forward younger, they're starting to commit more violent crime younger, and people often ask and say, like, how do we fix it, or when do we see these people first come to the attention of police? They often first come to the attention of police as babies, as children at risk, and then there's antisocial behaviour, and then there's crime, like there's a well-trodden path. But from my own experience, I don't have anything empirical, and there's probably something in the research journals and our own evidence that we're certainly society is more risky.
So do you think that on that, and particularly young people and what we were talking about earlier, do you think locking up more First Nations kids at the moment, refusing bail, are you seeing that that's reducing crime?
It's a bit of a seesaw, to be honest. It goes up and down, and it depends whether we see some repeat offenders in custody or not. Really, we see a spike in crime when some of our repeat offenders are not in custody. Our job in protecting this in the community is to protect victims of crime, and sitting with victims of crime who are mid-80s, who've had their house broken in at 3 o'clock in the morning, and hearing their story and how fearful they are is terrible. And so I'll make no apology for all the hard work that the police are doing to protect their communities.
I think, and everybody agrees in terms of trying to protect communities. I think what particularly we as a parliament have been trying to grapple with, and specifically in the upper house, is, and I take on board what the minister was saying earlier, she's an open door for ideas. We're just very concerned and are trying to examine, is the current response settings that we have right now, is it actually going to be effective if the ultimate goal is protecting society, keeping communities safer?
Well, there's got to be a circuit breaker, and certainly as police officers with a 24/7 responsibility in communities, then we use the levers that are available to us. And we're obligated. If we investigate a crime, we identify an offender, then they'll get charged.
So when you say, you're not sure what's causing this spike, surely your frontline officers have some pretty good ideas, and we're talking about those criminogenic inputs, whether it's poverty, homelessness, substance abuse, domestic and family violence.
I think it's all of those things, but certainly, and I've used this term here before and I'll continue to use it. Police officers and police are the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff when it comes to these sorts of issues. And unfortunately.
Are your officers satisfied at this point in time that the main remedy they have is to arrest, get refusal of bail and kids get locked up?
Well, certainly, the decision around diversion's no longer an option for many of these kids, and that's always an option to be considered. But if the option around diversions have been exhausted, then there aren't many other tools left. And then what else is available in communities, then that's sort of outside of my purview. But it's a job that we have to do. No one wants to see kids locked up, but equally, I don't like seeing people, particularly elderly people, broken into and bashed in their homes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Opposition.
Commissioner, thank you for coming along. You talk about some of the changes you've seen over time.
Yeah.
Are we seeing a worsening in regional crime?
I grew up in a country town, and I grew up in a time where you could leave your house unlocked and your car unlocked, and so society's changed. But I do worry for our society that we're seeing a younger generation start to commit crime at an early age, so 10 and above. My days as a general duties officer and a younger detective in a pack, they were 16-year-olds, then they started off with shoplifting and then they'd escalate from there. When I was a commander at Holroyd, 14-year-olds starting off with a high school riot with machetes. And now we're seeing, 10, 11, 12-year-olds break into homes with weapons, stealing cars, bashing people. It's a slippery slope.
So the amount of crime as well as the severity of crime?
I think statistically, and I can get it, and I've got it here, Boxar tells me over 10 years it's dropping, but that doesn't change the fear in communities. When I've got communities that are concerned and in fear and live in fear, and the couple I talked about, who I saw on the TV last night, and they're both alive, which thank God, that they now sleep during the day so they can be awake at night.
Commissioner, are you concerned about the role social media is playing in that?
I am.
And how, are we doing enough on that front?
Well, we've got post and boast and all sorts of things, and I know that the officers out there, and I want to pat the officers on the back because they're working very hard in all communities, and whether it's an Operation Mongoose, whether it's a strike force, and going back through footage and back capturing, and if they get the phone, they can retrospectively investigate matters. It's all after the fact, unfortunately. What can we do that's more contemporary, in the prevention disruption space? Because we've got kids that are stealing cars in one town and travelling almost halfway across the state to commit another crime.
Sorry, you mentioned Operation Mongoose there, and it's just a term I picked up on some of the reports. Is that a term that we're using now to define?
It's an operation. It's an operation that's being run in regional New South Wales to tackle youth crime.
Okay, I just thought I picked up in one of the reports.
It's been running for about 18 months. It's a term that we use, and so that we call them mongoose offenders, etc.
Thank you. Minister, how many new recruits were sworn into the police force in the last calendar year? Commissioner?
I'll refer to Mr Smith to get the exact numbers, but the numbers are growing, and I think the Minister mentioned this morning the numbers anticipated for this calendar year are 1,000 officers.
Okay, thank you. How many, and possibly in this tranche as well, how many police officers have left in that calendar year?
I'll get that number for you too.
Are there specific departments within the police force that are sort of feeling the more acute shortages than others?
We often, as an executive, review the the operational capacity, organisational capacity across the organisation. Generally, whether it's frontline or some of the specialist units, it's currently somewhere around 75 to 80% generally. There are commands, and I know you raised some that might be in their mid-60s, for example. And so when we're looking at placing new recruits into areas, we consider all of those things, where they go based on the current operational capacity.
I'll come to vigilantism now. How concerned are you about this sort of rising movement towards vigilantes?
I can understand communities' frustration, but usually no good comes of it, and that puts themselves at risk. They're not trained, not equipped, and we see, and as I said, we see too many people, young people, carrying knives and other implements. That puts those people at risk.
And do you think there's a good understanding in the community about what a citizen's arrest is and what their roles and responsibilities are?
I mean, they might see the odd one on TV or in a movie, and it doesn't always end well, unfortunately.
So a message to people talking on that front?
I think, I would say don't. They need to tactically withdraw and call the police.
Thank you.
Minister, just
Commissioner.
jumping back to... Oh, sorry. I apologise.
I'm not sure it's a promotion.
Title you don't want.
Commissioner, in relation to social media, do police have the ability to reach out to social media and ask them to pull certain pages down?
We do. I understand that we have a relationship with the big media platforms, whether they agree to or not. We also work with the Safety Commissioner to try and manage the content. That's not always possible. We often use social media platforms in the investigative space rather than the prevention and disruption space.
So, for example, I understand that northern suburbs of Sydney, there's a Facebook page with a fairly offensive title where very young people really are stealing cars and posting pictures and essentially taunting the police to come and get them. Is it possible to go to the social media platforms and have that shut down?
We, in the city, so in the regional areas, we've got Operation Mongoose. In the city, we've got Operation Strike Force Sweetenham that has a similar mandate. And I know that, and I've met with those investigators and seen the work that they've done. They do work with the companies, social media companies, to take content down, but also disrupt and investigate matters that they come across.
What's the typical time frame if you wanted something taken down?
I'd have to take that on notice, and that might just depend on the provider and whether they're in country or not.
Okay. And do the providers ever proactively reach out to you and let you know about certain pages?
I'm not aware of that. I wouldn't like to say yes or no. Most of those big companies now have former law enforcement officers working with them, and I think that helps the relationship. I don't know about in terms of preemptively calling us.
Are you satisfied that you have sufficient powers, or that's an area that you would like to have greater powers or greater resources?
I think there was a summit some time ago, and as I said, I've met with the Safety Commissioner a couple of times. It's a Commonwealth space. I think it's a difficult jurisdiction. We do what we can with what we've got, I guess, is my point, with our laws.
I guess I acknowledge it's a difficult jurisdiction, but it's increasingly important, especially in terms of forming social mores. And so I wondered if there's more that we can or should do in that space.
I think there's always more, but it's probably in that Commonwealth space.
Okay. I think you flagged just in answers to questions that we're currently below strength, and you look carefully at where recruits go and whatever. Are there, for example, some country towns where you think, they'll have to operate without a police force for a certain period of time?
I'll hand to my regional deputy in a moment. There will be places, small country towns, that are part of a bigger command, a district. Some of our districts might have 22 police stations, which some of them might be a one-person unit station out, I don't know, Burrawa, there's two, for example, but it could be one. And if that officer is on holiday or sick or something else, the deployment might come from Young or somewhere else. So we deploy around some of those issues. So it would be a sawtooth that it's not perfect all the time, but the community would always have a response from somewhere.
So Young to Burrawa, what's the
Half an hour.
response time? Half an hour?
Or half an hour, just normal driving.
Yeah, sure. Would there be situations where there would be a longer response time if a station was unmanned because of holidays or some other reason?
Oh, it just depends where the other cars were and what else they were responding to. And as you'd appreciate, we would prioritise and triage jobs depending on the type of job.
And how many police would be available to respond from Young?
It's part of the Hume command, so I'd have to take that on notice.
Because I think the question goes to, are we sure there is going to be sufficient capacity in Young to be able to also respond to Burrawa?
And they're decisions that are made by the local command and the district inspector to make sure that there's a response available, and whether they recall people or often in those country towns there's a call-out process.
Yeah,
the same for a lock-up keeper.
Because some of the Facebook vigilantism, for want of a better expression, seems to come from a fear that there is an insufficient police response time. So to what extent are understaffed country police stations leading people to believe that they have to take their personal safety into their own hands?
And as I said, certainly I wouldn't encourage that. And
none of us would, I agree.
No,
yes.
no. And to the point we talked about briefly this morning around we've got a couple of projects through the executive about freeing up our police from non-police duties, such as prisoner transport, managing those in custody, mental health, all those sorts of things, to free up police to do police things. So they're our priority as a set for this year.
Just on mental health, are you aware of any work that's been done flowing from the Upper House inquiry into mental health that made recommendations around PACER and other types of operations? You're aware of any movement in terms of...
Certainly, I'm aware of the Upper House inquiry, as well as our own review that was done under Mr Hudson's leadership, that we have a joint arrangement or working party with New South Wales Health about working towards a better model. So that project is still ongoing.
Is there a timeline on that project?
I'll divert to Mr Hudson on that. Is there a timeline?
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think there's general agreement about a pathway forward, but the timelines haven't been established. We're also an updated MOU is out for circulation between health and the police, and hopefully that's signed off by mid-year, which will free up police time at emergency departments and a lot of other things. So.
And is that affected at all by the resignation of staff psychiatrists from New South Wales Health?
Hasn't at this stage, no.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, Commissioner. Perhaps you could direct me as to who would be best able to answer these about police buildings. So I understand that, we're the first state, so a number of police stations have significant, they've been used for quite a long time, but I understand, for example, maintenance perhaps isn't as it should be to provide good working conditions for police. So I've received reports, for example, about the former courthouse at Glebe, which was being used by police, needed to be abandoned when water was pouring from electrical fittings and fixtures. And there's apparently also asbestos and black mould in the building. Is there enough money in the maintenance budget to make sure that all of these police buildings are at the standard that we would expect them to be to provide proper working conditions for police?
Yeah, I take your question, and to that we've got over 500 police premises around the state. As you point out, we've been operating as a police force for over 165 years, so some of our buildings are probably around that age. Some of them are newer, but I'll hand to Mr Smith, who looks in after the Infrastructure and Assets Command.
Thank you. Have we got enough money in the budget to make sure that we're doing appropriate maintenance on all the police buildings?
Look, we prioritise our spend both in a capital and minor capital approach in that space. Like our minor capital budget at the moment is fully expended. It is expended each and every year. And we
So can I just stop you there? So the budget goes through to June 30, does it?
Yeah, financial year budgets. Yes.
Okay, so we're now the start of March, and so there's no more money for
No,
minor
we
capital?
allocate a program
Right.
in advance, so
Okay.
we forecast where those spends are and how that is being expended. I think in relation to
So can I
GLEE,
just so I can dig down to the details, you've got a forecast program of action.
Correct.
What happens if a tree goes through the police station at Ryde? What happens then?
we fix it.
From what budget?
Whether that's from organisational wide budget, whether that's from reallocation of funds that haven't been spent in the maintenance cycle. Like we forecast, we bring forward, it's not a fixed, but we have a program, and then when things happen, we fix what we need to fix, and we make sure that that's done. And for Glebe as an example, I think you utilised that, like we spent $1.6 million to rectify the roof, the mould and other issues, and we're constantly doing that across a program of works.
So 1.6 million on Glebe. I understand that the total maintenance budget is 12.4 million. So if you've got 500 sites and 1.6 goes on Glebe, that's almost a sixth on one police station.
No, there is two buckets of money. You were talking about a capital expenditure program.
Yep.
And Glebe fell into a capital expenditure program of money.
And how much is the CapEx budget?
The maintenance. It depends each year. It's usually around about $200 million, depending upon the program of works that is in place, and that's generally programmed over a number of years. The maintenance budget is just that. It's a maintenance budget for things that happen, and they're allocated as they need be to be fixed.
And are you confident that everything's been maintained so that police have appropriate working conditions?
We address safety issues. We address the issues that we need to, is it perfect in terms of, will we always ask for more money? Yes, we do. Sure. Would we always accept more money? Yes, we would. Yeah. The program of works is extensive. It is mapped out over a decade in terms of what our capital works is to build and maintain police stations. We have specific programs of work, and we're never underspent in the property space.
Okay, and I understand that New South Wales Police Infrastructure and Asset Command has commissioned a report, a condition assessment report. Is that right?
Yes, but I'd have to take the detail of that on notice.
Okay, I believe it's due at the end of March. Is that right? I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
I am. It's generally happens as we normally would across a cycle of maintenance programs, and that would inform decisions as to where we go and what we do.
And how is that report made public?
I'd have to have a look at that. Whether it's in the annual report, I can't remember if that is in.
Okay, I wonder if you could undertake to provide us with a copy of that report when it's finished?
Yeah, that's fine.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Barnes, if I could go to you perhaps. I understand that the New South Wales Crime Commission is doing work into the confiscation of the proceeds of crime acquired by Mr Eddie O'Beard and his family. We had understood from the Minister that would be completed by now. I wonder if you could update us on what's happening with that.
Certainly. It's been a very intensive investigation.
Go closer to the microphone, perhaps.
You'd appreciate it's been a very intensive investigation. It's relating to activity that occurred more than 10 years ago. Banks don't keep records back that far, and the defendant or potential defendant in the matter also had no interest in preserving the records. It's also the case that the defendant had a complex discretionary trust, or a number of discretionary trusts that have created very significant difficulties in our tracing and reconstructing the accounts. On top of that, we're faced with a number of legal barriers, applications for a stay in view of the time and the challenges the defendant would face in responding to an application, difficulties with admissibility of evidence, and then locating property that would warrant, that would give us sufficiently positive prospects of recovering, such as would warrant the initiating of proceedings and the considerable exposure to adverse costs orders. Overcoming all of those difficulties, or properly assessing the scope of all those challenges, has taken a considerable period of time. We've outsourced some of the very high-level forensic accounting that was necessary, and we've applied our own resources to the assessment of the legal questions. We're nearing the end of that investigation and we'll produce a report in the near future.
When you say nearing, how close are we to that report being available?
I've seen a draft, but it's gone back for further work.
Okay, so you can't give us any sort of time frame? Because I understand this has been going on since 2021.
That's when we first announced we would undertake the work, but it didn't start immediately.
Right. Okay, so April?
Certainly before the end of this financial year.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Webb, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Sydney has given evidence that the New South Wales Police Force offered to clear the encampment from the University of Sydney grounds. Can you tell us when that offer was made?
I will ask Mr Thurtell to comment on that, but certainly it was more at that local level.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just really trying to get an idea of timeline, really.
You're talking about the PAG protest activity.
The encampment at the university, yes.
I don't know what the Vice-Chancellor said, and I stand to be corrected on this, but I don't think we ever offered to clear the ground for any reason. In fact, I know when we had the initial conversations with them, we indicated to the university that it was a matter for them to tell the students that they had to vacate, etc., and that we wouldn't be getting involved unless absolutely necessary. So, as I said, I stand to be corrected, but we have never offered to clear anything.
Okay. And what circumstances would constitute absolutely necessary?
Well, as a last resort, I think once they had expired all their own civil means of doing it, utilised their own personnel, expelled students, all that sort of stuff, would we get involved? Because the university initially allowed the protest to start, and then the fact that it got out of control didn't become our problem.
Okay, thank you. Mr Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to where we left off, Mr Smith, so we've finally agreed that there are positions being quarantined as per this paper that we've talked about and the reasons behind that. I'm going to read to you, and I can provide you with a copy, and this is not a trick at all, right? There will be a question comes at the end of it. I asked a question of the Leader of the Government in the upper house in question time on the 18th of February, just 2 weeks ago. Is this government's policy, platform and indeed desire to fill the deficit in all outstanding sworn positions to full authorised strength as soon as possible? The Minister, the Leader of the Government, replied, this is inter alia, this is parts of it, but these are the crunch of it. Of course, the government's desire is to have police officers in every position we have vacant. The policy is we want police officers we can get in every vacancy. That is pretty obvious. That is what we want. But the policy is pretty clear. We want as many people in the positions as we can get. So that's her statement, not attributed to you. That's hers. Taking into account what we know from this yellow, that's not going to be achieved at this point in time, is it? The government's policy and desire to fill every single position is contrary to what is actually taking place at the moment.
I think there needs to be some context provided to that, Mr Roberts. I think that statement, we're not at odds in terms of wanting to fill every position. However, at the moment, that is not where we are currently at. We need to operate our business within our budget, and we are putting in place mechanisms to be able to do that. And I've said it, I answered before, as soon as our forecasts, our recruitment and other things, we will be putting up business cases and budget submissions to ensure that we can and will fund our positions. We have to be able to manage our budget and run our business in a way that is appropriate and fit for purpose at a point in time, and that is what we are attempting to do.
Right. So you're running your budget at the moment in a purpose that's fit for, I can't remember your exact words, at this point in time, by not filling positions, correct?
No, we're not filling positions because we forecast the recruitment numbers to fill positions. That's that's what we do. So we know the numbers that we are getting in via a number of processes.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
know the number that are at the academy.
Yep.
We know what those class sizes will be.
Yep.
We know or have and forecast about what attrition rates look like.
Yep.
We know what is coming in from professional mobility. We
Yep.
know what comes in from rejoinees. So it's a balance sheet of a plus and minus around what all of that looks like. And our position is and will be to always make sure that we can fund our authorised positions.
Well, to fund going forward at the moment, or currently at the moment, point 2 of option 3. If we recruit 1,100 police officers per year, we must maintain 390 vacant authorised positions to pay for the student police officers. We must also maintain 300 vacant authorised police positions to pay for EPSS. I'd argue it's for the wages, but anyway. And in total, a minimum of 740 vacant authorised police positions must be maintained to pay for the scheme. Later on, the acting chief financial officer says it's not 740, it's in fact 812. But that's what's happening. You agree?
At a point in time,
This point in time now, we are quarantining positions and not filling positions because we can't afford to.
I don't agree with that proposition, Mr. Roberts.
Okay. Right, well, while we're talking about recruiting, Premier Minns, at his budget estimates hearing, in response to a question from the Honourable Mark Banasiak, said, Banasiak asked him about recruiting, and Premier Minns said, I believe we are now net positive in terms of recruits and retirements, which is a good sign. That's what he said. I can't ask you to possibly imagine where he would have got that from, but that's not correct, that statement, is it? We're not in a net positive position at all, are we?
I don't know what the context of the question was, but if we are talking about the forecast of those that we will recruit this year to the forecast of those that will leave this year, is that what you are asking me?
Oh, okay. In
I
fairness,
don't know whether
again,
it's...
no trick to it. But Banasiak says, I'm just trying to shorten it up. Sorry to interrupt, Premier. The recruits that are coming through, are they enough to deal with the ones that are going out the back door? The Premier replies, I believe we're now in net positive terms of recruits and retirements, which is a good sign. We're not in net positive terms, are we?
For 2024, we'll be close. Historically, no.
No, and we're not talking about historically. What's the forward forecast for the end of 2026?
To the end of 2026. So in terms of numbers, we're still building classes, but in terms of 2025, we will look at, we have 330 odd, 340 down at the academy now.
Yep.
We have just under 400 online in session 1. And then we are building a class that will be positive 400 in terms of what we have. We have over 1,000 applications that are currently in process at various stages. So we are forecasting around 1,100, hopefully to 1,200 recruits this year.
Yeah. What's the separation forecast?
Well, the separation forecast, depending upon a number of factors, will either be just above or just on that, depending upon a number of factors.
Well, doesn't this document that we've been referring to at point 4 say, based on current trajectory of trends, see dark blue line in the chart below,
Yeah, I can see that.
vacant authorised police positions will continue to increase given the projected recruitment separations. The projections is 1,100 recruits a year, losing 1,400 in separations. By 2026, it is forecast to be above 3,000 vacant authorised police positions. It's internal police document.
Yeah, that's
this is not Robert speculating.
No, I'm not arguing it. It is a forecast. There are a number of factors that need to be taken into consideration.
So that's the forecast. That's the New South Wales police modelling going forward.
Yep.
Where have you told the minister this? That this is the forecast going forward? That we're going to end up with about 3,000 vacancies at the end of 2026?
Specifically in relation to this paper?
No, in general. Does the minister know that our trajectory is going backwards?
The minister's been briefed on our forecast.
Okay, good, thanks. That's all I needed to know. So she's been briefed that the forecast is going to be 3,000. So where Mr Minns gets this, that we're at net positive terms, no one knows, and you wouldn't know either, right? Nobody would be expected to know where he's plucked that from. But that's not factual. I'll leave that as a statement rather than a question. Going back to then our quarantining of positions that we agree is happening, has the minister been informed about that?
I'm not aware of that in terms of this paper itself. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Does the Minister know that we are quarantining positions? That the New South Wales Police Force is quarantining positions at the moment to offset various other things?
The word quarantining...
Or repurposing, use whatever name you want, I don't care.
We are utilising our employer-related expenses and underspends in that space to fund that, and the Minister is aware of that environment for us.
So the Minister knows?
The Minister is aware of what that looks like in terms of our funding environment.
So when she said that's all wrong earlier today, again, you can't comment on what she was thinking, but again, a statement from me that she brushed it off because she was snookered, for want of a better word. Because it is in fact correct, isn't it? We've agreed to this already.
I can't answer it. Is that a statement about the Minister's position?
No. Well, it's a statement. I said you can't answer
I'm
it.
not answering a statement.
Good. I didn't ask you that. You don't answer statements, you answer questions.
That's why I remained silent. I didn't answer.
Good. So then, in this same yellow document, the Acting Chief Financial Officer says, inter alia, quarantining of vacant authorised police positions, in brackets sworn positions, to support ongoing operational admin needs is not a good practice and should not be embedded into any annual review type process going forward. So we have a very senior public servant, the Chief Financial Officer of the New South Wales Police in the FABS branch, or whatever it is they call it, saying this is not good practice, but the CUT has chosen to adopt that anyway. Is that correct? Contrary to his advice?
It's a considered position on a temporary basis for the work environment that we currently face. We acknowledge all the comments that are there,
yep,
and the decisions that are made in the Commissioner's executive team meetings.
Right, okay. I've got 24 seconds left, so I might let my 24 seconds go.
Thank you. Commissioner, can I just ask you briefly to turn your mind back to late last year and before New Year's? Did your office or any of your officers speak with the Premier or the Premier's office about the potential RTBU, so the Rail, Tram and Bus Union, industrial action over New Year's Eve?
I just can't remember. Like, I spoke to the Premier at some point. I was out at Penrith Water Park for something. I think it was more the Premier's department around a meeting with the public servants, not ministerial level.
And so there would have been some discussion about that potential industrial action and what the Premier's department wanted the police to do, or what? Could you give us some context?
My recollection, and I'll have to go back if you want more detail, but certainly that as an agency, critical to the planning for New Year's Eve was around what would normally happen for us in any major event, every New Year's Eve, every Australia Day, every Vivid, is around a risk assessment, around the known risks to an environment. This year, or late last year, the risk was a possible rail strike and what that would mean should that eventuate on New Year's Eve in terms of a policing response. So I was part of those discussions about what are some of the concerns we have in terms of risk to public safety if that were to eventuate.
Thank you. And can I also just ask, in relation to the Newcastle the People's Blockade of the world's largest coal port, going back to that event, do you recall, or did any of your officers have any conversations with the harbour master that might have been him suggesting to police that it wasn't safe for ships to be coming in or out of the harbour?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that. I'll default to my Deputy Regional, who may or may not, given that the Region Commander was dealing directly on those issues.
Deputy Commissioner, do you have any knowledge about any conversations that may have been happening with the harbour master and the harbour master suggesting that allowing ships coming in and out in the circumstances was not a good idea or was unsafe?
Look, I can't be, to be honest, I can't be 100% certain. There may very well have been. And I would suggest if that was the case, it probably would have formed part of the proceedings at the Supreme Court in regards to the objections. And the objection, as you know, was taken on public safety grounds in terms of the operation of the shipping lane itself.
I think, sorry, I'm not meaning to cut you off, but I think I'm referring to post those proceedings and when the event actually was taking place. Was there any communications? And I'm happy if you want to take this on notice and provide any detail back to the committee. I'm very interested, and I think the committee should be informed about whether there was any communication from the harbour master to the police, whether it be on the ground or the senior officers, of the harbour master suggesting that he thought it was too unsafe for ships to be going in or out of the coal port during the people's blockade of that coal port.
Yeah, look, I'm comfortable to say there were ongoing discussions. I was being briefed on it, but I can't say specifically. I'd have to take that on notice. But there was live and enduring conversations that were going on. That was the focus of the risk, was activation of the shipping lane and the movements within the shipping lane. So it would have been definitely a point of ongoing discussion, but I'll take the specifics on notice.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested if the police on the ground did any, well-intentioned but pushback on the harbour master of his views about whether it was safe or unsafe.
I've taken it on notice.
Thank you very much. Ms Fairman, did you want to take?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just wanting to go back to the data that we were talking about earlier in the day in relation to the early drug diversion initiative. Firstly, is there updated data from, I think we went to the 31st of October in terms of the data my office has obtained. Have we got anything more current? Nothing's been provided to you in that time.
Excuse me, sorry. We've got data from March to the 31st of December.
What's the total? What's the, after the total number of diversions and the total number of charges?
Yeah.
So between the 1st of March 2024 and the 31st of December 2024, there were 9,686 legal actions for drug possessions and or use of drugs excluding cannabis. Of those, 827 were dealt with by criminal infringement notices, and the 9,686 legal actions related to 5,656 persons of interest, which means that, as far as I'm aware, a total of 15% were diverted by EWDI.
Thank you. So 9,686, you've just said that's total.
That's 1 March to 31 December.
Yes, yes, and you've just said without, that doesn't take into consideration cannabis.
Cannabis, correct.
So the data that I have that was obtained, this one was a GIPA, I think, up until the 31st of October, it includes cannabis. And it's got like 4,412 total diversion and charges. Actually, let's just do the charges because that in itself is significant. 4,369 charges. Wonder why the reason is that the data that you've given me is the first time I've heard of the data being provided without cannabis. The data I've obtained via my office generally has cannabis contained in there. The data that this particular GIPA asked had cannabis.
Yep.
So is there a separate cannabis charge?
In the same period, 2,141 cannabis cautions were issued.
That just doesn't seem to correlate with the GIPA data that, in fact, this is from the organisation Unharm, but it reflects the data that my office also obtained. So this is across the state. I'll get you to table, if you could,
because I'll be asking for it in supplementary questions anyway, so we could save you time, but to table that information at the end, that would be good.
It's got my scribble all over it.
Oh, you provide the detail on notice, so don't need the exact.
I'm told.
Yeah. Sorry?
I'm told it is cabinet in confidence.
That data is cabinet in
These
confidence.
documents.
Of the
Not the
data,
data,
just
the
the
documents.
information.
Oh, because they're briefing. Yes. So the data that would be good. So to get, we still need to work out the discrepancy within that. That's we'll possibly come back to that at a later date. Going back to the discrepancies though between the local area commands and exactly what is going on in terms of training different officers on EDI, the availability of diversion within those LACs. So another example, because I used the examples of Auburn and Bankstown earlier, another example that I have is Campbelltown, for example. So out of 208 total diversion arrests, one was diverted, the other 207 were charged. What's going on between the LACs, Commissioner?
Well,
that's extremely stark.
Well, a lot of it, I mean, for a start, Auburn and Bankstown, Auburn takes in the entertainment precinct at Homebush, so that may account for the events held at Homebush, more friendly to a EDI or a SIN. People are ineligible for an EDI if they've got drug supply, importation or manufacture detected for more than one type of drug currently, excluding cannabis, have received more than 2 fines for EDI previously, who have prior convictions for serious drug offences, other offences relating to cannabis or drug driving offences. So there are matters that would mean, or there have been other offences detected at the time that would exclude someone being eligible for an EDI.
Right.
Also be charged with another offence.
Yes, and so is all...
So you don't charge with an offence and then give them a SIN for a drug matter, you charge them with both.
So is all of that captured in terms of looking at the reasons why this is failing? The Minister herself said that there were problems. I think every police representative that spoke at the drug summits that I was at, which was at Lismore and in Sydney, they also suggested that this does need to be reformed. Is the data collected to the level that you know what is going on beyond?
It might take some work to delineate. So we know from 1 March last year to 31 December that the EDI rate is 15%. So it's up from the year before, which was 7. However, I might not have the data.
Sorry, the time you just said?
The 1 March 24 to 31 December.
It's only been in place for that long.
Yeah, so, all right. So, I mean, previous diversion programs.
I see.
But, so it's consumed at 15% in that period. It may not be possible to draw out if people are charged for something else and the drug is part of that. I mean, I'd have to take that away.
We can also issue a SIN, but that doesn't mean that they go into a diversion program. They have the option of paying for it,
That's
paying
right.
the fine, or going to court. And only a percentage of those 15%
Well, in
SINs
fact,
will
I have
go
to come back
to...
to this.
in fact, of the 827 SINs dealt with under EDI, 88 people issued the EDI have completed the health intervention. The rest have elected to be dealt with a normal way under a fine or something.
Yes, I mean, the issue with the $400 fine, you said, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, is that the people can waive the $400 fine, not going to court, but to have an hour phone call with a counsellor. I mean, I think a fair few people would probably take that.
Only 88.
Apparently they're not.
88 people have done it.
Exactly. So
I don't know
there's
why,
a
though.
huge issue there. I'll come back to that because there's a bit to unpick from that response.
Thank you, Ms. Fairbairn. Over to you on the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, can we go back to police transfers, please?
Transfers?
Sorry, prisoner transfers.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, who actually holds the responsibility for transferring prisoners
It depends.
between court and jail?
Depends whether they're police bail refused or they're court bail refused. This is not a new issue, as you pointed out this morning, and we've been fighting this fight for a long time. In fact, I met with the former Corrections Commissioner on a couple of occasions to say we needed their assistance to do more in that space, particularly where they are court bail refused. They are actually prisoners. And the response I got at that time is, we don't have the resources, we can't help you.
And when was that, Commissioner?
When the previous Commissioner was around, so early in my commissionership, probably 22, 23, but I'm pleased with the meeting I had with the Acting Commissioner a week or so ago about their attitude and response is much more positive, and I have a meeting scheduled with the new Commissioner for the 31st of March. So I'm hoping for a better outcome.
Was it purely just lack of resources that the previous Commissioner?
I believe so, but equally that's not my problem, and I need to get police back on the road and not to be transporting prisoners around. So that's why this has become an issue, a priority for me for this year.
And
the union and I and us, we agree that this is an issue and we need to work together on this.
Yes, because you sort of committed to do something about this at the association conference last year, and I think sort of looking to see something.
And you know, I had asked for the data in November and learnt that data wasn't really readily available, which is why we made the changes to our CAD system so we could capture the data, and now we can move forward with much more rigour to our debate with corrections and others about how we manage this moving forward.
We heard in the parliamentary inquiry into regional safety, we've heard examples of these people, for instance, going from Gunnedah to Grafton. Now, that's 5 hours.
It's ridiculous.
That has to be an overnight stop.
It's ridiculous.
That's 2 people and at least a car, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
So that's having a huge impact on
I went out to Nyngan, and Nyngan Police Station, built in the mid-70s, sits next to a court. Nyngan Police Station doesn't have an AVL, but the court does next door. They can't access the court after hours, and it only sits once a fortnight or whatever it is. And I went out to Condobolin, and they've got access to the court basically 24/7. And I've met with my counterpart, the secretary at DCJ, and said we just need to have access to the AVL. I don't care where it is. I can't have police crisscrossing the country with prisoners when I've got an AVL sitting in a room next door.
So it sounds like there, as well as the resourcing, there are some administrative changes that could happen to make this easier as well.
So,
the Rural Crime Prevention Team.
Yep.
Now, as I talked earlier about the stats that have come out, talking about a 33% drop in the rates of stock theft across the state. Does that sound correct, or do you agree with this Land article suggesting that there's a severe amount of underreporting?
I think the information that I've got from the RCI inspector is that underreporting is an international problem with rural crime right across the world. Things that we are doing to sort of encourage, promote the reporting of rural crime is, through agricultural shows. I think there's been upwards of 5 agricultural shows in the past 6 to 12 months where Cameron Whiteside and the team have presented in regards to stock prevention, loss prevention, and promoted reporting. I think one of the big things is, particularly in Western region, where we're doing our safe storage inspections on firearms, we really promote that sort of reporting of rural crime and encouraging, remote and regional landholders to report things, not just stock theft, but theft of diesel equipment, trespass, and other things that are impacting their business. Rural Crime Prevention Team, we've spoken about it. 63. It is carrying a couple of vacancies. There's active recruitment activity in place to keep that team at its full operational capacity. It's probably one of the largest teams running, full-time teams doing this type of work in the world, as you know. It's got a significantly high profile internationally, which is a great thing, and are actively working around the crime prevention space in regards to funding. The actual corporate hub, which is based in Western region at Dubbo, was funded to run the actual intelligence and coordination team. The separate rural crime investigators come under the strength and the funding model for the police districts they work within. So it's a joint combined shared funding model.
And are those 63, are they just working in this team or are they in other policing roles as well?
They're effectively universal investigators, but largely they're all carrying rural crime cases. That is their focused specialist responsibility. Effectively, they're like another type of specialist investigator. However, they have been working with us where the need is. So they do work in homicide strike forces that may occur in regional. They've been assisting, you've alluded to, as is the Commissioner Mongoose. They've been assisting in regards to some of our high-risk offender arrests and investigations. They're active participants in that space because it is regional crime. But yeah, they all carry that specialist responsibility in terms of follow-up investigating, particularly at the moment, firearms theft. They really inject themselves into that space in Western region particularly.
And are they all authorised under POCTA?
Can you say that again?
Are they all authorised under the Protection Against Cruelty to Animals Act?
No, that's not our responsibility. I mean, they can assist in investigations around if asked, but that's not a police core responsibility.
Sorry, police are one of the agencies.
But we are, but that's not our.
It's not necessarily those. Okay.
They can assist and have assisted, but that's not their core role.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
It's certainly available to assist as required, as they can with abalone theft on the south coast and other theft of oysters and other things that do relate to regional, remote, and coastal crime.
And what are the main crimes? Potty dodging, fuel.
Stock theft.
What are the main?
Yeah, stock theft, trespass. Firearms theft. I think they'd probably be the top three.
Does the land article allude to a reason for drop in reporting?
They just talk about under-reporting. They say it'd actually be a good thing if there was an increase in reporting, increasing numbers, because more people would be reporting.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the answer, but we do have you can report crime online on our community portal, and I don't know whether that's utilised enough in country areas, and it's certainly an option.
Okay.
We're definitely promoting it actively through that team, and all of our police that work in regional New South Wales, they're acutely aware, outside of this specialised team, of the need to support and encourage the reporting of crime that impacts on regional remote communities. It's part of working out, as you know, in those areas that you need to encourage the reporting of crime across the board, whether that's domestic family violence or theft of property or trespass or whatever it might be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, it's just a follow-up question for you in relation to buildings. So can you tell me, you said you've got the plan of capital works, the demountable in the backyard of Bladesville Police Station, where offenders are currently charged, described as a temporary fix over 2 years ago. When will a proper building be built there?
Ma'am, I'll have to take that on notice. In terms of that level of detail around that body of work, I'll take that on notice if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. And when can we expect, given the changes in the Ryde Police Area Command, making it now one of the busiest locations, with police working across 3 different police stations, when can we expect a new purpose-built facility on the current Eastwood Police Station site?
So that was subject to a previous business case. However, that is not currently programmed or funded in the cycle for this year or next year, but we'll continue to look at those business cases as we do each and every year in terms of those police stations that...
So you would be aware that police officers are actually forced to breach the Commissioner's own directions every day by walking unarmed through public areas due to the poor design, where change rooms are located outside of the secure area of the station where arms and appointments are kept. And that didn't make the business case for a new police station?
I'd have to take that component on notice. I'm not aware of the details of the business case.
Well, look, if you could take on a notice and perhaps also provide details of which police stations were funded ahead of this police station, because and I also understand that mould and rodent infestation and numerous electrical issues are logged by officers, yet they won't get funding for at least 2 years?
As you can imagine, ma'am, they're not decisions that we make, but to the Deputy's point, we have put up a business case for RIDE, and so we continue to prosecute that case for them.
So, I'm sorry, who's the decision maker then?
Well, we fund within our funding envelope, but
Yes.
ultimately they're decisions that are made in the funding decisions out of budgets and treasury.
So the business case isn't an internal business case.
No.
It's a business case that's put to the minister, and the minister then decides that no, this isn't appropriate at this
Well,
point.
government ultimately will make a decision based on government priorities.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Thurtell, perhaps if I could ask you a couple of questions. Last time we spoke, we were talking about the procurement of the wands, and can you tell me how many wands have been procured since September 2024?
Yes, and while I'm at it, if it's okay, and I don't speak on behalf of the Minister, but there is a correction needed. This morning she said the New South Wales Police had 120 wands.
Yes.
I think she meant had purchased 120 wands. In actual fact, we have 755 wands, or scanning metal detection devices. 120 of those have been purchased of recent times, and 60 more are on order for regional areas.
So when you say wands or metal detection devices,
thing.
is there any difference between those? Okay,
No.
so they're all
Well, I suppose,
what we would
yeah,
think
yeah.
of
We call
as
it
your
wanding
basic
operations, so,
handheld
yeah.
wand. Yeah.
Scanning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had 635 as existing stock, and to which you've added 120 since September 2024. Is that what I should
Correct.
understand? Okay. And when we last spoke, I think you were
No, sorry, no. Some of those were purchased in anticipation of the legislation coming. Yeah, so not since December, but in...
since September.
Well, let's say since the middle of last year, we've purchased 120 extra, knowing that the legislation was coming at some point.
Okay, I'm now very confused because when we spoke last time,
Right.
you indicated that there had been no decision made as to what wands were to be purchased, and no wands had been purchased. And in fact, I believe you're about to undertake travel to the UK and the USA to look at different wand options.
Correct.
So did you undertake that trip?
Yes, I didn't, but other people did.
Right.
Yep.
And then I believe a business case was to be put to the government for wands. Was a business case put to the government?
No, that was in anticipation that some of the technology that we envisaged being exposed to over in the UK would require significant expenditure on our behalf, and therefore a business case would be required. Unfortunately, the technology isn't where it needs to be in order for us to justify that purchase. In fact, I think it's fair to say that the technology that we went over to see has already been superseded in the minds of what the UK are doing. I think it's fair to say that they've now moved on beyond that, and they're looking at other technology in the future.
So what is the UK doing?
Oh, they're looking at things like even the cameras that are set up in railway stations, etc., would have the ability to determine whether somebody has a metal device, and specifically down to a knife, on their person. That's how far advanced it could and will be.
And so you looked at I think they were called radar detection
Radar
models.
detection
You looked at
devices.
those?
They just weren't. The technology for them is not where it should be, and they're the devices that I say are probably being superseded already before they've even got off the ground.
Okay.
So
which
in
ones have you
terms of
purchased?
the purchase of the wands that we've purchased since, we have done that within our own existing budget.
But which ones did you purchase?
Oh, the brand, you mean?
Well, were they the ones from the UK? Were they the ones from the
no,
USA?
Australia. Ones from Australia. Yeah, ones that are already available.
Okay, because I'm confused because last time I think I specifically asked whether they would be sourced from Australia, and I'm sure the answer was no. So, and that you were looking to the UK and the USA.
Yep.
So where are they made in Australia?
Don't know.
Okay, can you take that on notice, please?
Oh, yep. I can go to the website and have a look.
Yep. No, that would be great. And you said there's plans to purchase another 60?
60.
Okay, and then Plans to purchase how many more?
As far as I'm aware, there's no plans to purchase any more until we decide that we need them for some other reason.
Okay.
I'm
there was-
happy to keep discussing. There are some other things that...
Yeah, well, there was uncertainty last time as to which commands would be using the wands. Has that been settled?
What I told you last time was that our Police Transport and Public Safety Command would initially be responsible for the operation of the legislation, and that has been the case. Since the legislation came, we've conducted 34 operations, and they've all been conducted by PT and PSC. We're now
Can I just ask the question? So that means that command travels to that particular
Correct.
place. And what's the cost involved in having them travel to that particular place?
Oh, well, I don't have that specifically.
Can you take that on notice, please? And the cost both in the dollars that it takes, but also the time it takes, so time away from where they would normally be operating?
Yeah, but that's where they would normally be operating. You've
All
got to
over the
remember
state.
our Police Transport Command travel to regional areas and do policing of the police transport line as well, of the transport line, the buses, the trains, etc. That is their job. So to say that this is specifically an expenditure might not be completely accurate because they go to regional areas anyway.
So I understand there's been at least one operation in Moree, is that right?
No.
What country places have there been operations?
Right. Central, Liverpool, Parramatta, Wollongong, Blacktown, Mount Druitt, Parramatta, Newcastle, Campbelltown, MacArthur Railway Station, Dubbo, Coffs Harbour, Wagga, Nowra, Bomaderry, Albury, Gosford, Tuggerah, Westfields, and Lavington Shopping Centre at Albury.
Okay, thank you. How much public transport is there in Wagga?
No.
There's a railway station, there's an airport, there's
But
bus stop.
in terms of what you would expect the Police Transport Command to be normally policing, what sort of public transport is there in Wagga that would be part of their normal beat?
Yeah, no, a railway station, yeah.
So you would expect that. So how often, absent a wanding operation, would you expect the Police Transport Command to be in Wagga?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice,
Thank
but they
you.
do go to regional areas.
No, I would love it if you could take it on notice and tell me how many times in the last 5 years the Police Transport Command have been to Wagga, absent a wanding operation. And so the decision's been made operationally that it will be that command and that command only that will have the wands?
No.
No? Which other commands will have the wands?
No, that's what I said. We are transitioning now to regions and police area commands and police districts to use the legislation. What I told you last September was we wanted to iron out any issues in terms of our standard operating procedures, in terms of our technical ability to record the operation, etc. There was, as recently as the 5th of February this year, we had to make some amendments to our COPS to accurately record data properly. That's now done. I'm now satisfied that we have sound SOPs, we have sound training, we have sound operating procedures. I'm also satisfied that Boxar can pull the data out accurately as required.
And how many police officers have been trained?
That I don't have.
Could you take that on notice, please?
Yep.
And how long does the training take?
Oh, it's only a few hours.
Okay.
Yep.
And is that now part of standard training for all recruits at Goulburn?
No, the training is being conducted specifically by those that are going to use the legislation, and obviously as time goes by, more and more people will use, particularly when it gets to a PAC and PD level, where obviously the proactive teams and the GDs teams that are going to use it, it is mandatory that they complete the training. So they'll complete the training, and then they're right to use the legislation.
And what other purposes are the wands used for other than the wanding pursuant to what we call Jack's Law?
Well, PT and PSC actually do wand people just, when they've got reasonable cause to do it on the railways, etc., on the lines. But the ones that we've purchased, their main purpose is to use for the knife scanning legislation.
And where are they physically located?
Well, there's there is 60 with PT and PSC.
Happy for you to take that on notice.
No, I can tell you.
Yeah, great,
60
thank
with PT and PSC, 60 in Metropolitan Sydney commands.
Yep.
And the 60 that we've on order, that's not sure if they've arrived or will be soon arriving after the regional areas for distribution in accordance with what the region commanders use. I think it was 20 per region.
Okay, that's 180, but I thought you said the total figure was 755.
Correct.
So where are the others?
Oh, they're at the police stations. They're used for scanning people, say in custody, for example, for knives, etc., etc.
So they wouldn't ordinarily be used as part of a Jack's Law operation?
Well, the legislation's only just come in since December, but there's better ones, so that's why we use the new ones.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We've just got a short period now. Commissioner, what's the latest update on the review you launched into the toxic culture within the New South Wales Police Force?
I met with the lead review person last Thursday. Her and her team have been engaged and reviewing documents, and they will start interviewing members of the organisation in a couple of weeks' time.
And do you have a completion report back time for that?
Can I just check that, Dean? It's 18 months, I think, the review period.
Yeah, it's in a number of phases, but we're looking between 12 and 18 months, depending upon the time frame to undertake each of those phases.
Thank you. And just briefly, Commissioner, why did the New South Wales Police Force, or if I'm wrong, correct me, choose not to launch a criminal investigation into the incident involving an officer filming and distributing a colleague's genitals on camera?
I'll have to take that one on notice. I don't know which matter you're referring to.
It was reported, and it was a matter, I'd have to go back now, but it was not that long ago.
Right.
And it was a reported incident about a police officer in a vehicle travelling at distance, and
I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. I'd be very interested to know, you know, I understand that the investigation's on, but I'd be very interested to know why that wasn't investigated as a criminal matter, and what you specifically are doing to deal with those forms of toxic behaviours now, not just wait until the investigation is completed. I just wanted to ask you about strip searches specifically at train stations. There was data from the Redfern Legal Centre between 2016 and 2024, averaging about 100 per year. There was 900 strip searches. I'm just wondering, does that concern you in terms of the amount of strip searches being undertaken at train stations, and why is that such a frequent occurrence?
I mean, it'll be up to the officers running those operations. They obviously, trains of all modes of transport carry a lot of passengers. Some of our train station operations, you know, coincide with different things and events. I can't speak to any of those specifically, but I can take some more of that on notice if you wish.
Thank you. And just in relation to the other matter, it was reported on the 27th of January this year in the ABC, and
right.
Apologies. So if you could provide me an answer. It's you guys.
Thank you. Commissioner, the students at the academy, do they have full-time lodging during their course?
Yes, they do.
We're just hearing, and maybe you could check this for me and take it on notice, that every couple of weekends they are asked to vacate the academy, presumably for some other activity, and are then responsible for their own lodging for a weekend or something. Does that sound correct?
I can answer that.
Okay, let Mr. Smith answer that.
So it is not mandatory, but in terms of the environment that we have in terms of paying student police officers, because of that pay and because of where they are, there are FBT implications under those arrangements. What we look forward and we are working towards is to make sure we can't get around that. The tax office is the tax office. We're trying to make sure that it is absolutely not mandatory to do so. Forever and a day, police officers have had the opportunity to stay or leave. We are working through that environment now to make sure that it is fair and equitable, because we do not want people to be expending unnecessary costs and implications for that. But if they stay, and they have to stay, if they come from 10 hours away and they don't, they stay for the 16 weeks. All right. However, what we need to be mindful of is that those implications are factored in, and that's the environment that we're in. We are working towards eliminating that. It is I won't say a legacy piece, but it is a piece that we are working through to make sure that nobody is worse off and they remain to get paid and they are not out of pocket.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if someone can talk to me about the benefits of some of our less formal interventions for reducing crime. And I'm thinking that the local footy team or dance club or painting group, do we see increases or decreases of, I guess, undesirable activity when we do or don't have these sort of activities available for young kids, particularly in our regional areas?
Speaking in a regional setting, it's difficult to actually quantify the impact that alternatives and diversionary programs actually have. It's an ongoing piece of work that police, we do try and evaluate and put some measure against a particular intervention, a breakfast program, an art program, and a football interaction or something like that. But it's very, very hard to quantify, particularly when you're dealing with serious violent offending, as to whether it actually has an impact or not in that space. Very, very difficult one to quantify. But we are still trying to do some work around measuring it, the impact that it has and the investment that we put into it.
So is it generally believed, though, this is a positive thing to have these activities?
Absolutely. I think any non-criminal justice intervention is a good thing. There's, through our youth action meetings, we've 20 of those around the state. We're constantly monitoring the data, the referral data into services and the work that we do in that space. We record that, measure it and report on it. And I think any non-sort of criminal justice intervention is a good thing. Whether or not it's effective in the longer term, where sometimes we are the only agency in play in this space, which makes what we do really important in remoter communities with the PCYC programs and the like. But it's some of the work. We're not therapists. We can't fix some of those complex problems. But we're always in the mix to try and measure the impact and social impact of the things that we are doing to see whether they do value add and do add public value. Our partnerships with not only the NRL but local sporting industry, local arts type communities and other things, highly valuable. And we'll continue to push into that space where we can and where it's applicable to do so.
Okay, thank you. That concludes this session. We're now going to take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at, well, just under that now. We'll be back at 3:45. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Welcome back. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Ms. Abigail Boyd, but before I do, I think I should just very quickly make mention that I do understand it's Deputy Commissioner Peter Thurtle's last budget estimates that he will be attending with us, and that on his departure in July, it will have been after an incredible 40 years with the service.
I watched them on TV.
You'll be there on your own. Thank you. I now hand over to Ms. Abigail Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about workers' compensation and doing one of those rare things where I look in the budget. Just looking, sorry, I didn't bring it with me, but in the annual report, there was a figure of $737,184,000 in premiums paid, and it says that there's been just over a $200,000 adjustment that was made. It must have been sort of at the end of the 23-24 year. Does the 737,000? Sorry? Million, sorry, it is million. It's getting late in estimates. Does that include the 200 million, or does that roll over into the 24-25 year?
I'll have to defer to my deputy.
If I could just take that component on notice, because it just depends on the cycle. There are what's called hindsight adjustments in terms of the way premiums are paid and then accounted for, and where that is. So I don't want to mislead or give an answer. I would like to be sure about the timing of that and what that looks like, if that's fine.
That would be really good, thank you. Also, I understand the latest agency performance adjustment calculation came out on, I think it's the 31st of December now. Are you able to take on notice sort of what that impact was as well?
Yes, I will take that on notice.
That would be great. So just looking at the premiums from 2015 actually to 2023, we've had almost a doubling in the premium being paid by police, by New South Wales Police Force into the workers' comp scheme. And we've also had almost doubling of the number of claims per 100 FTE during that time. What do you put that down to, Commissioner?
So we have changed the old insurance scheme to the new scheme late last year. That former scheme, PBRI it was called, existed since 2011-2012, so quite a few years. It wasn't assisting our officers to get back to work. So it wasn't in their best interest of their health nor the organisation, so it was a change was required.
Okay. In terms of that, lift in, I guess, claims per 100 FTE, going from 15.27 to 27.87 in those sort of 9 years, do you put that down primarily to return to work issues, or were there more in terms of the actual reason for the original claim?
Unfortunately, the way the scheme was structured, and I'll ask Mr. Smith to speak to it in more detail, but it was not favourable to officers returning to work.
Okay. And I understand that aspect when it comes to the amount of the premiums, which will go to how many officers are off at any given time and what the compensation payments are going out, and obviously the return to work figures are important to that. But in terms of the numbers of actual injuries, that's also increased almost double. I guess the question is, why are we having almost double the rate of injuries in that 9 years of the police force?
And the data would show that the number of physical injuries remains generally consistent, but it's the number of psychological injuries that have gone up. And there's a whole lot of factors around what might be causing that. But what I can say is that we've been putting more and more support services into support officers. We were funded for 5 years for the Pulse program, which is a whole package, a whole suite of initiatives to help officers return to work, including decentralised clinicians in commands, shared across different commands, etc., and other services, early access to treatment, and a whole range of things. So we've tried to improve and continue to improve support for officers so we can assist them to get back to work.
So I'm looking at the 23-24 police annual report, and it talks about the mechanism of injury, and you're correct that mental stress injury has gone almost double in that time. But then you look at things like sound and pressure; those injuries have gone up 4 times, so a 400% increase. Vehicle incidents and other have gone up 200%. Even things like heat, electricity and other environmental factors have gone up 200%. Hitting objects with a part of the body has gone up 150%. So you can see where I'm going. Being hit by moving objects has gone up 150%. That's quite a rise in even the non-physical injuries in 9 years. What would you ascribe that to?
I'm not sure that I've got a definitive answer, but we do have, through our injury management system, injuries are reported. They obviously, all matters reported are then investigated. So there's a diagnosis, if you like, and then trends are drawn out and treatments or processes are put in place to help. Like we've got, for example, our what we call our recon unit that helps officers in terms of both returning to work, but also about how to, I'm trying to think of the name, but basically how to go about your duties so you reduce your liability to impact, to injury, etc. So we're trying to put a lot of initiatives in place to reduce exposure to injury where we've seen particular trends, for example, as well as WHS policies around performing your duties and how to reduce risk in that space.
So the Treasurer said in estimates this round actually about the desire of the government to move towards focusing on prevention and less on the sort of once someone has made a claim part of things, and I'll withhold my comments on where I think that's going. But if we just come back to that prevention point, it's a steady increase year after year. And I take your point that, policies are being put in place, but clearly it is still increasing. And I assume, I haven't seen the 24-25 figures, but given the drastic increase, like even between 22-23 and 23-24, we've got a rise of 19.68 claims per every 100 full-time police officers, going up to 27.87 last year. That is a huge increase in just that year. What has changed in response to that? What's new that's going to, I guess, reduce that incidence?
Well, as I said, we changed our insurance product to an in-house insurance product.
Yeah, but that's for after the claim, but for actually preventing.
Yeah, but with what goes with that and the establishment of the Health, Safety, Wellbeing Command as a standalone command is about preventing. I mean, we always try to prevent injury before they occur. And so there's many initiatives to help officers in that regard. In fact, I think officers today are fitter and healthier than I've seen them. But it's a contact sport also.
Is that a dig at you guys?
Sorry.
Okay, but it was always contact sport. It was a contact sport in 2015. I mean,
and I'll pass it over to Mr. Smith. But you weren't here earlier when I was speaking about that. I think the operating environment has changed. Also, is that society is different now.
But even something like vehicle incidents has increased 200% since 2019. So in the last 4 years, it's increased vehicle incidents. I find that quite extraordinary as well, given increases in technology and are there more car chases? What's going? Why are we getting more injured police officers?
I think there's there are a number of additional factors that, as an organisation, I think we have certainly matured around the fact of reporting incidents and incidents of injury. So, and that is a positive thing. When we are looking at our obligations to provide a safe workplace, we are always looking at when people report, why they report. Some of those increases might be notifications only, no time lost. But we
These are claims.
Yeah, and then those that progress to claim, again, what we are talking about is where they sit, how they're reported, and how they're managed is what we are focusing on. You talk about the prevention space, obviously with the Pulse program. We have the mental health clinicians that are embedded, and we are trying to remove the stigma about.
Just in the time I've got left though, just look at the premiums paid. So that gives us, they have doubled since 2015. That indicates that it's not just rates of claim, it's also time off and the amount being paid out. I'm looking, and perhaps you can take it on notice, I'm looking for what is being done from a prevention perspective in response to this. And if you have any thoughts about whether this is to do with under-resourcing or any of those things, I'd really welcome hearing that on notice as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Hudson, let's go back to Dural and caravan and stuff like that. And correct me if I'm wrong here, we're trying to record stuff as we go. I think you said around about the 21st of January, you informed the Premier that you had suspicion only, that maybe it wasn't a terror plot with the caravan. Is that correct?
I think the words I used were that there may have been alternatives to
Good, okay.
terrorist
We're not into semantics here. Okay. When, as the commander of the counter-terrorism unit, did you form a similar opinion in relation to the malicious damages and arson attacks? Because I watched the news reports, and when your offender can't spell Israel and sprays a swastika on back to front, I don't think they've really got any deep-seated anti-Semitism in them. And I saw media reports on Fallujah and Marshall, and I expect you won't comment because that matters before the courts, but I formed an opinion then, and I'm sure lots of people, experienced investigators, formed an opinion about those people. What stage did you form an opinion about these may not be the anti-Semitic attacks that they've been portrayed to be?
So I think after the discovery of the caravan and the links from that caravan to other incidents and the identification that the jobs were linked, I think that suspicion spread from not just the caravan but also to some of the other jobs.
Okay.
But it was a suspicion at that stage,
Of course,
as I said.
of course.
Complicated by
well-founded
some
perhaps,
reporting.
but merely just a suspicion at that time, but certainly a line of inquiry that you were pursuing.
Correct.
Okay. Can you give me a date for that again, roughly, please?
The caravan was detected on the 19th.
So we're absent or after the 21st of January at least.
It was well after that when obviously links to the owners of the caravan and other Semitic jobs and other links had been established.
At that point in time, did you inform either the Minister or the Premier in briefings that your suspicion in relation to the authenticity of possible terrorism attack in relation to the caravan, did you also tell them, well, listen, we're also suspicious about the motives, the true motives behind these arsons and malicious damages?
At the time of briefings, and they were short but ongoing at different stages, quite frequent at different stages with the Commissioner, but we did identify or declare that we believed the incidents were linked, and the potential suspicions surrounding not just the caravan but also those other jobs were similar.
Okay. I'll leave that one there at the moment. Mr. Pizzanos. Now that the court case has completely finished in relation to the Claire Nowland manslaughter, and the officer has been convicted of manslaughter and sentenced, let's take you back to the media release fiasco. Did you personally, or did you direct that the word taser be removed from the media release?
No.
You didn't?
No.
You had absolutely no involvement in it whatsoever?
No.
You were aware that it happened?
No.
None whatsoever?
I had no involvement in the media release.
In the structuring of the media release?
No involvement in the media release.
Okay. All right. Who, and I'm looking for assistance here, has control of the state rescue policy?
State Rescue Board.
I own the State Rescue Board. I chair the State Rescue Board.
Well, perhaps it is the State Rescue Board, and I'm asking questions on behalf of my friends in the Fire Brigade, so I'm relying on what they've provided me. So help me out here. Under the New South Wales State Rescue Policy, the Police Rescue Coordinator is responsible for the coordination of rescue incidents across the state.
Correct.
Which includes the tasking of volunteer rescue units accredited by the State Rescue Board,
Correct.
SES, VRA, etc., etc. In practice, the RCO is made aware of the unavailability of volunteer rescue units by way of a manual form filled out by volunteer agencies in conjunction with Section 2.09 of the State Rescue Policy. Recently, the State Rescue Board published a memorandum reminding all rescue units of this reporting obligation.
Correct.
To what extent is the unavailability of volunteer rescue units presenting delays to providing an adequate response to incidents such as road crash rescues? And is it the case that the availability issues aren't always proactively reported to the RCO?
I suppose two questions there. In terms of, I'll work backwards, in terms of are they always reported to the RCO? I would say possibly, even probably not, depending on how long term they're not available for. If it was just, we can't get anyone tonight because everyone's at the football or something like that, they probably don't. I'm not 100% sure on that. In terms of is the unavailability of volunteer agencies impacting rescues across the state, I'd have to say not to the best of my knowledge to a significant degree, because there's always other agencies, or generally there's other agencies that can be deployed. It may impact timeliness occasionally.
Sure. Well, to that then, the next question. Reducing the number of road fatalities and injuries continues to be a priority of the New South Wales Government. However, the State Rescue Board recently admitted that they undertake no collation of data indicating the outcomes of road crash rescue incidents. And I believe that was, it says here, bottom of page 28, Emergency Service Transcript, September 24. So I'm assuming that was a budget estimates there, right, is the basis for saying.
Yeah.
Does the New South Wales Police Force agree that whether collated by them, and I hate to see you loaded up with more work, but whether collated by them or another agency, such data set would assist the State Rescue Board in evaluating the suitability of rescue arrangements across the state?
I think the boards and the state is satisfied with the rescue arrangements that we currently have. In relation to data, what would we do with that data? Possibly analyse it, then you've got to get it from all of the agencies, etc. Oh look, I suppose you can never have too much data if somebody wants to analyse something, but it hasn't been brought to my attention as a chair of the board before, I don't think.
Okay. And the third and final one in this tranche of questions. Unlike volunteer agencies, Fire and Rescue New South Wales are legislated to guarantee a response to emergency incidents and have paid and sufficiently trained personnel situated across New South Wales and ready to respond. Port Macquarie Fire Station sits directly next to the SES shed, but the primary rescue duties remain with the SES in that area. Using the example of Port Macquarie, Fire and Rescue New South Wales Fire Station sits right next door and is manned 24/7. Given the objectives of the state rescue policy include consideration of the quickest responding and available rescue unit, do you consider that existing rescue arrangements across New South Wales are adequately capitalising on the availability of our paid professional firefighters to attend these jobs?
The RCO does have the discretion to deploy more than one unit if there's going to be a delay. Yes, fire and rescue could be deployed more often, but obviously the RCO is satisfied with the response time that they're getting from the SES for a particular rescue. How often the Fire and Rescue New South Wales have been deployed for Port Macquarie, I can't tell you. I'd have to find that out.
I wouldn't expect you to know either. That's not the point of the question.
No.
The point is, you've got a 24/7 body sitting there. Right beside them is a volunteer body that has to be called out if they're not at the footy and stuff like you say. Yet they're the primary response unit is the volunteers that are all at home or perhaps at the footy when the 24/7 man one's right beside it. Just looking at, what would you really, ideal world, who would you be calling first? Probably
As I said, it
24/7
depends on the availability of the unit, but the RCO does have that discretion to call more than one unit.
Sure. Well, I've only got 34 seconds left, so...
I'm just going to ask
expend it.
a very quick one then, on the basis of 34 seconds. Can I ask you where you are up to in relation to the body-worn video camera and the standard operating procedures? Are they under any review? Are they being changed?
They are under review. The SOPs are under review, but also the Integrated Connector Officer program includes the purchase of new devices that will link to the loading of a firearm, drawing of a firearm, drawing of a taser will automatically activate the body-worn video, etc. So we're in that process right now, and I'll hand to Mr. Smith about some of the particulars.
What I'll do, perhaps because I'm worried now about taking up the time, I'm so opportunistic and I get myself in trouble. So we might come back and do body-worn cameras if we can when it's my time, and I'll hand back to the opposition.
Thank you.
I tried.
I presume this will be you again, Deputy Commissioner Pasanos. The different zones in regional New South Wales that come with different incentives, how are they set?
It just depends on... they apply a formula to, it's the modified Monash model in terms of determining whether a location or a zone or a sector or whatever is remote or special remote. And with that comes, a particular drop-in of either a cash incentive and or rental dispensation and the like. Those things are managed, I think, as part of the award, but certainly through our People Capability Command. I can go into detail in regards to the amounts of the incentives and that to attract police to remote and special remote locations if it would assist.
It's more can you explain for me the process of getting a different area put into a different zone? You say they apply for it. Is that the police officer going to that area, or are areas already designated?
The area is designated through a particular method, and the method is to do with the infrastructure and what's available in the community, and the incentive is attached to the more difficult and challenging the area, the less facilities, infrastructure over there. Obviously there's a compensatory amount that attaches to being posted to that location. So it's preset for a particular location. And unless I'm mistaken, it's certainly linked up and categorised in our award from memory. Yeah.
And can you tell me roughly, how many different zones are there?
I'm not sure if zones is actually is the correct terminology, but if you can, I can provide it to you either in writing or we can go through it now. But
I think as long as we understand what we're talking about, if you can provide that for me on writing.
Yeah, no problems at all. Happy to do that.
I think the classifications are like regional areas and remote areas, and then special remote areas. So we can provide the details and the breakdowns of each of those locations that are broken down into those categories. And then the regional incentives, which are captured under the award, are different amounts for different locations in terms of whether they are remote or special remote locations, and they are classified in the way that Deputy Commissioner Pasanos has outlined, and that's what we work through. So we can provide that detail. It's depending upon whether it's a remote or special remote, it could be an additional $6,000 a year over 4 years. It could be up to $8,500, $9,000. There are other incentives that come depending upon the remote or the special remote classification in regards to those locations.
And how are those classifications, are they reviewed? boundaries of what's remote and special remote?
They are reviewed. We reviewed them as part of the incentive program for regional and special remote. They are, once they constantly looked at, but when there is a case or a cause to look at about how a location is currently classified, that a process is undertaken through our People and Capability Command and in consultation with key stakeholders such as the association as to how that classification is made.
And some, or maybe all of those regions come with housing?
Yes, depending upon a remote and special remote. I'll stand corrected, but special remote all would come with the housing. But again, there are multiple, like 80, 100 locations which are classified into those different areas, and I have to take on notice what that looks like in terms of the housing classifications for each of those as well.
When we were talking about police building assets earlier, did that include those housing, those regional houses?
In terms of our program is for police stations.
Right.
So in terms of housing, so we work with Housing New South Wales in terms of, I think that's the name, I might be wrong at the moment, my apologies, but we have worked with them, so they manage the property in consultation with our infrastructure and assets program in terms of those police properties which are classified as police housing environment.
So do New South Wales Police contract that role to Housing New South Wales?
That's correct.
Who sets the amount? Like, is it a per house amount? Do you just give them a budget and they have to meet a certain standard? How does that work?
Are you talking about for repairs and maintenance? Or
for the management of those homes?
I'd have to take that on notice. I think there is a funding envelope which is allocated to manage our portfolio of police houses, and the exact figure I would have to get. The way that is managed, I don't believe is a part of our role, but we obviously would know what's going on and keep track of anything that comes up or is reported to us to make sure that we have an ongoing relationship with Housing New South Wales in regards to how that is managed and what is being done and the funding envelope from within that exists.
So if a police officer has mould in their house in Coonabarra, where they are, do they ring New South Wales Police or Housing New South Wales?
In terms of the portfolio, they would generally go through the police district or the police area command, and then that referral would go through in terms of whether straight into the managers of those districts and those areas through New South Wales Housing and or Infrastructure and Assets Command.
Where I'm getting to, we're hearing a lot of disparity between police housing and teacher housing or nurse housing. How would that come about, as I presume they are all managed by or through Housing New South Wales?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I'd have to take it on notice, and I don't know that it's a question that I, as an agency, would be appropriate to give without consulting with Housing New South Wales.
Are we generally happy with the quality of housing in police housing in regional New South Wales?
I think if you use the term generally, look, we're always looking for opportunities to improve. We have programs and funding programs about regional and remote housing programs which are run to actually build new locations, source new locations and properties as part of that program of works.
Are they physical buildings or do you rent them out? I'm just thinking in one instance it might be a single person moving to that community. In another instance it might be a family which would have different requirements. How does that measure? There's
different factors for different locations. Have we historically rented places? Yes. Are those buildings that are suited to families or singles or shared or others? That is generally done as part of the transfer process with officers about what their needs are and where they come from. If they're going into a lock-up keeper's residence, it's a lock-up keeper's residence. That could be for a single person or a family, but generally, we're not putting our police in rural or regional in single unit, in units or otherwise. They're generally lock-ups which have been in our portfolio for an extended period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, last time we spoke, there were a couple of police stations that were closed due to staff shortages. I just wondered if we could get an update. Is the Paddington Police Station open now?
I'll defer to Mr Thurtell, who owns Metropolitan, whether that's the case.
I think you'll find Paddington Police Station's always been open. It's not a manned general duties police station. The Highway Patrol are based out of there, but it is a functioning police station.
So 24/7?
I doubt it's 24/7, but it may be.
If you could take that on notice, I'd be grateful. And the other police station was Swansea. Is that open?
I'd have to get back to you.
All right,
in terms of
if you could.
Swansea itself.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr Hudson, I just wonder if we could just go through some of the chronology in relation to the discovery of the caravan at Dural on the 19th.
Yes.
And then I understand that you said there were then briefings, a separate briefing with the Minister and a separate one with the Premier on the 20th. And then there was a joint briefing on the 21st. I think that was what we said this morning.
Mr Thurtell briefed both on the
apologies.
20th and then on the 21st they were briefed together.
Okay. And you were involved at what stage were you involved in those briefings?
I was involved in the 21st. And
The
the Commissioner was
21st.
there as well.
And then there were regular briefings as needed in the days following?
As they required them, yes.
And they were joint briefings, or the Minister and the Premier were briefed separately?
Some were joint, some were, and some were just with the Minister.
Right. And were any other ministers given briefings?
Not by me.
Thank you. And at these briefings, there was the Minister and or the Premier, senior staff accompanying the Minister and the Premier?
Chiefs of Staff, I believe, were present from memory.
So the Minister, the Chief of Staff, or the Premier and the Chief of Staff. Anybody else from the Minister's Department or from the Premier's Department?
On a couple of occasions, I think the Secretary or Acting Secretary from Premiers was present.
Mm-hmm. Any other officials?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And then from the police, it would have been yourself conducting the briefing, anybody assisting you in that capacity?
Not assisting, but the Commissioner was always present.
Right, okay, so it would have been the Commissioner, would have been Mr Hudson or Mr Thurtell. Any other members of the police?
No.
Right. And within the police, this was a highly sensitive investigation, so it would have been, you were discussing with the AFP, so the AFP would have been aware of these investigations?
It's a joint, the caravan job was a joint investigation, so with the New South Wales Crime Commission and also ASIO.
Right. And was the AFP involved in the investigation of some of the other anti-Semitic incidents that you've subsequently found were actually connected to the caravan?
The AFP's involvement is solely restricted to the caravan.
To the caravan, thank you. And so the people who would have been aware of the Dural caravan incident before it was released to the press would have been the Police Minister, her Chief of Staff, and perhaps the Secretary, the Acting Secretary, the Premier, his Chief of Staff, perhaps the Secretary, the Acting Secretary, senior AFP personnel, Commissioner, Mr Thurtell, Mr Hudson. That would be the group of people who would have been involved in these briefings?
Crime Commission, ASIO.
Crime Commission, ASIO?
There was a situation report released when the caravan was detected that was circulated quite broadly amongst the organisation as well, which was unfortunate.
Okay. So when you say quite broadly amongst the organisation, to whom would that have been circulated?
It was on a number of distribution groups, I understand.
Sorry, can you tell me what a district mission group is?
Distribution group.
Distribution group.
Is a group of. It's a group established on our email system, which has a number of members in it. So I'm not too sure who may have received that, but when I saw it, I shut it down pretty quick and told people that they need to submit them as covert and through the. And that was prior to coming into the joint counter-terrorism team arrangements, the first Sunday it was detected.
Okay.
The location or the discovery of that caravan was put on a situation report.
So it was discovered on the 19th.
Yes.
It would have been distributed via those email lists on the 19th.
Correct.
And then you realised how serious this was, and then information was contained.
Correct.
The situation report that was distributed by email on the 19th, did that contain details of the address of the synagogue, the fact that there were explosives in the caravan?
My recollection is yes.
Right, okay, thank you. And so this distribution list went throughout the New South Wales Police, or?
Not throughout, but to a large number of people. I don't know exactly how many.
Okay, so there would have been a large number of people. And and I understand that there's a Commissioner, there's a professional standards investigation at the moment to see if any of those people release this information to the media, is this right?
I referred the matter once after the 29th of January to the Professional Standards Command.
Yes.
Indicating what had happened. My conversations with the Daily Telegraph and the potential that, apart from anyone else, it could have been the criminals who released it.
That was raised this morning. I guess, so my understanding is that the current thinking is that there are a number of acts that were committed. So the attack on the brewery, the attack on the bakery, the attack on the childcare centre, the attack on Mr Rivkin's former home. And the current thinking would be that they certainly had the impact of spreading a climate of anti-Semitism and a climate of fear amongst the Jewish community, even though they may not have been motivated, strictly speaking, by anti-Semitic sentiments. They certainly had that impact. And the intention of creating that body of allegedly anti-Semitic, well, in fact anti-Semitic incidents, but perhaps not, was so that information could be traded in relation to the caravan for purposes of foreshortening sentences or whatever. Why would the criminals who are responsible have any interest in releasing that information if they're losing their bargaining chip?
We recovered or located the caravan on the 19th of January.
Mm-hmm.
By the 29th of January, it still hadn't been made public.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever was responsible for that was getting no leverage out of that caravan, because it was unknown to the public.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't creating any fear or any angst within the community, because it wasn't known to the community.
But when they release it, they've got no further information to provide, do they?
I'm sorry?
Well, if the criminals release that information, then where is the bargaining chip for the modification of a sentence? Like, what have they got left to trade? Because isn't the working theory that this was some elaborate plot so that they would have information of value to trade to the police, even if they're manufacturing this information themselves?
Well, we suspect, and at some stage we'll allege, that the coordination of all of the matters investigated under Strike Force Pearl and the caravan job investigated under Operation Kissinger in those joint arrangements are all orchestrated by the same group or individual. So the fear had been created through the attacks under Pearl of synagogues and the matters you just raised, Rivkin's former premises, the brewery, the kitchen, and others, childcare centre. But an escalation of that, or a continuation of that fear within the community, was also the caravan.
But is it your understanding that the purpose of those operations was to create a climate of fear in the community, or the purpose of those operations was ultimately to provide information about some of these attacks that could be traded for personal advantage?
Without having identified the person responsible at this stage, and without There is no doubt the operational activity and the 14 individuals charged prior to this Monday under Strikeforce Pearl and the identification of the individuals actually responsible and their charging and putting before the courts has had an impact of minimising any incidents, and we haven't had an incident of significance since the 2nd of February when operational activity came to fruition. So I would suggest that we don't know what else was planned. I think the operational activity under Pearl has negated further incidents being committed. So following the caravan, I don't know at this stage what else may have been planned.
Okay.
And that bargaining chip, based on the fact that there had been 14 incidents investigated under Pearl, plus a caravan containing explosives, the bargaining chip may well have been what's next. And I can prevent that, or a group of people might suggest they could prevent that.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that you have responsibility for enforcing certain aspects of the Commonwealth Criminal Code in New South Wales? Or the New South Wales Police does?
New South Wales can charge with Commonwealth offences, yes.
And what work is done to inform frontline police of updates to the Commonwealth Criminal Code? I'm thinking in particular of the laws outlawing sale, trade and public display of Nazi symbols.
When a significant piece of legislation is enacted, either state or Commonwealth, police prosecutors will do a law note and distribute it amongst the organisation so that there is knowledge and awareness of what charges might be able to be preferred and what investigations might be able to be conducted. Operational legal advice section is also always available for advice from those in the field to ring and see what the most appropriate charge following an incident is.
And what work is done to educate police so that they can recognise symbols of listed terrorist groups?
We have an engagement hate crime unit. There was a hate crime package that was distributed and was mandatory for those to undertake probably 18 months ago. We have ongoing training in the hate crime space. We have a university course which 180 of our officers have undertaken, and that will be ongoing over the next 3 years. To better educate them in relation to things to identify in relation to hate crime and how to better investigate it. Our unsolved homicide and homicide investigators are undergoing that following the Special Commission of Inquiry. Our engagement in hate crime and counter-terrorism police are undertaking that training, as well as general duty police and investigators.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, can you just confirm what was just the evidence you just gave? So you will allege that all those offences are ultimately motivated by a single operator who had no ideological, political or religious motivation?
The 14 offences we will allege are coordinated by either an individual or a group of individuals, yes.
And that is for a criminal organisation for their own criminal purposes, correct. Beneficial purposes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Can we just go back to the body-worn video cameras? And in particular, I'd love to touch on a couple of the things that the LECC's report recently has recommended. How many body-worn video cameras are currently in operation?
Ma'am, I just have to go to my note to get the exact numbers.
No problem at all. No problem. And if you could also look for the note that says how many are currently broken, that would be appreciated as well. And perhaps, Commissioner, just while the Deputy Commissioner is looking for that,
Why is it that in 124 allegations of police failing to comply with body-worn video SOPs between April 2023 and 2024, 46 have been declined to be investigated by the New South Wales Police? Can you explain why that is and what that's about?
Oh, I'd have to take it on notice, but it might be that an officer bumped it. Who knows? The device could have broken, malfunctioned. I mean, the point you raise is that we've had a stock of old body-worns that have been breaking down. We've had to buy some additional resources to get us over the line until the new product comes online. So there could be a variety of reasons, but
Okay.
I'll have to come back to you with a more fulsome answer.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Chair. So as at the 15th of January 2025, a total of 8,427 body-worn cameras have been purchased, with 5,280 assigned to the field. 4,277 are in working order. 1,560 cameras are in for repair, and 2,500 have been condemned at the end of life or beyond economical repair. We have purchased an additional 1,000 body-worn cameras in addition to the 2,500 that we purchased in 23-24, and this rollout is scheduled for the first quarter of 2025.
Thank you. And so do the newly purchased ones, is there something that is improved in terms of the storage capacity and the recordings of the video?
So as part of the new environment for body-worn video, I know the Commissioner has spoken about the Interconnected Officer Program, which means that when an officer activates body-worn or activates their body-worn, uses a taser or their appointments, the body-worn automatically switches on. It is an automatic activation that also captures other officers in the vicinity, so all of their cameras come on as well. The body-worn, in terms of the quality of the picture, the quality of the sound, we also have a contract of moving into what is called an evidence.com environment, which means storage into a cloud environment, which means the fact that downloads take less, the ability to save time for our officers to link to events and other and transcriptions is all part of that program of work. That trial has been operated at both Mount Druitt and Goulburn. Mount Druitt Police Area Command and also Goulburn Police District. We are now in the phase of rolling those new cameras out across Northwest Metropolitan Region, and the program is on track to be completed in full with a rollout of over 10,000 body-worn cameras across New South Wales by the end of the first quarter of 2026.
Thank you. And is there, this could be a really silly question, but in terms of the evidence.com and the idea of the cloud, will there be any issues in terms of remoteness and internet service provision and outages and things like that? Or
Madam Chair, as part of the Interconnected Officer Program and the Police Technology Program, we've undertaken a network upgrade to make sure that whilst we are rolling out this equipment, that our storage capacity can be increased and the operational reliability can be maintained. Especially in rural and remote areas. We also have a program of works which is we refer to as Blue Connect, which is all about Starlink capacity, where our police stations, vehicles are fitted out with greater capacity so that we don't have those issues that you are talking about, and we're making sure that our officers are more connected to be able to get better outcomes and not face the same problems with the legacy system that we have about storage capacity, download time and the like. So there are a number of programs of work that go hand in hand. Some are foundational works to make sure that whilst we are rolling these out, that our network can support, our data storage can support, and also the connectivity can be supported to get the best out of the equipment that we are giving our officers.
Okay. But you'll assure me that anything that is Elon Musk relied on, we've got a backup plan, have we? I'm just worried about the references to Starlink. Everyone keeps assuring me that it goes beyond Mr. Musk. I'm really hoping so for all
Our
our sakes.
cybersecurity environment, our technical platforms are always at front and centre of our mind in terms of the environment we operate in.
Thank you very much. A very kind answer. Just in terms of, if I could just turn briefly to the Premier's focus last year on Moree as an area of priority to be addressing youth offending. Have you, Commissioner, and as part of that response, did you engage in police surging in terms of more numbers of police officers on the ground in that local area command? And if so, if I could have some detail about that.
Yeah, certainly that's been a strategy that the Deputy has been putting into Moree and other regional towns that have needed extra support. I've been up to Moree a couple of times myself. It does have a problem, as I've articulated earlier, but certainly it has been subject to additional police resources over the last 12, 18 months, and will continue as needed.
And can I just ask, in that context, I would have thought that, police surging is a really good, logical and strategic response to any crime data that's showing peaks and within criminal offending. Is that something that you, as Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioners, is that something that you are constantly looking at in terms of monitoring and surges and early engagement across the spectrum right now in terms of offending?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a big jurisdiction, so it can't be everywhere at the same time, but it's important to target areas where we know that there's particular problems. As I said earlier today, though, we've got situations where young people are crisscrossing the countryside. So it's a bit of a game of chance in some ways, but it's also important to reassure the community that the local police are being supported. I can't ask anything more of the local police. They're doing everything they possibly can, and that's why surge operations are in addition and a support to locals.
Thank you. Data obtained by the ABC showed that in New South Wales, First Nations people are 5.6 times more likely to be searched by police than people identified as Caucasian. Similarly, African communities, 4.3 times more likely. Pacifica communities, 3 times more likely. I'm just wondering what you, as Commissioner, have done in relation to any racial profiling that still may be occurring in the New South Wales Police Force.
We could talk about the way we manage our crime reviews and our PDR meetings, etc., etc. And I think the example of the Wanding operations, etc., and what wasn't mentioned and is important is the interagency meeting that Kate Maher sits on, I think, as well, around all those stakeholders that have an interest in the introduction of this Wanding legislation. And now that we've had the introduction, that will disband. But that was a very important committee, I guess, to reassure that committee and the people that they represented that we weren't racially profiling, and I'm confident with the way that the police conduct those operations and behave. To the point I raised this morning around some of our own research around the representation, the over-representation of Aboriginal people as victims and as offenders. If I could somehow stop people offending, that would be a wonderful place. But we respond to a crime, and if the crime leads us to arrest particular people, then that's how it works.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, I think it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hudson, if we can go back again to the caravan, the bane of your life. I'm going to quote from, and can I say from the outset, and I want it recorded, that I think the New South Wales Police Force has acted most professionally, and done an excellent job in relation to everything surrounding Pearl and the other malicious damage and arson attacks in Sydney. And I won't call them anti-Semitic attacks because I don't think they are, and I think we're all in agreement with that. I want to say a great job, well done to the New South Wales Police Force. I had complete confidence in their handling of it. I'm going to quote, though, from an article on Sky News written by Shari Markson. And at the end you'll see where my criticism comes from, and it's not towards the New South Wales Police. The unrest first came to light when the AFP went public in late January to say there could be foreign actors behind these attacks. This was based purely on their source, the Australian criminal overseas. It led to the media and the Prime Minister repeating the claim that foreign actors could be involved in this caravan plot. And I remember watching that on the news myself. Yet the New South Wales Police said publicly at the time they had no knowledge of any foreign actors being behind anti-Semitic attacks in the Sydney community. The reason New South Wales Police didn't know about any offshore link was because the AFP was deliberately withholding information, even though the investigation was a joint operation with New South Wales Police. Yet New South Wales Police immediately were concerned that it was suspicious, as the Daily Telegraph first reported. New South Wales Police were comfortable with the investigation, with investigating the caravan packed with explosives under Strike Force Pearl, their task force set up to deal with hate crimes. My sources, and this is Markson, not me, says, my sources tell me it was the AFP that insisted on escalating the caravan plot to a joint counter-terrorism investigation. A few things to unpack in there. First of all, were you confident, as the leader of the counter-terrorism command, that the New South Wales Police Force had the capacity to do this investigation?
I certainly did and still do.
Yeah, so do I.
That's not entirely accurate. We called the AFP on the day it was found.
Right.
Because at its highest, the discovery of the caravan, the written material inside the caravan and the explosives would constitute an act in preparation for a terrorism offence. And that then dictates that it is a joint counter-terrorism team investigation under our protocols. So the AFP deployed to the scene.
Yep.
And it was conducted once the machinery was established under a joint counter-terrorism team investigation under a joint management committee chaired by the AFP.
Right, good, because there's lots of speculation in the media, right? Clearly this is something that needs to be cleared up. So, as a matter of protocol, you inform the AFP.
Correct.
And the standing, if I call it the standard operating procedures, say if there's something that is tantamount to a potential terrorism act, it's got to be a joint counter task force.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, good. That clears that up. Did the AFP deliberately withhold information from the New South Wales Police? I bear in mind the predicament you're in because you have to work hand in hand as teams going forward on other investigations coming forward. But I think it's crucial to us and the public of New South Wales who have tremendous faith in the New South Wales Police Force. If our officers are impeded in doing their work because the AFP is not freely sharing information if it's a counter or combined operation. And we've all walked in that path before.
Again, I think it's unfair to say that they withheld information on the AFP. I think the information was provided. Their internal policies prevented them from telling us where that information was coming from.
Okay.
Even we did have some very vibrant discussions in relation to that.
And colourful, I'd imagine?
At times. However, my peer deputy and the Assistant Commissioner who was chairing the Joint Management Committee indicated to us, and I have no reason to disbelieve them, that the information that I wanted to know, they didn't know because of their internal policies.
Were you told at any time that there was foreign actors behind the plot?
No.
Okay. So when the Prime Minister came out and said I'm trying to find it in the article here again now, that there was foreign actors possibly involved in it. Did that come as a surprise to you?
I did see that comment, and bearing in mind that the Prime Minister has a broader remit than New South Wales,
Yeah.
I was unsure as to whether that was referring to anything we were investigating or potentially anything that may have been investigated or being investigated in Victoria.
Okay.
So I don't think it was specific. I think it was more general, certainly from the AFP Commissioner, about there were some generalities that he said or indicated in relation to how these types of jobs might happen without being specific to our investigations. And I think the Prime Minister wasn't that specific either. My recollection is, but as I said, the Prime Minister's remit, the Australian Federal Police Commissioner's remit is broader than New South Wales. They could have been talking about other things that weren't relevant to us.
Perhaps being very generous on your behalf, but anyway, that's your position.
Diplomat, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, always, Mr. Hudson, always. Well, that satisfies that line of questioning. Thank you. I have nothing further at this stage. Chair?
Thank you. I would like to ask, just going back in relation to what I refer to, or the ABC refer to as that the potentially racial profiling. I'm just wondering, what do you do in terms of internally, in terms of the force, to make sure that we prevent officers from conducting the profiling? Now, I appreciate that the Wanding laws have had a particular lens on this, and I know that we, certainly when those laws were being introduced, we raised this as concern, as did many stakeholders. Is what's happening there now being applied more broadly into different commands and into different parts of policing across New South Wales?
As I alluded to, and I will ask Mr. Hudson to expand, but we have the crime reviews, daily crime reviews, etc., and monthly what we call PDR, so prevention, disruption, response meetings that account for each command to account for their crime activity, etc., across their area of responsibility, and it's crime driven. So if there's a youth crime problem, then that strategy, the discussion will look to what can we do in terms of prevention, disruption and response in terms of that. And if there are individuals identified who are youth, we have a youth strategy. The youth strategy says that there's different ways of dealing with youth, and those strategies are recommended. So we've tried to line it up, I suppose you could say, for each, or as many crime types as we can, that we can actually look at, well, what's our strategy and what's our corporate response in terms of domestic violence, in terms of sexual assault, etc., etc. So it's really about what's the crime problem we're dealing with and what's the best way to tackle it in a lens of PDR, prevention, disruption and response.
Thank you. And I think this one might be for Deputy Commissioner Pizzanos, but I recently attended a community meeting in Gunnellabar that was focused on the absence of support, particularly for young First Nations kids who are, in a trouble zone. Do you, from your exercise in the regions, do you think that Gunnellabar is a bit of a spot that could really do with more community service in relation to diversion and First Nations young people?
Yeah, I think it's one of a number of areas that we see sort of associated violent sort of youth crime emerging up around the north there. The Northern Rivers area is one of many areas, and it'd be remiss of me to say that additional services and enhanced services wouldn't be a good thing. The police can't fix those complex problems, as we know.
Thank you. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Given this is probably my last opportunity, I just wanted to thank the police force in general for the work they're doing. I don't like implications that we're not doing that. We're very appreciative of the work that you're doing in often very trying circumstances. But as I do sort of wrap up, do we have breakdown of, do we track response times?
We do.
Do we have a breakdown of them as per regions?
We do. We've got some statistics about P1 and P2 particularly. We've got a
Sorry,
coded
P1, P2.
So I'm just about to explain that. So we've got
sorry,
a coded system for priority 1, 2, particularly for urgent, important jobs, and then to priority 5, which are like administrative tasks. So it helps divide the work. P1, P2 jobs, most important. We do measure those. We've got targets, benchmarks for how quickly we'd like to attend those jobs, and I can talk to you about some of the response times. So we've got a statewide target of 12 minutes to respond to urgent calls for service. The average response time remains within the target time. The average statewide urgent response time for 23 to 24 was 10 minutes and 57 minutes. The average metropolitan was 8 minutes 19 seconds. The average regional field operations urgent response time was 13.55 minutes. So given the workload, given the roads, given all the other complexities, I'm very pleased with how it's tracking.
Are you able to provide those numbers possibly historically as well? Not necessarily, I don't mean now, on notice.
Sure.
5 years?
I think we can do that on notice. I can try and do that for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. I endorse my colleagues' comments and very grateful that we live in a safe society made safe by the very hard work of the police. So thank you. Commissioner, a uniform matter. I understand that permission's now been given for female officers to wear the male Antron cap. I think we might have seen photos of you modelling it. I understand though
wearing it, not modelling.
Oh, right.
I do have it here actually.
I understand though that police are still waiting for approval of a new dark blue police shirt, and
that's been conjecture. Well, not conjecture. It's been on the wish list for many years. Many of our interstate colleagues have gone to a very dark uniform, and I think there's some suggestion that officers would like a dark uniform, all one colour. We meet with the Police Association regularly, and I would have to get the exact date, but in our meeting mid last year and during our negotiations for the pay increase, etc., I said we by agreement took that off the table because I would rather give officers more money in their pocket than a dark uniform. However, if that's something that we do need to work towards, then we will. But I have to say I have no regrets paying officers more rather than a dark uniform.
I have no issue with that. Just in relation to the reporting of domestic violence, I understand that April 2022 there was an Auditor General's report into responses by the police to domestic and family violence, and there were a number of significant recommendations which were identified and to do with issues like having to cycle through 148 screens to be able to complete a domestic violent incident report. Can you give us any update on whether these reforms have actually reduced the workload for police in terms of filing these reports?
Some are a work in progress, and I'll ask Mr. Thurtell, who's our Deputy Commissioner Thurtell, who's our sponsor for this. One of the issues we'd worked on was reducing the DVSAT, so the safety assessment tool, which is currently 25 questions, and we've come to agreement, but with our partners, including other agencies, and it's taken a long time, down to 11 questions. We're currently waiting on other agencies to uplift their IT systems to match ours, to make that live. So we've made a lot of progress and that's just one example, in a lot of areas. And some of it just takes time when you're working across agencies and having IT systems fixed, etc. But I'll hand to Mr. Thurtell for any other specifics, please.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Since 22, the New South Wales Police has formed the Domestic Violence Registry. We've also, with the assistance of the government, of course, commenced the coercive control legislation as well. We have revisited our operating procedures and our operating model and our strategies for domestic violence. That will come before the Commissioner's executive team within the next few weeks for approval or otherwise for consideration. In September we have new legislation coming as well in relation to serious domestic violence prevention orders. So we've done a lot in that space in terms of domestic violence. I suppose our challenge, and I believe we're meeting it through these new procedures, etc., is to be consistent across the board in our approach to domestic violence. As an organisation, we participate in, I think it's 45 committees, including the Domestic Violence Task Force and the Domestic Violence Board, which I represent at a state level. So we're doing a lot in relation to domestic violence, and but our workload in domestic violence isn't reducing it anymore. We have a significant workload. As everybody knows, domestic violence is one of the scourges of our modern society, and there's no sign that in the near future that our workload is going to be reduced, but we continue to fight the good fight in relation to that.
And in relation to coercive control, I believe there's only been 3 matters before the court. Is it too early to sort of look at not the legislation, but some of the issues from the police's point of view about evidence gathering, preparing a brief? I mean, are there issues that you want to flag that perhaps need to be looked at to make those prosecutions more effective, or is it too early to offer an opinion on that? You're
right, there's only been a few prosecutions. However, we have had over 200 matters investigated, and are being investigated currently. But we do have other DV-related charges that we often prefer to the coercive control. So often somebody might don't forget the coercive control acts could only have taken place after the 1st of July last year. But at the same time, somebody might be engaging in an act of coercive control and committing another substantive offence as well. That's not to say that just because we haven't prosecuted with the coercive control that we haven't taken those acts and charged appropriately with them, because we had a suite of other charges we could rely upon as well. So yes, I think it is too early to definitively say that what impact the legislation is having, but I know it's out there in the community. People are talking about coercive control. I know people are coming to us with complaints of it.
Okay. Oh, interesting. This has been touched on by some of my colleagues, but there is a continuing perception, certainly, in regional areas that sometimes it's difficult for women in particular to report domestic violence if they feel that the alleged perpetrator has a close connection with the police, and especially in small communities, drinking buddy, football player, whatever. I understand some of the things you're looking at in the domestic violence reforms, like the streamlining of the reporting and whatever, things like the Empower You app and whatever. Does any of that offer an opportunity to remove some of those, let's call them social barriers to reporting, especially in smaller communities?
The Empower You app is primarily a recording app for people to record what's happening to themselves, and that's good evidence for the police down the track. In terms of reporting, yes, I've heard that issue. I don't know if it was raised here last September, because
I think it was.
It's a very similar story. Yeah.
Yes, I think I raised it last September, yes.
Personally, I actually haven't heard any examples of that. I'm not saying it's not correct, but people can report these things online and or via our Crime Stoppers, and there is the opportunity for them to ask for something to be done externally, I suppose, or they have the opportunity to report it externally themselves. And I mean by that, like go to another town or whatever. and report their concerns about a friendship. But personally, I haven't seen any examples of it.
It's a concern that has been expressed by a number of women, and it's okay. Thank you. The police CAD system. Is there any update on when that upgrade is going to occur?
Yeah, that's part of the police technology program itself. So that is currently at a stage of best and final offer with a vendor, and that program will be rolled out over 2025, and the expected completion date is into 2026. However, as I said, we are at a best and final contract to engage a vendor, and we will then work through those instructions around contracts, business requirements and other things which are already in place.
Okay, thank you very much. I think these are probably for you, Mr. Hudson. In relation to arrests for the display of symbols of listed terrorist groups, I mean, have there been any arrests in New South Wales to date since that new Commonwealth legislation?
I'll have to get back on you on that, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, no, if you could let me know, and any prosecutions. And is the Great Synagogue in Sydney regarded as a potential target for anti-Semitic or other attacks?
I think any place of worship in the current environment is of concern to us. That's why through Operation Shelter initially, which commenced on October the 11th, 2023, taskings have been deployed around that and other places of interest, not just Jewish places of interest, but also others, and significantly increased with a proactive component of Strikeforce Pearl as well, which has been done in conjunction, but certainly the Great Synagogue is on that list.
And you've had discussions with the leadership there?
Yeah, where people have,
yes.
And we engage with the Jewish community a lot, and that will continue.
Are you able, and I'm happy to take it on notice, if you could tell me the first time you were in contact with the Great Synagogue in relation to potential threats?
Potential threats that go back. Our engagement in the hate crime unit have a good relationship with the Jewish community and constantly visiting, so I can get that.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. No, thank you. This is a question in relation to Hamilton, and in particular Beaumont Street. We're certainly getting reports of escalation of criminal and antisocial activity, drug trafficking, a murder, and a consequent downturn for the businesses there. Is extra policing being allocated in that area? Is there a response to that change in the community?
Yeah, look, it's part of the Newcastle Police District, and I think we've discussed at length today about the way resources are deployed, and existing resources are deployed into areas that are emerging as hotspots and presenting problems. Hamilton may be one such location within the Newcastle Police District where there has to be a greater focus. But certainly a number of strike forces are operating in regards to the homicide you mentioned, and there is a lot of police activity in and around. Some of them are covert jobs that I'm aware of for drugs, firearms and other jobs that I won't go into here, but there certainly is a strong police presence in and around that Hamilton and surrounds as part of the broader Newcastle Police District focus.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Marr, this one may be for you. I don't know whether you can help me. I understand that industry pipeline analysis shows that the Hunter needs about $500 million to get up to speed and allow zoned land to be delivered. When will the Hunter get the enabling infrastructure to unlock the existing pipeline for that region's housing and jobs?
Thanks, Ms. Carter. That's so I think I'd probably answer that in a couple of ways. Largely this work would be driven by Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, as you can imagine. So the Hunter Regional Plan is in place, it's Hunter Regional Plan 2041, so obviously it's on a long lead time. But the things that you mentioned there obviously are long-term initiatives. My understanding is that there is a review of that plan underway at the moment. So I can take on notice any specifics around how they might address those individual elements. Okay. But certainly I know the Minister's interest as Minister for the Hunter in particular is around Broadmeadow. There's work underway, again, with planning and the City of Newcastle with regard to feedback on the place strategy and obviously resulting jobs and housing from that as well. Okay.
I might put that question on notice
Thank
again.
you,
So
yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
Are you able to help me with the status of the Salamander Bay Fire Station upgrade?
I'm not, I'm afraid. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. All right, I might put those other questions on notice. Thank you.
Thanks.
Leave that feed off.
Okay. I think on that basis, we might wrap things up.
Just quickly, can I correct the
Please
record
do.
on just one thing, please?
Of course.
Earlier on, I said that there was 2 successful appeals for music festivals for reduced. There was actually only one. The other one was a women's cricket game that had less crowd. So there's
Okay.
one music festival.
Okay.
Chair,
Look,
would I be able to
Chair.
come back one matter as well
Of
in
course you
regards
can.
to the question around Swansea Police Station?
Yeah.
Swansea's been closed for a number of years. It's part of Lake Macquarie Police District. I'm probably telling you something you well know, but
I'm happy to get all the detail correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's made up of Belmont Police Station, Charlestown Police Station, Morisset Police Station and Toronto. Out of those 4 operating police stations as part of the Lake Macquarie Police District, we've established Swansea's out of play and has been for a number of years. Belmont is a 24/7 police station and Morisset, Toronto operates as a 24/7 police station. So staff are operating within those 4 stations, but the 24/7 other stations that I named. So I didn't want to take it on notice. I actually have the information. I just needed to find it.
And
Thank you.
if you can assist me with this, given population increase in that area, is the situation of Swansea likely to be revisited or?
Look, again, I can't clarify
Okay,
that.
thank you.
I apologise.
No. I just thought you may know. Thank you very much.
And Deputy Commissioner Smith, I believe you have something to...
I'll just tidy up a couple of questions from earlier.
Of course.
So, Mr Barrett, you asked in relation to, I think we answered the questions around authorised strength and the current strength. I'll have to take on notice some components, but what I can tell you is that workers' compensation leave as at the 28th of February, and noting, just to clarify, that this changes every day depending upon the categories. Workers' compensation leave is 1,440. Parental leave is 374. Long service leave, 124. Leave without pay, 34. And sick leave reasons, which involve mental health issues, which are not clarified in terms of time frame, is 328. That changes.
Sorry, that was on that date?
As at that date. So they might have been off for a day, a week, a month, so in that space. We have 44 officers who are currently suspended, 10 with pay and 34 without pay. I'll have to take questions 5 and 6 on notice. Our budget is $5.661 billion, and $407 million of that is invested in our capital investment plan. 295 is made up of our capital program, and 112 in our lease acquisitions and environment. The work that around the police stations in question 8 is Waverley Police Station, Rose Bay Police Station, Raymond Terrace, Liverpool, Granville and Wyong Police Stations, Goulburn Police Academy and Goulburn Police Station itself being built. What resources will be upgraded this year? We have capital works around our radio terminals, migrating to a statewide shared public service network, the increased police officers in southwest and northwest Sydney, our commitment in relation to our response to domestic and family violence, the improved capability of high-tech crime branch, our strategic housing and data centre work. We also have our National Firearms Registry work, and also some work in relation to some PCYC matters. I think they're all the questions that I can give you. I'll take the rest on notice. And Madam Chair, if that's all right, Mr. Roberts asked a question as well in relation to the student police officer costs. So as at the 28th of February 25, a total student police officer payments totalled $16.964 million. And this commenced with Class 362 in March 2024. The wage costs for a student police officer from commencement at the academy until the end of their probation period is $113,347, and that's on the assumption that they don't fail any component or have to repeat any component of that environment. And I think that's what we had to answer.
Thank you very much. So that pretty much concludes the session for today. There will be, the Secretariat will contact you with any questions taken on notice that haven't been provided. And I look very briefly to the government and realise I've done something I've done in these budget estimate hearings before and failed to...
No questions, but on behalf of the government members of the committee, I'm sure I speak for all, to thank the two commissioners, the Deputy Commissioner and Deputy Secretary, for the outstanding work you do for and on behalf of the citizens of the state. It's enormously appreciated. And to Deputy Commissioner Thurtell, thank you for those enormous number of years of service. I can't imagine how much you've seen and done over that period of time, but thank you very sincerely. And thank you for the enormous example you set over that period of time to must be thousands of policemen and policewomen in the state. So thank you very much. Thank you.
And Mr. Donnelly just stole my thunder, but that's fine. On behalf of the whole committee, thank you for all of your time, your evidence today. We know how much it takes. We know it takes you away from the front line. Obviously, we see the accountability processes of the Parliament in New South Wales as very important matters, and we genuinely and sincerely appreciate everything you do to prepare for today, because we know your staff puts efforts into you being here today as well. So thank you on behalf of everyone. And that concludes our session. Thank you.
Thanks very much.